Section 1 of The Wild Unmasked. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wild Unmasked by Frank Howard Atkins. Section 1. The City of Night. It was a beautiful city, bell-shaped, covered and protected by layer upon layer of the firmest paper the world has ever seen, paper made from real oak pulp. The city teemed with a population of 50,000, housed in nearly 12,000 dwellings, plunged day-long as well as night-long in utter darkness, was upside down so that everybody, the infant in its cradle, the queen in her throne room, the warrior of the inner guard, the nurse in the dormitory, the hunter on the threshold, the prince in his court, the builder on the walls, the sweetmeat maker on the square, the aged in the corridors, all, I say, hung upside down, were born upside down, brought up upside down, lived in the city, not out of it, upside down, and in the end died falling upside down to the pit of oblivion, the hole below the city where all refuse and dead fell. In short, it was the city of the yellow devils, the wasp people, and in very truth a city of dreadful night. The air was fetid and stifling with the heat of many close-packed bodies, the pit of oblivion below, damp earth, and the fumes of formic acid, and full of a never-ceasing ghostly whisper, and a steady, ominous, turbine-like drone, the hum of many thousands upon thousands of wasps, speaking all together and very quietly. It was dawn, and the city was awaking. How it knew down there in the darkness under the earth that day had come, you must fathom for yourself. Perhaps it had a bugler set apart to sound the reveille, as the bumblebees have. Anyway, it was awaking to another perishing dawn of slaving deviltries, for everybody in the City of Night was a slave, even the queen herself, who was doomed for life to drag her great bloated body in spirals round the tiers of combs, laying eggs as she went. But the main population, the workers, sterile females all, did not go out very quickly. They were, strangely enough, essentially people of the sun in the City of Night, and did not go abroad much unless he was up. Nevertheless, there was plenty of work to do within. Freshly emerged wasps to help out of their cells and chrysalis skins, larvae or grubs to feed, new cells to make, old ones to sweep out and spring clean, ready for another egg. It was all made of paper, you know, and exquisitely made at that. Every mathematically worked and built cell of it, each one hexagonal, except towards the outer edges of the city, every corridor, every supporting column, every wall, every roof. Now, if any of the workers had perforce gone out into that dewy morn before King's sun made it cease to be dewy, if, in fact, they had been early birds, as the saying is, they would have surprised, and, no doubt greatly embarrassed, a slim beetle of the color of blue-black ink, about the length of a man's little fingernail, with her armored wing cases giving the appearance of being partially open, as if their owner had an evil conscience, and were eternally prepared to fly. She was sitting upon the lower bar of an oaken rail, not far from the innocent-looking hole in the ground which represented the outer gate of the wasp city, and she was seemingly doing nothing in particular. Very few insects, however, knowingly loaf around the outer guard gate of any wasp city by the light of day. Night does not matter, without some extraordinarily pressing reason. It is not healthy. The intolerant fiends of citizens have a habit of turning out en masse, if necessary, and abolishing that daring one, however ferocious. Now, this slender lady of the beetle persuasion, a widow of short standing, in point of fact, was there knowingly. She had sought the place out, spent half the night over the task indeed, and succeeded in finding the spot by scent, I suppose, or by that mysterious sense of divination which seems to live in the wonderful instruments of insects which we call antennae, and the man in the street knows as feelers. Anyhow, she found the spot, chose her position with a cunning nicety that showed great knowledge of wasp natural history, and was apparently doing nothing. In reality, she was laying eggs just as fast as ever she could, laying them against time, for she had no wish to be found there by anybody, and not by a wasp most especially. When she had finished, she went away, slipping off with that trained ability to get out of sight peculiar to beetles. And the sun came up, and the wasps came buzzing out, and all became bustling, hustling, and busy. No one thought of the slim lady beetle, because nobody knew anything about her, even that she had ever been there. But though the wasps did not count her, she was going to count with them. Time passed. How much time? But there is no such thing as time in the wild. At their appointed period, those of the beetle's eggs lying in the interstices of the wooden paling which had not been discovered by other insects who make a specialty of egg collecting, hatched out. One egg in particular, by some chance, hatched out a fraction bigger and earlier than the rest, and it, or her as it then became, we will follow. The thing that came out of that egg was not in the least like any beetle. In fact, it was not like anything exactly. Picture to yourself a black shrimp about 1/50th of an inch long, with suckers on its feet, and a sucker near its tail, and a few bristles pointing always backwards, and you have more or less got it. It had a name, too, triungulin, to wit. Now, it was the custom of the wasp devils when they wanted paper, and they were always wanting paper as their city grew continually, to come to that lower rail, since it was of oak, and oak was the fashion with them, and gnaw off a little thumbnail scrape of wood, so to speak. This they mixed with saliva, spread the mixture in the form of a pulp film wherever wanted, and when it dried, lo, there was the paper. This also that thin female beetle must have known. At least our special triungulin soon began to reach up in the air and paw in an odd sort of fashion with her sucker-tipped legs, as one seeking, blindly 'tis true, but always seeking, as if driven by some mania, to reach up and climb onto something. Now watch how wonderful is nature. Soon in the hot sun, a yellow-banded, wicked-looking giantess of a worker wasp came to the rail in a hurry. Fresh paper was wanted quickly to mend a gap in the city wall torn in the night by an unsuspecting mole. She began to rasp and plane at the wood with her terrible shear jaws close to the triungulin. Indeed, she towered above her, shadowed her, and that baby, reaching eternally and blindly in the air, caught hold of the wasp and pulled herself up onto the back of the giantess. Once up, there she stuck, for where her suckers failed to hold, her backward-pointing bristles held, and between the two she kept her perilous seat. I do not know what would have happened if the wasp had discovered so tiny a jockey, but it seemed very much as if that same microscopic candidate for a free ride had, by chance or design, placed herself where the wasp could not have reached her, even if discovered. Anyway, the terrible thing that you might have expected did not happen. She was not instantly seized by the proverbially vile-tempered wasp and obliterated, and she did not die a swift and violent death. In fact, the wasp did not show any outward signs of being aware of her presence at all. But fate, who would not be happy if she were not meddling in most games, took a hand at this juncture and, in order that things should not go too smoothly, produced a dumpy little brown bird with a speckly breast, known as a flycatcher, which came out of the green and gold and blue scene round about and struck a statuesque attitude on the top rail of all. Now, the conspicuous yellow and gold banded banner of the wasp people is an open advertisement of warning in the wild. It spells danger, and particularly painful danger at that. Nearly all the wild folk hold it in awe and take good care to leave it alone. The flycatcher was one of the few that did not. He dealt in wasps. Wherefore, so soon as that wasp, with our triungulin atop, still lifting her legs in the air, as if grotesquely waving adieu to her less wide-awake brothers and sisters, who were hatching out below, began to fly from the rail to the outer gate of the wasp city, the watching, waiting flycatcher was after her like a zigzagging streak. What followed was exciting, for the flycatcher sportingly so, for the wasp deadly so, for the triungulin shockingly so. The wasp dodged for home and an army of 50,000 armed friends, but the flycatcher stopped her from that game by cutting her off. Then she forked lightning into the landscape generally, and the flycatcher hurtled, snapping at her heels. The triungulin was not happy, but she hung on by all her sucker feet and all her spines, and wondered, in what microscopically served her for a brain, what on earth had happened. Finally, the wasp got going in a beeline for home, with the flycatcher's beak snapping at her stinging end, her tail. It was a case of, "Fly, wasp! Fly, flycatcher! And hang on, fly, triungulin!" You may bet that the triungulin hung on, but worse was to follow, for just before they reached the outer gate of the wasp city, the flycatcher, by a supreme leap in the air, caught them up. There was a snap, and nearly half the wasp had gone. The triungulin found herself hanging uncertainly to the other and winged half, with her tail helplessly waving in the air. The flycatcher vanished, being forced to shorten wing stroke in order to avoid collision with the ground, and the wasp half tumbled into the outer gate and to darkness and safety, where, seeing that she was only half a wasp, she was received by the guards of the said outer gate with some consternation and not a little suspicion. However, she still walked, or rather crawled and tumbled drunkenly along, her legs being on the forward end, with that atom fiend of a triungulin, a veritable diabolical gnome, perched between her quivering wings. And, moreover, she still had her jaw end intact, and the paper therein. It was a strange and nightmare procession that staggered into the darkness, up the subterranean passage, to the city. But miraculously they got there, and such is the stern discipline and wonderful devotion of the wasp devils to their own city that the wasp actually managed to get so far as the lower comb, with the unshakable determination of delivering her load of paper even in death. But there strength left her, and she hung, numbing fast, upside down. You remember I told you it was a topsy-turvy city. Beaten at last. Gradually her legs lost their hold. Gradually she stiffened, till she hung finally by only one hook of 1 foot, and that triungulin, whose ready-made cunning seemed devilish, guessed that it was about time to step off. She stepped off accordingly, and had barely caught hold of the comb when the dying wasp let go and fell backwards and downwards into the pit of oblivion below, where all dead wasps go. It was rather a near thing, and the triungulin had to draw her narrow tail up pretty nippily, for in her death spasm the wasp seemed to see her, and made one last convulsive grab at her with her razor-blade jaws as she fell. Then the tiny triungulin was alone, hanging from the lowest comb of all, above the terrible pit of oblivion. alone in that crowded, humming, stifling darkness, alone in a city of giant foes. I grant you it was not a position for one suffering from nerves. Indeed, it was distinctly trying. But the Triungulin did not mind. She was born for that very purpose, designed for it. It was the crown of her ambition to be there. She kept very still for a bit until she had got the hang of things a little, and then, with utmost care and stealth, and avoiding all signs of movement or sound near her in the inky dark, she drew herself up and began to feel a careful way along the comb. One cell she passed. Something alive was inside. It moved. It was a wasp grub, a yellow devil baby, but the Triungulin took no notice. The fat, helpless, hungry lump was too small. Another and yet other cells she passed. All contained wasp grubs at quite a small stage of growth. The Triungulin crossed over and began to work steadily back along another line of cells, always examining the mouth of each cell carefully, as if searching for something. Once she met a brother or a sister which had found its way down the hole to the nest. One probably out of many that had failed or been abolished on the way, and the two fought an unseemly pitched battle in the dark, in grim silence, surrounded by 1,000 deaths on every hand. It ended in our Triungulin hoisting her relation in her jaws above her head, and with that prodigious strength peculiar to insects, holding it there, helpless and kicking, until it was dead. Later she came upon a little fly, for there are many inhabitants beside wasps in wasps' nests, scavengers, hangers-on, parasites by the way. She attacked the little fly, and it fled into a cell, amazed. Then she nearly fell into the arms, or legs rather, of another and a very big fly, so exactly like a wasp that the Triungulin collapsed in a heap, evidently thinking that her life was about to end then and there. This fly was engaged upon urgent private affairs of her own, however, and was herself as nervous as a cat, for fear her disguise did not go down with the wasps. She actually walked over the Triungulin, towering, elephant-like, above her, and slew neither with poison dagger nor sheer jaw, for the simple reason that she had neither to slay with. The Triungulin, who had feigned dead as the best way out of that tight corner, came to life again directly the fly had gone, and continued her work of examining cells. She had to hide several times from wasp nurses, busy feeding their ever-ravenous grubs upon various things, such as bits of caterpillar, shreds of meat, housefly joints, and so forth. But fate seemed to have her in keeping, and brought her, in the end, all unhurt, to a cell wherein hung a big, fat wasp grub, possibly not far off from what we call being fed up, that is, ready to stop feeding and turn into what is termed a pupa, which is a chrysalis, and here the Triungulin stayed. Reaching eternally upwards with her sucker feet, you remember I told you it was a habit of hers, she soon caught hold of the great cylindrical distended body of the wasp grub and pulled herself up onto it. Fate all but let her slip at that moment, because a nursing wasp came hurrying and bustling to the cell with something that might have been, truly, mutton broth for the baby, and our Triungulin, as nimble as a mouse, dodged round the shoulder of the great baby to the back only just in time. The nursing wasp went away, but the big grub did not seem appeased. She seemed, indeed, to have something upon her mind that she would have liked to tell that nurse, and she had, the Triungulin, almost literally upon her mind, for the Triungulin had not reappeared from behind the wasp grub's neck. She had not run away, and she was not there now. Then what in all the marvels of nature had happened to the little wretch? On the face of it, her absence looked very much like magic, black or white. But it was not, for we who are privileged may look closer and behold at the back of the enormous fat grub's neck a hole, and the triungulin was inside that hole. And that is about all, for nature mercifully drew a curtain here, and when, days later, the triungulin did appear again, she had miraculously turned herself into a fat grub. By that time, however, the wasp grub was a chrysalis, and the cell had been sealed up so that the triungulin, now no longer a triungulin but a nearly legless grub, did not run any risk in feeding upon the young wasp from the outside of that luckless one, instead of from the inside. And day by day the beetle grub, the late triungulin, grew, and day by day the wasp that was to have been shrank, till the beetle grub turned herself into a pupa, or chrysalis, filling nearly the whole cell, and hanging from her now shriveled-up victim. But nobody saw the going of the triungulin in the form of a slender, full-grown, blue-black beetle. She left one night when all the wasp city was asleep, silently eating her way out of the closed cell after her final change from pupa into beetle. Stealing past the sleeping yellow and black banded terrors and the slumbering guards at the gate, she crept up the hall of the entrance to God's fresh air above. Then she spread her wings and flew gaily away into the night. But what a life! End of Section 1. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 2 of The Wild Unmasked by Frank Howard Atkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 2. The Master-Hun. The starling was heading across the field straight as a ruled line, a sturdy, purposeful figure, flying low and steadily against the wind with rapidly beating wings. It was nothing, of course, till you saw what sort of hard work the black-headed and common gulls were making of it in that same field, how they tacked and backed and veered and sidled up and gave way against that self-same wind. Then you realized it was something. Ahead of the starling was a gap in the hedge. He made for it, but he never reached it. Something shot over the hedge, something going like the wind, a brown living meteorite, swift as death and almost as sure. The starling had just time to utter one scream of terror, to start only, an instantaneous turning movement, and both birds were gone. Together they had gone, the starling yelling his last yells in this life, in the steel-clawed grip of the sparrowhawk. 5 minutes later, you beheld that starling on the bough of a tree in a wood. You have to take my word for it that it was the starling, because he was minus head and, I think, legs, and of feathers he had none at all. In short, the sparrowhawk had just finished trussing him in his own way for his own dire purposes. Then the sparrowhawk flew to another tree, and standing there made noises and gestures, both of appeal and courtesy, one would never have expected from that fierce heart. He faced towards the next tree, wherein, one spotted it now that he pointed it out, high up was a biggish, rather pretty, down-decorated nest of delicate twigs. A lean, cruel head just showing above, and the outline of a hooked bill gave the clue, if any were needed, to the owner of that abode of death in the still wood. The sparrowhawk went. The starling, a very ghastly trophy now, remained where he was till the hen sparrowhawk came and fetched him. Then he went too, by another and a long road. He had been made use of as the first meal of the day. Like a thin, wispy line, the male sparrowhawk slipped away again out of the wood, always going like the wind, as if driven ever by a feverish desire to make up for lost time. There was something amazing and breathtaking in the fury of his hunting. He dropped like a stone and missed, by the length of an eyelash, a wine-breasted chaffinch feeding in the stubble outside. He hurtled through a flock of linnets. They rose in a twittering shower. You could hear the rush of their wings quite a distance away. But he heard something else, the click of a raised gun hammer behind the nearby hedge, and it saved the life of one linnet and his own. Thus did the sparrowhawk hunt all day long, usually with success, and only occasionally failing. In due time, the afternoon sun threw long bars through the wood, and, where the branches interlaced, wove delicate copper nets as the sparrowhawk came rushing back. Impetuous as ever, he had settled upon the tree which formed his operating theater, and had just put an unhappy blue-tit out of further anxiety by the simple method of the guillotine, when suddenly he looked up and paused motionless. His mate was standing up, but that was all. I can swear she never said anything. Certainly one knowing her very well might have inferred that she was not quite pleased, but she positively never spoke. Wireless it couldn't be. Precipitation of thought is beyond us, yet the facts are clear. Immediately the male sparrowhawk, that incomparable among husbands, was off again at the velocity of an average through train. Except that his course was never straight for 100 yards on end, he made straight for a garden he knew, or shall we say to the garden of which his wife had reminded him? On the way, he came round the bend of a tree to find himself, for one brief, awful second, looking straight into the wide-open eyes of an amazed gamekeeper. The next moment there came a sudden, sharp report that nearly sent his highly strung self mad, and he had occasion to thank nature that his tail was long enough to deceive the eye of the keeper and cause him to fire behind and harmlessly. One beautiful barred feather only being cut off. Apart from this little adventure, he had not much to complain of on the journey to the garden. Experience and a prismatic binocular-like eye had taught him that blue tits were generally to be found in that garden. There was a bird table there, but that was past his understanding. The tits were pretty well always there anyway, especially in the evening, tits being rather addicted to crepuscular habits. This time, however, they were nowhere to be seen. He flashed over the garden. His maxim always was that surprise is the essence of strategy. Flashed round and flashed back again. No tit, no yellow and blue, no... Something there was, though. A yellow bird sat calmly inside the dark cave of the house, behind what we humans call a window. Now, the sparrowhawk is nothing if not instant. He is pretty well the most quick-to-act bird I know. Consequently, the crash of glass that followed instantly startled the misty silence of the gathering dusk like a dropped aerial bomb. It startled, too, the dear old lady dozing by the fire. But it startled that dear old lady's pet canary, perched perkily by the window, most of all. The cage, the canary in hysterics, and the amazed and enraged hawk furiously trying to get rid of the incubus of the bars of the cage, which hung about his talons, swept down together on the floor. I cannot help it if the bold invader ought to have been lying there dead, brained by the glass he hadn't seen, instead of flapping about, to the detriment of the carpet and the canary's yellow dress, and the dear old lady's heart for evermore, and to the scandal of the supercilious cat. Someone who knows all about these things may explain it, but there is now no time, because that hawk was up and gone again, out of the lower half of the window, which was open this time, and before the servant came was sending several little sparrows' hearts into several little sparrows' mouths, in a game of hide-and-seek round some corn-stacks 3 fields away. As for the canary and the old lady, they had palpitation in company for much longer than that. I think the male sparrowhawk spent that night asleep in his operating theater. At least, dawn found him there. Nor does he appear to have been disturbed by the ghosts of his patients. At the rate of about 15 per day or more, they would have made a nice total, for his eyes that met the stealthy gray light creeping westward were clear as a hawk's and sword keen. The thrushes and the larks and the robins were singing the dawn hymn while he preened with that care which is a grim necessity in the wild. His mate, however, knew only one necessity, namely, that of filling her 4 children's stomachs. She conveyed to him her imperious wishes. This word conveyed, by the way, is only a ruse to hide the truth that I never could make out how she often gave her orders without saying anything. If you have a 6-foot wife and you are only 5 feet 4, you will understand. She was bigger every way, especially in the killing way, than he, and he went. A wine-hued and white-flecked chaffinch, and a green and yellow-flecked greenfinch, and 3 farther sparrows off duty, all taking breakfast together in a cabbage patch, saw him pass 60 yards away 7 minutes later. They crouched, but he was gone in a second. One could have sworn he had not seen them. So could they, but that was a trick that he kept up his strong, razor-edged wing. In half a minute he came back, going at appalling speed, and very suddenly. He dipped in his wild career. The chaffinch squealed, and the cabbage patch was empty. Only, deep in the nearest hedge, the greenfinch and the sparrows, panting fit to burst their little racing hearts, were, or ought to have been, thanking their stars. It was the chaffinch that screamed, and not they. As for the chaffinch, well, as Mr. Kipling says, he, quote, had lost some of his most cherished possessions, end quote, and all his gay feathers were dancing away in the sun from the operating theater in due course. Even a male sparrowhawk, driven by a bigger better half, or by his own gallantry, cannot forever shift about the landscape at the speed of a shooting star. He had his limits, and that is why, half an hour later, we find him sitting upon the top of some old rails overlooking a bearded fallow and a sheep-shaven meadow. If you didn't know he was there, however, you might easily have mistaken him for the top of one of the uprights of those rails. He moved no more than they. That, if it please you, represented the sparrowhawk hunting in another way. It was so startlingly opposite to his usual way that one might have accused him of being asleep. But, like an honorable member of the House of Commons accused of a like offense during an important debate, he opened one eye. As a matter of fact, he was just waiting for something to move and give itself away. After the lapse of some time, he gradually realized a peculiar, never-ceasing motion on the ground beside the rails, where the grass and the weeds grew thickest, almost beneath him. I can compare the motion with nothing at all but the continuous panting vibration of a waiting motor car, on a very much reduced scale, of course. For a moment he bent his sheathed scowl upon it, his stabbing, haughty scrutiny. He aimed himself, body pointing straight, wings in flying position, ready for the torpedo stroke. Then, in a flash, he made out the enigma and relaxed. It was the ceaseless throbbing pant of the whole body of a big, crouched hare. She had been there all the time, that mysterious one. Possibly he would never have noticed her at all had it not been for the beat of the grass and the weed stems that rested against her. She was drawn into herself enough to be overlooked even in the open, let alone where she was. He did not move, or by any other sign show that he had seen her. 8-pound hares, in full possession of life and liberty, were not on his program. Mrs. Hare, she sat tight, and Mr. Hawk, he sat on the rail, neither showing by sign or sound that they saw at all. The mean, cunning crofter farmer, gun in hand, his narrow brain obsessed by the power which the Ground Game Act had thrust into his hands, came so quietly along the hedge that he was within shot of hare and hawk before any one of the three realized the fact. What followed was unlooked for. The hare, informed by ears or nose or vibration in her own miraculous way, bolted out from under the rails on the instant instead of sitting tight or sneaking away, as per custom. The man missed her with his clumsy, inept right barrel, and she was out of range before he could get off the left. The sparrowhawk seemed literally to fall off the rails as he dashed away, effectually screened and safe. But even as he flew, his quick eye detected some slight weak movement in the grass below and in front of him. Instantly, and with a neatness that was wonderful and a daring that was grand, the plucky little hawk dived, and with scarcely a check in his flight, deftly picked the thing that moved from off the ground. Cursing, the man turned, took one step heavily to the rails, and fired his left barrel over them at the vanishing hawk. The fine sparrowhawk gave just one odd, scarcely perceptible little shudder, and, without checking or swerving or dropping, passed like a lightning flash on into the horizon. A few minutes later, the hen sparrowhawk, without moving on her nest, saw her mate flapping his way in through the wood. He carried something in his claws that was not, according to usual custom, a bird, and he flew with a strange slowness, almost a clumsiness, that she had never known him permit himself before. But that was not all. Instead of flying first to the tree, which I have called his operating theater, he flapped direct to the tree next to the nest tree, where he always brought the game to hand over to his wife after it was plucked and trussed. But this game, this gruesome, strange object, could not be plucked, only skinned, for it was a tiny, tiny leveret, not long born. What had happened, I imagine, was that the sparrowhawk, sliding up to the rail, had surprised the old doe hare near her young, and she had crouched because of it. It may be, too, that her action in front of the man denoted some vague idea of drawing him away from her beloved babies. I don't know and never shall, and anyway, that was not the point. The point was that the male sparrowhawk, now settled, but without having beheaded his game or done anything else that was expected of him, was making that odd little call to his wife that he always used when he brought food to that tree, dressed and ready for her to take. It may be that there was something in that call beyond what human ears could detect. Be that as it may, the female sparrowhawk rose and flew over to him. She settled close beside him. For one long breath they stood there thus, mates, their wonderful orange eyes looking, it seemed, right down into each other's hearts. And then, even as they looked, the gallant little male sparrowhawk slowly toppled over sideways and fell headlong to the ground. He was quite dead. One single shot, one pellet from the gun of the barbarian, had struck him and had done its work. And as the female hawk looked down at the poor pathetic leveret still in death, she must have seen that it was soaked in blood, the lifeblood of her superb little husband. He is dead, yes, but not for nothing. His indomitable, bold, faithful spirit has been left behind as a heritage forever. It still flames in the blood of his 4 young ones who were reared by the widowed bird, as true as her dead and splendid mate, to that stern sense of duty which is the making of sparrowhawks and of men. End of Section 2. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 3 of The Wild Unmasked by Howard Atkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 3. Notice to quit. The policeman white owl had just passed on his first round, and the ghost moths were beginning to rise from among the long, cool grass stems when the fox came racing along the riverbank at a hard gallop, like a dog, and, like a dog too, ready to pounce upon or chase anything that moved. Until the precipitant introduction of the fox to the scene, one could have bet a good deal that the grassy riverbank was absolutely deserted. But the fox proceeded to prove how futile are human ears and eyes, and noses. At least a dozen dark, fat, squat little objects seemed to get up from the very ground at various places in his path and shoot like drawn lines into the water, which announced receipt of their bodies by a dozen or so loud plops, as if they were miniature beavers. They gave no further sign, for they had dived. These were water voles, which people will persist in calling water rats, as if the poor little beggars hadn't enough enemies already without taking on a few of the hooligan rats' foes. The last to reach the water was a large female water vole, carrying in her mouth something round and curled up, like a cat carrying a kitten, which anyone with half an eye could guess was her baby. The race to the water was a long one, quite 30 feet. The fox had seen her, and the handicap of the baby looked like coming in expensive to that female water vole. She did not seem to run for it at all. She merely appeared to glide, and a mighty quick glide, too, all hunched up in a round heap, with long tail trailing out behind. The fox's teeth closed on that long tail once, but it slipped between his fangs. It was the lure trailed out behind to induce nasty people to bite at it instead of at the fat body, and the lure worked all right that time. Before Brer Fox had time to get wise about it, he and Madam and Baby, all mixed up in a heap, shot into the river together. It was literally touch and go, for the little mother, she could not have been more than 12 inches long, including her tail, slid out of the fox's very mouth what time he gnashed at the water. She dived under his belly, headed straight across the river, so called for courtesy's sake, deposited her babe on a flat water lily leaf, dived again, and shot up the mouth of a hole, the entrance to which was below waterline. One presumes she did all this with the idea that the fox was following her trail in the water, but she had other reasons also, as will be seen later. She did not rest in the underwater dugout long. In less than a minute she was out of it and swimming fast underwater back towards where she had left the fox. He was not there when she arrived, and leaving the water, she scrambled with some difficulty up a well-used and muddy chute into another hole hidden behind an old root above waterline. Into this she popped in a hurry, as one who rushes into a house on fire to save sleeping children. This house was not exactly on fire, being fireproof, but she was scarcely inside before sounds as of housebreakers at work, hollow rumblings and terrifying, tearing noises, proved that she was none too soon. You see, the fox was not visiting those parts on chance. He had come right along that way to dig down to the nursery of baby water voles, which that female water vole owned there in that burrow. He must have smelt them before, some damp and good-scenting dawn, in passing, when full-fed and not wanting them, scented them through the ventilation hole Ma had made in the roof of the abode, and tucked the knowledge away in his brain for a rainy day. He was now working the proposition for what it was worth. As a matter of fact, it might be worth 3 baby water voles, all perfect miniatures, fur and all, for they were that far advanced at any rate. About a foot inside, the hole branched 3 ways, 2 leading to circular chambers, and 1 far out up to the grass field above. The water vole took the right-hand turning, and arrived by a roundabout route at a dark and stuffy chamber, furnished to overflowing with a nest of grass blades. In this, the 3 babies were lying somewhere in a heap, saying nothing at all, And all the time, overhead, Brer Fox made thunderous scratchings, alternated by deep and alarming sniffs. Mrs. Watervole plumped into the middle of the nest, grabbed a baby by the scruff of the neck, and vanished, pattering by the way she had come. Arrived at the entrance, she slid down the muddy chute into the water, and, represented by a little wedge of ripples, which the rising moon turned to silver, swam across stream. The second baby she also left on a water lily leaf, not far from the first, knowing, probably, that she was hustled for time. Then she dived, and in a few seconds was back in her hole. Bits of the ceiling were now pattering down fast. There was more air in the stuffy place than could ever have been let in by the ventilating hole, and there was a horrible smell, something like castor oil. The rumblings of the fox's scratching were now awful and terrifying. The water vole grabbed a baby, whipped round, and was no more there. But this time she was away longer than before. A heron had chosen that inauspicious moment to settle upon that very part of the bank to replenish his commissariat department. A long, sharp beak, hurled like a javelin and barely missing her back, was the first news the water vole got of the heron. Then she slid for water, and got there quicker than the second and more carefully aimed stroke could follow. But she rather kicked at going back. Hanging about, after getting rid of her third baby, head to stream, she tried to pluck up courage. The heron had apparently anchored himself beside her hole for all eternity, and there was no other way in. It looked as if that last baby water vole would have to be sacrificed as a victim to frightfulness when, at last, the great long-legged gawky bird, shining ghostily, stepped sedately aside, and the water vole made her dash. In a flash she was in, and, oh, horror! Chaos met her. The roof was falling in. Earth tumbled about the chamber everywhere. It was half full of it, and one star and the glistening tip of the fox's nose could be seen shining together through a small gap overhead. The vole stopped dead in the tunnel, peering into the chamber in her shy, self-deprecating way. The fox paused and looked up from his digging with lolling tongue like a dog. In the silence, something splashed under the bank at the river's edge. It was the last splash on this earth of an eel that had come to bore for worms along the mud of the bank, only itself to be bored through by the heron's beak. The fox heard it, pricking his ears sharply, and his evil genius prompted him to go and see. The heron was below the line of the steep bank, and therefore invisible to him from where he had been excavating. And the little water vole darted forward, found her young one, seized it, and darted back. When she arrived at the mouth of the hole, a great commotion was taking place outside. The fox had glimpsed the heron, and creeping up, launched a rush. Whether for body of heron or booty of eel, I know not. But Jack Heron is not everybody's prey. This one, without turning, hurled a spear thrust with his long beak over his back, whoop, and the yelp of the fox, acknowledging receipt of the thrust clean through the loose skin of his armpit, met the water vole as she came out. And as she shot down her miniature chute into the water, she heard the unmistakable that announced the heron's taking flight into the night. The water vole's enemies had saved her. This time she did not make across river to the water lily pads. She headed straight downstream to an island, and here, climbing onto the branch of an alder that hung low like a tent over the water, ran lightly up it to a hole in the bank much higher above water level than the one she had left. As a matter of fact, another water vole, a female too, was just entering this hole as she came up and turned, at the tiny sound of her skinny claws on the bark, to face our vole. The mother put down her baby, and the two stood nose to nose, their little blunt muzzles and stiff bristles almost touching. Their tiny eyes, deep in their thick, dark brown fur, could not be seen, save once, glinting like microscopic stars when the moon caught them. There is not much sympathy lost among female wild folk of the four-footed persuasion as a rule. These two made no bones about it. They both wanted that hole, constructed by either, or, as likely as not, by neither of them. When you are the mother of 4 children and are desperate and pressed for time, you feel differently about dealing with your sisters than you would ever have thought you could. This mother fought for her children promptly, and on the spot, the 2 voles standing up on their hind legs, blunt muzzle to blunt muzzle, chiseled teeth meeting chiseled teeth, and trying to cut wickedly. In the end, the mother won. She seemed bound to do, for she risked more, and closed to her clinches with greater fury, bearing the other back and always back, along one of those balconies overhanging the dark swirling waters which generations of water voles' feet have worn along nearly every riverbank, till at last the other dived in. Then the mother hurried her baby into the hole. It had 2 turnings, this hole, about a foot in, and 1 bolt hole, the entrance to which was hidden some yards out upon the island, among the crawling roots of a pollarded willow. In the chamber to which she took her young one was a new nest of grass stems already made, so she must have planned this trek before tonight. Probably the sniffing of the fox at the ventilation hole the other day had not passed so unnoticed by the little rotund mother as might have seemed, and she had looked upon that sniff, audible plainly enough to her down below, as anything from 2 days to a week's notice to quit. Hurry was necessary, however, and there was no time to throw away in the new home now. The other babies were out there on the face of the dark waters in the night, and although well forward, would not be too warm. Besides, who knew what lurking enemy of the night might be interested in them? Of course, the other water vole might come back and slay the 4th baby in the nest. She could do it. Such things had been known, but the mother had to chance that. She ran out, down the branch, and slipped into the water without a sound. You could see her little bullet head with its wedge of ripples forging steadily upstream in the moonlight. All unconscious, or rather, perhaps quite conscious, that she was probably, as nearly always, being watched by unseen foes, and must therefore be ever ready to do any one of a dozen things at lightning speed without warning, the little mother water vole forged on till she reached the lily leaf. She could see the flower glowing faintly through the night like a beacon long before she reached it. It was here that the risk really began, for many inhabitants of those waters, who might not consider her a profitable investment on her own, would be willing to take the chance of her handicapped by her young. Moreover, the baby itself was a direct lure. She did not approach the lily leaf quite straight, but dived and came up suddenly close to it. And it was as well, perhaps, for the leaf was rocking a little bit, and it was not the water that was rocking it. A shape, narrow of beam, deep of girth, and really practically invisible because of its broad, parallel, dark and light bands, was beneath the leaf, nosing it. As the vole broke the surface, she could see the top of a spined fin breaking it too, and she knew her visitor. A big perch had found out the baby. He alone knows how. A big perch is no joke to the smaller water folk. His outer defenses of spines make him hard to get at. Also, he knows how to use them. But mother love is a whole army in itself, and the vole never hesitated. She dived and aimed straight for the fish's light belly. A chisel slash there would give him all he wanted for quite a long time, and before he knew it, that perch was kept busy guarding that light belly of his. Moreover, the vole, having taken the initiative, never lost it, and she never made the blunder of charging at the foe's back, however temptingly he might offer it to her. To do so would have been to charge straight on to a row of spines, as represented by the perch's erected back fin. Finally, not caring to risk his life for one small supper, the perch made off, and instantly the water vole was traveling hard downstream with her infant. Nothing had happened at the new home since she left it. Nobody had called. All was still, and she deposited her charge with a little sigh. But there could be no rest yet, though the little things were obviously both hungry, and said so in their own silent, unmistakable way. The night was flying fast. The moon was bobbing now and then behind suggestive clouds, and, what was more to the point, the river was beginning to whisper little rumors of something coming that was not nice, as rivers will, if you know how to listen to them. When she went out again and slipped in from the hanging branch, the river was no longer whispering, but talking, and it told of heavy rain up in the hills whence it came, and of more to come. "Room there, room, more room, please," and pass along ahead," it seemed to be saying, and she may or may not have noticed that quite half an inch of the branch that had not been wet before was now under water. As she headed upstream, she found it was not so easy to go fast as it had been. However, she got there at last, in an increasing wind, only to find, when the moon peeped out in a tantalizing way, that her trail was being shadowed by a weasel on the bank. That weasel had been exploring the deserted old nursery, of which she might thank the fox that she was no longer the owner, and had now marked her down. She personally, in the water, could laugh at him, but she knew there was no profit in letting him play detective upon her private business. Therefore, she kept away from her baby, cursing weasels and all their bloody works, no doubt, and purposely instituted a false trail. That is, she landed and ran into a hole and out at a bolt hole, back to the bank, where she drew mazes in and out among the verandas and overhanging terraces that ran tier upon tier along the bank, finally ending up in a hole slightly under the surface, which she left to hide under the shadow of an overhanging branch. And it was from here that she heard the scream of the weasel and the scream of an owl sounding almost together. That double scream indicated trouble between the hunters. And in a flash, the water vole had shot across the river, and grabbing her third baby was swimming downstream, all 4 unwebbed feet going full speed back to her island. Everything was still safe there, and she turned herself with a little shake as a man squares his shoulders for the last journey. It was not going to be an easy one. The wind had risen and was blowing hard now, humming a high and warning tune among the willows. The moon only rarely came out, and the river could be heard muttering and grumbling in the dark, and plucking with little lapping fingers at the tree boughs awash like a live thing. It was going to be a dirty night, and the water vole took the water cautiously, to be swept a yard downstream before getting into her stride. Whereas it had taken her less than a minute to cover the distance early that night, it now took her 11 minutes of solid battling against the stream before she came to the leaf on which she had left the 4th young one. But the young one was gone. Almost at the same instant the vole, with the lightning-quick intuition of a mother, realized something vanishing beneath the water lily with something else in its mouth. That something else was her baby. In a flash she was after it, swimming like a little square-ended fury. The moon, watery and leering, came out, and in front of her the vole could see the head of a brown rat. The rat was swimming fast, and undoubtedly carried the baby vole in its mouth. Then the water vole really swam. Previous efforts did not count. She moved across the face of the waters more like a machine than a beast, and a perfectly diabolical gust of wind that seemed literally to blow the moon out came romping downstream with a roar that you could hear coming afar off. That gust drove her down upon the brown rat, and it was squealing with rage and fear in her ear. The rat had all the guns, so to speak, but was handicapped with its prey. On the other hand, whatever may have been written by learned men about the brown rat that lives by the water being just as good a diver and swimmer as the water vole, things soon showed different, in this individual case at any rate. The way of the water vole in the water was the way of the eagle in the air, nor did the absence of webbed feet or any other special structural aquatic machinery make any difference. She was under the rat, over the rat, all round the rat, but especially in the underwater work she was obviously the superior. The rat fought well, of course. Rats always fight well. But one lucky stroke from the water vole, driven almost in the utter despair of terror, I think, went home. The rat screamed, the water turned dark red, and the thin, tightened skin tore worse. The water vole dived, came up, looked, dived again, came up, and overtook her baby as, mercifully not killed, it was hurled to the winds and went revolving downstream. The rat vanished into the night of raging furies, a pitiable sight, and somehow, valiantly fighting her way through that appalling wind, the little water vole mother made her island home at last, and crawled up the little of the overhanging branch that was now out of the rising water, more dead than alive. The moving of a family had been successfully accomplished. End of section 3. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 4 of The Wild Unmasked by Frank Howard Atkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 4. The Old White Devil. The ram had ceased to struggle for some time now. He was lying on his back in a little cleft of ground, in a silent hollow on the moor, with the stare of death in his eyes. Silence and sunshine together filled the lonely hollow, but a bitter wind howled over top. It was warm in the hollow, however, and a little fat-cheeked rabbit, foolish almost as the dying or dead sheep, had taken occasion to sit there and go to sleep. At least he didn't move. Then came the sound, ah! Very far away at first, really only a hint at a sound. Then again, ah! Drawing gradually nearer. It was in no way to be confounded with that other sound, ah! The ceaseless dry roar of the sea that had been there all the time. The deep, harsh croak came now very near, almost overhead, and then the rabbit became a white tail winking into the heather. He knew danger when he heard it. Then, ah, as one who exclaims it at some great sight, and ah, as one who finds something for which he has been seeking, and the big bird, he was a raven, and looked immense in that desolate setting, checked, banked, came beating slowly back, banked again, and came down beside the ram. Now, to be an ordinary raven is one thing and bad, with every man's hand against you. But to be a white raven, which he was, and almost rarer than a white elephant, with every man seeking you, is quite another and much more awful thing. Heaven and the old white sinner himself alone know how he had so far accomplished the miracle of keeping the right side of a glass case. But the greater miracle was to continue to do so. That was the rub. Wherefore every stick and twig and stone, every blade of grass, every movement of everything and anything, every sound came swiftly under his expert and very wonderful analysis. If there had been a danger there, he would have known of it. If there had been a man hidden past all finding, that old white reprobate would have been wise to the fact too. How do I know? He would, because he was the white raven of Monte Eglin, that's all. He certainly cannot have been beloved of the gods, for he had not died young, and if he had been so beloved, they would never have cursed him with the abiding incubus of that conspicuous white livery. About the only time that he ever got his own back was in the snow, and then he reaped his harvest. Satisfied that the hollow held for him no suspicion of sudden death, this great bird, who was well over 24 inches long and 4 feet from broad wingtip to wingtip, who ought to have been black, but was somehow white, or creamy rather, turned to the sheep. He needed no pulse feeling to satisfy himself that the ram had gone to the happy pastures, but he decided on a post-mortem all the same. It was grim, it was grisly, it was loathsome work, but it was to the point. The end of it was that the ram changed very much in appearance, and... The raven started as if something had stung him, and his head slithered round, hind part before, so to speak, and he beheld one of the grandest wild sights there are to be seen. Looking up, he saw the underneath part of a huge bird shape floating on the air, upborne by vast, narrow, straight pinions about 6 feet across, and the whole was white as driven snow. On top it was black. Never another sound did he make, just that questioning, "Eh?" But it did not appear that the white raven of Monteiglan appreciated that splendid sight. He straightened instantly to attention. He became mightily thinner as he crisply shut down his plumage. His eye, which had been roguish, took on another and a grimmer gleam. Things seemed about to happen. In giant shooting circles, still without exertion, without a wing flap, that shape came corkscrewing down until it fetched up, light as a thistledown, upon the extreme other end of the sheep. For about half a minute he remained standing there, erect, spotless, head held high, huge wings open and nearly touching above his back, like some gigantic butterfly, regarding the raven with eyes as cold and as cruel as the sea of which he was king. Then, so suddenly that a hidden watcher, had there been one, would have jumped. "I'm Great Blackback," he cried in a hoarse and maritime voice, and was silent. He had said it almost as clearly as that. He was the Great Blackback, the king of all the gulls. And the raven looked at him and said, "Clunk!" That's all, but it sounded like a single stroke on a death bell, and very weird in that place. Thereafter, for the space of about 2 minutes, they stood, still as wonderfully carved statues, one at each end of the corpse, absolutely silent. Then they were fighting, beak and claw, on the center of the corpse. They simply resolved themselves into a whirlwind of great flapping, beating pinions. You could hear the heavy slaps of them hundreds of yards away, dancing legs and pickaxing beaks. On the program, ravens are not scheduled to take on great black-backed gulls at any weight. This, however, was the white raven of Monteiglan, and very big. And besides, wild creatures don't recognize man-made programs. They fought like several fiends, and the feathers flew around, and the wool got mixed up in their claws, and they got mixed up so that you could not tell t'other from which, and calmly and brazenly 2 dun crows, which are hoodies, nipped in and continued the carving of the sheep where the raven had left off. In the end, the raven retired, ruffled, disarranged, and very stuffy, damage unknown, because most of it consisted of bruises from the sea pirate's great wings. The mighty gull stood, with vast vans half open, balancing awkwardly, and evidently very dizzy, watching him go, damage quite evident. He had a nasty jab over one eye, and a smear of blood on his spotless breast. But whoso holdeth the ground winneth the fight, and the gull appeared to know it, for suddenly he flung out his head, and with crooked, red-tipped beak wide open, let out a yell of triumph, a long and fiendish peal of hoarse laughter that rang across the lonely wind-threshed moor on the lap of the blast, and sent up every wild head within hearing. The raven heard him as he flapped away in his heavy, slow fashion, and he said nothing. White he was, but his heart was as black within him as if he were a raven of a normal color. Moreover, ravens never forget, and, mind you, they are a very long-lived and ancient breed. I don't know how old the white raven was. Older than you or I, probably. But, as I have said, he was stuffy over that defeat, being used to everything getting out of the aerial road for him. Moreover, there was a long-standing and a very cruel blood feud between the great Crow tribe, of which the raven is head, and the great Gull tribe, of which the great Blackback is head, and to be conquered by a gull was, therefore, bitter gall for our raven to swallow. He met a red deer hind, picking her supercilious way up the hillside, and before you could wink, he had nosedived and was flapping with angry croaks about her long, soft ears. She was too much surprised to do anything except stampede with a rush. Then a buzzard sailed over the brow of the hill, looking for a mole, but he got the raven instead, full speed ahead, and barking "Arr! Arr!" like an angry bull-terrier. The buzzard also fled, mewing with terror. And all this because great Blackback had got the best of the deal with the white raven, and the white raven was in a mighty bad temper. About 3 miles the raven flew, and then let himself down on a long volplane to some rocks. He had just seen an ant-like dot leave those rocks, and even at that distance spotted the gun that the dot carried. He had a wonderful eye for guns and the gamekeepers that carry them. Still, he was a bit of a philosopher at times, and a humorist always, and he knew that good may come from evil. It took him about 10 minutes, mostly to leeward, sizing up those rocks, and then he approached. As he settled, he saw the gamekeeper, now about 1/4 of a mile away, turn and look back. He didn't like that look. The hated biped was watching him, and he felt uneasy. On his way home to a little cave in the immense and towering sea cliffs, he spotted a rabbit lying in the open and seductive, but he croaked and passed on. And further, in the growing dusk, he saw another rabbit with something white dancing a grotesque dance of death round and round it in a circle. Those things, he knew, represented traps, set with great labor for his entertainment, and not for the white things, which was a small gull. And the raven chuckled deep down in his thick throat at the sight. Next morning, in a red and wild dawn, when the east was afire and the west a frowning sheet of rain, and the breakers were spouting 40 feet high at the base of the cliffs, the old raven and his lifelong partner, his wife, who was as black outwardly as her own black heart inwardly, flung out grandly into the gale and beat with great, slow, steady flaps away over the frowning moors. They were the only living things in sight along the shore. One behind the other, they soared along, those ravens, and if you had mistaken them for clumsy flyers before, you had only to see how the pair of them suddenly shot aloft, and with preparatory wonderful side dives and abysmal swoops began playing with each other, turning over and over like much magnified tumbler pigeons in the very teeth of the storm, to realize how much mistaken you were. With that one interval to prove the strength of them against the wind, they came, the old white sinner leading, to that ram of yesterday, to the scene of his defeat. They drew near, but not quite near. They were ravens, not fools. Upon a wolf-fang mass of honey-colored rock, about 100 yards away, they settled, and were as still and as silent as the death they dealt in. An early and a ravenous hoodie crow came flapping low over the heather, and after a turn or two settled upon the carcass. A pearl and white herring gull, who was a good bit smaller than the great black-backed gull, floated up over the rim of the horizon, and tacking and veering on rigid narrow vans, followed the hoodie's lead, but settled close to the ravens first. Whereupon the white raven of Monteaglin promptly fell upon him and dealt with him so much to the purpose that he fled precipitately, but soon came back and joined the hoodie crow among the ribs of that which had once been a ram. Still the 2 ravens sat and made no sign. Then "Glock," remarked he, and "Ah," answered she hoarsely, and that appeared to clinch the matter finally. For absolutely no reason at all that one could see, with a great swishing like unto the rustle of a silk skirt, they were on wing again, and up and away, heavily and with deliberation, to another perch, the capstone of a dolmen, huge and many tons in weight. Here they once again perched, close together and facing the carcass, as people who wait and watch for... Far, far away, and high aloft, but plainly discernible because of his great size, came the king pirate of the seas, the great black-backed gull. Effortless, unconcerned, with never a flap of those mighty pinions, superbly sweeping, came he, riding the gale like the son of Nimshi. And the white raven of Monte Eglin, king brigand of the land birds, watching him sweep on thus across the face of the riven sky, was still and dumb, with a silence that boded no good. A play, a drama, it seemed, was about to commence here, which could be played nowhere else, and nature was collecting her actors for it one by one. The hoodie crow had ejaculated, "Cry-arr!" once or twice harshly. The herring gull had trumpeted, "Yow!" The ravens, as we know, had spoken, but now a great silence fell upon that assembly as, all together, they watched the sea-king's approach. On he came, sweeping grandly on, till he floated, rocked, in the very teeth of that howling blast, exactly above the carcass of the dead ram. And then, down, down, in mighty plunging spirals, now black as the very jet as he showed his vast back and upper wings, now white as the wind-tossed spray as his undersurface flashed again in a shaft of sun, a magnificent specimen of a bird. One way flapped the gray crow, another way scuttled the herring gull, and they stood respectfully aside as the giant came gently to rest, rocking a little, but having judged his landing to a hair upon the shoulder of the deceased ram, and stood for several seconds with his stupendous pinions upraised. Then, with big cruel beak wide open, he let out a wild peal of insolent, mocking laughter. "How, how, 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 how!" It rang through the gale, a daring challenge of lust and pride to all the wild. And instantly, as if it had been an answer, a foot of vivid flame leapt out from the dark and tangled heather 20 yards away. A terrific thundering report followed, and a shrieking, rending hail of leaden death. The two ravens shouted hoarsely, "Arr! Arr!" together, and hurled themselves into the arms of the wind. The herring gull became a thin wavering line in the leaden sky. The hoodie crow sprang aloft. Only the great blackback remained. He had given one tremendous start. His overshadowing wings had flung up, and he had pitched headlong off the carcass in a limp and collapsed heap. He was quite dead when the gamekeeper came out of the heather to pick him up, but that same gamekeeper was saying things. Since before dawn he had been lying concealed and half perished among the heather in that bitter wind for the express purpose of shooting, not the great gull, but that old and sinister sinner, the white raven of Monte Eglin. And the white raven of Monte Eglin had sold another into his hands and wiped off a long-standing blood feud into the bargain. End of Section 4. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 5 of The Wild Unmasked by Frank Howard Atkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 5. Fizzle's Angel. He was only a starling, just a common starling, Fizzle by name. Not only that, he was merely one of a flock of starlings at that moment hurrying over the cold grass, searching, digging for food with that hustling fury peculiar to this extraordinary breed. He was only one of a score of little sprightly figures, jabbing and running, barely waiting, in the all-consuming desire to be first, to see if each jab landed a catch. In fact, he and all his fellows seemed to be like birds eternally living under a curse by which they were doomed always to be ravenous and everlastingly denied time to eat by a consuming fear that they should not be first. The result was that the whole flock simply raced over the grass, eating on the run, so to speak. Our precise starling, whose name was Fizzle because of his mad medley of song, raced with them. Nor was that his and their only trouble. They were doomed to quarrel feverishly, not in a sustained prize fight sort of effort, but just to flare up and race on, lest they should be late. Fizzle tore over the grass, now digging the ground promiscuously, it appeared, and anon shooting up straight every few minutes against another starling, also shooting up straight, who happened to come handy. It was an absurd flash-in-the-pan sort of warfare, and was the more idiotic because he jousted with anybody and everybody. Yet there was a brotherhood about these combats, different from the combats of other birds, and especially the brutal hooligan riots of the sparrow, and nobody ever seemed to be hurt. It seemed, however, impossible, looking at him there, to regard Fizzle as an individual bird at all. Especially was this the case when the whole flock, as if a single lever had hoisted them, rose as one bird with an eerie rustling sound and odd reptilian squawks, swept round twice, and flung down again, carpet fashion. We imagine, for want of better understanding, that maneuver represented a false alarm, but personally I should not care to bet on it. And then, suddenly, Fizzle was no longer a cog. He became a bird. He had stopped running and was still. That was the point. One black dot among a score or more that were moving was still. The eye instantly focused upon him. Had he but known it, other eyes, not human, instantly focused upon him too. He became a point of interest, an independent, as opposed to a collective, life. A moment, and 3 other starlings fell out also, one giving a slightly brown-black impression, the other 2 bright yellow-beaked, real black at a little distance, and whirling round each other like fighting cocks. From where he stood, crouched low in the grass, starling fashion, Fizzle could hear the stream of their personal abuse of each other babbling like the chuckle of water. And it was for them he waited. He must have seen it coming, this fallout, in both senses, different from the other fallings out, because sustained. The 3rd starling said nothing. She was the angel that caused the strife. Fizzle chose a moment when one of the fighters was giving ground, getting the worst of it. Then Fizzle took a hand, or rather a beak, and, announced only by the whir of his wings, helped the winner to make the loser lose more certainly, till that same loser decided that this was no place for him on a cold day, and fled. Now, such action on the part of Fizzle savored decidedly of the caddish, till he suddenly turned on the winner, who was already somewhat puffed with such fury and fiery recklessness that, after one amazed and hectic minute of abortive defense, the winner remembered an appointment elsewhere and fled also. By this time the flock had raced on. There remained only the angel that caused it all, and Fizzle. And that, one may as well own at once, was just entirely how Fizzle had planned things to be before ever he fell out of the flock at all. Only he had not dared to hope that they would turn out so exactly as he wished. One may fight, 'tis evident, but one cannot very well flirt in a flock, you know. Now began the worst part of the battle, and the most merciless. The female starling, the angel that caused it all, incidentally, it may be said that she was a flapper of the tribe, and they are the hardest to deal with, fed on, or made out she was feeding on, as she had been throughout. To all appearance, she was so absorbed in gastronomy that she had no idea the flock had raced away. And Fizzle, placing himself, his body that is, crouched and parallel with the ground, swelled, puffed himself up, and ran about, just ran about, in and out, and round in a small circle. His pose was that of cringing supplication and trouble of mind. I don't know what it was meant to be, and the lady in the case took about as much notice of him as if he were a spider. It has been said that none but the brave deserve the fair. Granted, but none but the persistent win the fair, whether they deserve them or not. And certainly Fizzle must have known that, for he continued to trot around there, utterly unheeded as he was, as persistently and consistently as if he were working by clockwork and must go on till the machinery ran down. He looked like an old gentleman hunting for his spectacles, and, of course, he did not smile. As has already been said, however, Fizzle's action in leaving the flock, because it was unusual, and in staying there with his black shining coat so conspicuous, meant that he caught the eye of more than one unit of the wild whom he did not think of. And those were hungry times, cold and desperate, in spite of the love that was in the air and the buds that were on the trees. Wherefore a jackdaw, slowly, with short, low flights, began to edge nearer. You know the jackdaw, how he is the son of a thief, and how he is always interfering with other people's business in order to hide up the shadiness of his own. Fizzle knew the jackdaw, too, better than we do, but in this case he was too intent upon creating an impression to notice any danger before the jackdaw descended upon him in a whirlwind of black feathers. Fizzle came back to earth with a jar and, in about the 50th of a second, smartly sidestepped. Thus the jackdaw landed, rather more heavily than he intended, upon a starling that wasn't there, and his beak dug a neat hole in the ground. The angel who had caused it all became a thin line to the nearest chimney top, the orthodox starling stronghold, and Fizzle, with a jackdaw close in tow, became a vibrating line to anywhere he could get. Fizzle flew with every last flap that was in him. You could not see his wings, they whirred so fast. You could hear them, however, and they were like the west wind talking in a telegraph wire. But jackdaws, like all the great crow tribe, can fly faster than they advertise, and Fizzle quickly found himself obliged to dodge, and was at once cut off from every cover that he made for. Hence the chase became practically confined to the field, over which, up and down and round and across, the pair hurled themselves at top speed, the jackdaw always about a foot behind Fizzle, and always pressing him hard. The angel that caused it all looked on from a far chimney-top, preening her feathers with rude indifference. Fizzle rushed up and down, squawking with fright, and the jackdaw stuck to him in grim silence. It was a horrible situation, and bad for matrimonial chances, for, I give you my word, nobody, man or bird, looks his best, tearing about, yelling with terror, just 12 inches ahead of death. Finally, the jackdaw caught Fizzle, caught him by one feather, and the two came down in a mixed-up heap, more or less heavily. Fizzle screamed at the top of his voice, and pecked and scratched like several furies as he fell back downwards. Suddenly, however, he found himself upon the ground alone, with the jackdaw, an excited black body, in heated argument with another jackdaw that demanded share of the spoil exactly 6 inches above him. And Fizzle went. He crawled out coyly from under that tussling pair of bandits, and invited himself into the landscape at the highest thing in speeds he had put up in all his life. Fizzle arrived at the chimney stack. It was noticeable that he was persistent still, and went there and nowhere else, rather out of control, and falling rather than alighting at the base of it, lay there panting as if his heart would break. Goodness knows how many close calls he had had in his life. Birds like him necessarily get a good few, but this was probably about the closest to date, for when the jackdaw is driven by hunger to turn hawk, he is particularly hard to shake off. The angel, his angel, was straightening out a wing covert at the moment. It was of tender hue and rather pretty. She evidently thought so, and never even glanced round at Fizzle. Meantime, Fizzle had seen another male starling on a chimney across the road, and he struggled up to the chimney at the end of the stack, inside which he sat, with only just his head and shoulders peering out. He looked absurdly like a little mannequin in that position. The next hour was one of the most nerve-trying ordeals he ever spent, for the other male starling came across to the chimney stack and began to sing and make glad eyes at Fizzle's angel. Not, mind you, that starlings sing, really. They make noises of weird and wonderful sort, but a noise of some sort they will make. The angel that caused it all sat and looked far away over the fields to where the late afternoon haze was shrouding the deep chocolate woods in swirls and wisps, blue as the wings of the wood pigeons gathering there to roost. Fizzle sat it out to the bitter end, motionless as if frozen by the cold wind, save for the sharp jerk of his beak from time to time as his quick eyes followed passing birds. Ordinarily, he would have hurled himself upon that singer with the rage of several demons, but he knew that now, truly the jackdaw had given him no end of a pummeling as they fell together, was no time to go in for heroics. Nor was the exhibition of bowing and edging along the roof ridge up to his angel, as if to cuddle her, which he had to watch the male starling indulge in after the singing, any easier for him to bear. But Fizzle was no fool, and he was regaining his strength rapidly. Soon after this, Fizzle's quick and ever-observing eyes saw from his high perch two things. First, a big bird, almost unbalanced by a long kite-like tail, which made him unmistakable, dashed like a steel blue streak round the corner of some trees about 200 yards away, and settled upon some tottering railings overhanging a green and slimy cattle pond. Secondly, a flock of starlings passed swiftly and low across the face of the field nearby, flying straight towards the ancestral starling roosting ground in the wooded hills to the northwest. Fizzle said nothing, but he noticed that, as flock after flock passed, the wordless call of their numberless wings, the mysterious swishing of their dozens of wings, began to make his rival grow restless, and even the angel, for the first time, cast a sudden, quick glance at Fizzle, as if to wonder why he did not make a move, as all the starlings for miles were doing, towards the woods. And still Fizzle made no sign. Not, mark you, from any complacence, because the hen-bird had permitted no closer acquaintance with his rival. That demureness might be only put on, ready to be cast aside at any moment, but because he had other and more important reasons. Soon most of the starling flocks had passed. A colder nip came into the air. The sky took on a pale pink tinge that portended frost, and a few sparrows began to collect in the ivy beneath. And, at last, Fizzle's hated rival lost patience. He had been trying to persuade the hen-bird to follow him for some minutes, for a starling cannot roost just anywhere out of the nesting season, as many other birds can. They must go to their time-honored and regularly ordained public roosting places. And now this male bird flew off, calling to the female to follow him. She did not follow, however. It may have been because Fizzle remained, and she had company. It may have been out of the pure perversity peculiar to her sex. Fizzle, however, was too busy watching his rival with a sudden keen interest to trouble about her. He saw him whirring along, heading straight for the woods. Then he saw the big, lean, long-tailed bird drop suddenly from the rails, shoot up, and draw one whizzing straight line through the air to the flying starling. It was such a wonderful exhibition of sheer lightning speed of wing that surely few birds could avoid it. And that starling was not one of them. He saw. He screamed aloud and made as if to turn, but scream and turn alike were cut off before more than half started by the violence of the collision. The big bird, which was a sparrowhawk, never stopped, never checked even his hurtling speed, but kept straight on, and in a breath, before one could barely realize what was happening, had vanished over the nearest trees. The starling had gone with him, crushed in his claws. Then, with a reptilian chee-vee, Fizzle flew away home to the woods, and the angel that had caused it all, for the other starling would assuredly never have met his death thus if it had not been for her. He would have seen it waiting for him. Followed meekly, which, seeing that she would otherwise have been left alone, was about the only thing she could do. After a flight of perhaps 2 miles, they came to the high, frowning front of a wood standing on a slope. Starlings in phalanxes were sweeping up and down the face of it. Pigeons were lowering themselves into it from high aloft, and pheasants were flying up into its branches with little whirring bursts of sound. In this place they proposed to spend the night. The great rhododendrons which choked the center of the wood made their bedchamber, and among these, side by side, among rows upon rows of other starlings, clustered thicker than the very leaves, they tucked their heads under their wings and went to sleep. I have no space to tell you fully of what happened during that moonlit night, of the many alarms that occurred ere, just before dawn, a man, evidently a poacher, fired at a roosting cock-pheasant. Forthwith the racket of the wounded bird and the thunder of the gun clattered and rocked through the woods in long echoes. Dawn, like a gray beast that had been secretly stalking the night for some time, suddenly burst into a vivid red glare, as if the furnace doors of the sun had been all at once flung open with almost an audible clang, and, behold, 'twas day. The rhododendrons stirred and filled with a rising big whisper and rustle as the thousands of starlings awoke. Fizzle, hustling and practical as ever, began busily to preen and shake out his feathers, as the rows upon rows of other starlings were doing around him. But his angel still slept, it seemed. Fizzle was hungry, and knowing the danger of going long on an empty stomach, he knew a garden where he could get warm, soft food for the asking, turned 2 or 3 times impatiently towards his angel, and regarded her curiously and half angrily with his clever, snaky head on one side. But still she slept on. One after the other, company upon company of starlings rose and swung away. Still, Fizzle's angel did not wake up. Fizzle never had much patience to lose, but he lost what he had. He sidled up and down the rhododendron twig, and stretched his neck and his wings, and one leg, and then the other, and gaped his flashing bright yellow beak with a palpably bored yawn, till at length he and the angel were the last birds left there among the branches. At last Fizzle could put up with inaction no longer. His effervescing spirits would not stand it, and besides, he was getting half frozen. Moreover, the others would have gobbled up what little breakfast there was to be had before him. He sidled along his perch and deliberately cannoned into his angel. She remained as still as if stuffed. He dug her in the back. She stuck there, indifferent, silent. Then Fizzle bent forward and peered at her very curiously and very closely, and he saw, with those lively eyes of his, a single, bright, dazzling little spot of blood, like a crimson bead on the right side of her green-shot head. That was all. Not a stain or mark, not a disarranged feather. But she was quite dead, locked onto her perch in her death grip, as she had died in a flash, slain by a single leaden pellet from the gun of the poacher who had shot the cock-pheasant some time before. The one shot must have glanced from a tree and drilled clean into her brain, 20 or 30 yards away or more, and nobody, not one of the hundreds of birds around, including Fizzle, ever knew that she had been struck. I am not going to tell you if Fizzle paid homage to his stricken sweetheart, because even a bird has the right to be left alone with his dead, and we will so leave him. End of Section 5. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 6 of The Wild Unmasked by Howard Atkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 6, The Forlorn Hope. He was the biggest of all the rats on the farm, and that is saying something, but I don't know how big he really was because he was never measured. He was not young, this arch-fiend, as witness a villainous scar over the right eye, and other scars variously disposed about his person, and the tip gone from his tail. He had seen better days, and worse. He remembered when the great barns, with walls loopholed for musketry, were stuffed full of corn, and the corn stacks in the stackyard stood 3 deep, and the rats of the place had become many and fat in the land. The rats were still many in the land, but they were no longer fat, and the barns stood empty, and the stackyards held only straw. In short, famine hovered above the farm. The great rat was hungry. He had gone in the night to murder a fowl, murder anything with flesh on it, but others had been before him, and the farmer was aroused. He had searched for a field mouse, but found others had searched already. In fact, everywhere he found famine and desperation and signs of frantic efforts on the farmer's part to stem the result. But now, at dawn, on this bitterly cold morning, things had reached their worst, apparently, for all water that he could find was frozen over, and there was nowhere to drink properly. And although a rat dies if he cannot get food, he dies much more quickly if he cannot get water. Now, it had come upon that rat about this time that this was going to be a big famine, and that it was about time to move himself. But, most unfortunately for him, rats respect only one argument, force, and they'd be darn kittle-cattle to make recognize even that. Therefore, the others respected this giant rat, and, without his knowing it, probably, or thinking about it at any rate, they had installed him a sort of leader. Moreover, since the next thing they respected to force was cunning, and he was it, they looked upon him as worth following. Perhaps he was, but, well, there are followers and followers, and this unholy swarm of maddened cutthroats might prove embarrassing if encouraged. That rat would fain eat what he found himself and drink, if heaven ordained, at his leisure, and not in the midst of a strike rabble getting a free feed. Presently, this big rat of ours left the shelter of the straw stack and struck out across the open, though the wind cut like a razor edge of Sheffield steel. In thus being out in the open, in what stood for daylight, he ran a certain risk, not from man, because man was not yet astir, but from a late owl or an early kestrel falcon. However, he chanced it, and got to the hedge safely in due course. So far, so good. He had got to the hedge, to the outer trenches of the farm, as it were, and nothing remained now between him and the wild world save a little caution. And if only a foolish rabbit had not gone and got its fat-headed self caught in the horrible steel-toothed chin intended for less innocent creatures than rabbits. The first scouting flakes of snow had begun to drift down as the rat entered the hedge, and he hurried along quickly because of them. This caused him to blunder foolishly almost on top of that idiotic prisoner rabbit, squatting motionless with fright. Till the rat came. His sudden advent increased the fright, and it put an end to the silence. The fool of a rabbit leapt to the limit of its trapped limb and screamed. It was a pitiful scream, but the effect it produced was astonishing even in the wild, where the scream of almost anything in trouble in general, and a rabbit in particular, draws like the alarm of fire in a big city. The rat had no more than whipped round and flown at that rabbit's throat when the whole hedge awoke. The transformation scene was startling. One instant the rat and the rabbit were alone in a snowy dawn. The next, they were not by any means alone. It seemed that there must have been many rat holes along that hedge, most of them unsuspected till that moment, and that now every one of them framed the bright-eyed, shark-jawed, cunning visage of a rat. Then the giant rat, never surprised at anything, made a smart move. He stood back. He was famished, you remember, but he stood back. And it saved him. There followed a horrible pattering rush, and in the still dawn the rabbit's high scream rose again for the last time. When it had ceased to vibrate upon the frosty air, that rabbit was dead, and there were only struggling rats about it. And when at last the crowd opened out, there was no rabbit. Neither was there a giant rat. He had profited by the diversion to move on quickly. Perhaps he feared, or at least suspected, his friends, by which he showed that he knew rats. Anyway, he was gone. Was, in fact, 50 yards along the hedge, hurrying onward, with a plowed field, all snow, on either hand. He was alone, and devoutly hoped that he might keep so, but it was not to be. The old rat's suspicions anent his friends were wrong in this case, however, at any rate for the time being. They had misconstrued his actions, and evidently, we must judge solely by their conduct, thought that a leader who could bring them to food in this fashion, and begin the slaying, and leave it to them to finish the fell work, what a true rat's job, was worth following. Wherefore they followed, and others in the stackyard, seeing them go, followed them, until there was indeed a crowd. Thus it happened that, about a quarter of an hour later, what time he was entering a small spinney, the big rat discovered that he, who craved for a hermit life, was the leader of a vast army. I think he shuddered. He ought to have done so anyway, for this was no joking matter. Have you ever met an army of rats on the march, famished for want of drink or food? If not, don't. The giant rat did not look happy as he nosed about, looking for water first and a meal next. He found the water in a little black spring-fed pool, every stick and dead leaf of which was covered with a most beautiful moss, and that placed him safe from death from thirst for a few hours at any rate. The other matter was less pressing, but more difficult. The great rat nosed about in the spinney here and there. He got an acorn lodged in the fork of a bush, but an acorn does not satisfy, and he passed on in even a worse temper than he had already become notorious for. The spinney produced 5 pheasants, but they flew. It also held 2 squirrels, but they flew too, or seemed to, from branch to branch. Finally, there appeared a male stoat, who, being cornered, flew straight at the back of the old rat's neck. There was not much of that stoat left by the time the rat tribe had done with him, but that had not prevented him from making his teeth meet in more than one, including our big ruffian, though short of the fatal spot just behind the base of the skull. Wounded, but still game, the old rat left the spinney and moved out along a hedge, trying to be as unnoticeable as possible. It goes against the grain of a rat to be anything else, or to advertise himself in the open. But the sight on one side of the field of numbers of sometime immaculate cock-chaffinches, just in from the north apparently, and evidently making uncommonly bad weather of it, fluttering about, many of them, in a half-soaked, snowed, and mudded plight, was too much for many of that foodless fraternity. First one, then another brown, hunched form began to bob about in the open. They were ready to eat anything, each other if need be. A chaffinch flew up, and it was seen that a rat was jumping at it. Another chaffinch followed, and others. Some just cleared their foes. 2 failed and died, with a little chain of thin cries left behind them. The old giant then took a hand. He chivied an unhappy creeping bird till it could no longer move and just lay throbbing like some tiny engine, still pathetically holding its open beak defiantly towards him. Then suddenly he froze. A shape like a pall, draped in black and dark gray, flapped in the wind just 1 foot above him. Another shape, likewise in funereal hues, cut off his retreat by landing on the other side of him. Now, if he had not been a rat, he might not have forgotten to search the skies, and he might, by the same token, have seen 2 savage, bandit gray crows, sinewy and hard as nails, soaring steadily by above him. But he had not looked, and now, well, you could plainly see they were laughing at him. Being crows and relations of the devil, they would. The trouble was, it seemed, that the rat meant to drag his bright bunch of feathers, forming 1 cock chaffinch, to the hedge. Meant to, I said, and he still meant to. The gray crows, however, disagreed with him. They were under the impression that they were there to see the pretty bunch of feathers receive their idea of decent burial. By the time that rat got back to the hedge, he had learnt the full meaning of the words gray crow. When he chopped at one, the other pulled him back by the tail, what was left of it. When he doubled upon himself, quick almost as a snake, and shark-grabbed at the other, the first one dug him in the ribs. When he sat, hunched on his haunches, on the defensive, they ate the chaffinch. When he flew at them, they flew too above his head, and forced him to run the gauntlet to the hedge for his life, or rather his eyes. He saved his eyes, but took a few more scars with him as souvenirs to add to his already fine collection, and he lost his chaffinch. All the same, he got to the hedge alive, if not quite whole, and never was rat more glad to find a place of safety than he was to tumble in among the moss that carpeted everything. Some hours passed while the rat lay there entrenched among the writhing roots and the moss feathering the dried stalks of last summer's flowers. The horde of rats passed too, slowly, which was what he was waiting for. 1 or 2, friends, shall we say, looked in to see if he was sufficiently dead yet for some of them to get their own back. But he was not dead, and they learned the fact with real pain, for one lost a chunk of ear, another a tail tip. At last he hopped out, devoutly hoping that his ungodly following had all gone on. He had had enough of being a leader, and only wanted to be alone. He was, apparently, getting too old and crusty for this sort of thing, and besides, a very short experience had taught him what others, not rats, have found before him, that in hard times a leader is likely to get all the kicks and mighty few of the ha'pence. For a time he watched some black and shining rooks out in the field nearby. They were turning over the lumps of manure under the snow for the sake of the insect grubs hibernating round the grass roots in those warmer places, and they were digging in about the only place where the snow had melted its heart a little on the south side of the base of the trees. And as he watched, it seemed to strike him to dig for himself. He selected a spot under an oak tree. It was easy to dig in the snow, and he went down sharp. Then he went down too sharp, through twilight into night, and landed upon the back of something warm and furry, which was alive. Just as he landed, as it seemed, though it was really the fraction of an instant afterwards, he bit downwards. Rats get into that way, I guess, but that bite was unfortunate all the same. As the giant rat knew, or guessed probably, he had fallen into a rabbit's hole. But the warm and furry thing that was alive in the hole was not, by any manner of means, anything so accommodating as a rabbit. That came of biting first, on spec, so to speak. There followed instantly a scream of anger, and forthwith you could tell by the hollow thumpings in the tunnel that the giant rat had become very busy. He knew that the scream could only come from one beast, a stoat. The stoat was big, as stoats go, and it goes without saying, big of courage, too. But that was not the rub. The stoat was not alone, it appeared. He had got his relations with him, not there exactly on the spot, but variously dispersed along the rabbit tunnels, executing a massacre of the innocent rabbits. The stoat's scream of rage was, it appeared, also a rally cry, for they were coming now, those confounded little fighting devils of relations, down the branching tunnels, driving, in some cases, the helpless, desperate rabbits before them. Citizen Rat would fain have removed from that place without further argument, and at top speed. The confounded stoat, however, hung on to him like a creditor to a poor man, and, though with his cold chiseled teeth the rat cut to tatters that part of his enemy he could reach, he could not find a vital spot and slay, and apparently nothing short of death would shake that indomitable little beast off. Nor was it much good pulling. The rat found that one doesn't make much headway with a full-grown dog stoat acting as brake. And moreover, that stoat had sturdy, if short legs, and with these he seemed mighty expert in pulling the other way. Moreover, it hurt. The giant rat had only 20 seconds before the first of that stoat's relations arrived at full sidelong gallop in answer to that rally cry, and no more than 40 seconds before the arrival of the fourth and last. And 20 seconds, though he fought with the awful cold fury which is peculiar to a cornered rat, were not enough. Both he and the stoat, not all the stoat, were still there at the end, and the result was curious. The first relation, the stoat's mate, announced her arrival by laying hold of the first thing she could. The rat announced it with a strong lunged scream of pain or terror or rage, and from that moment, it seemed, he never stopped screaming, whereas the stoats, except for a single yell of pain and fury from one of their number, remained henceforth grimly dumb and dumbly grim. The giant rat's ugly teeth cut round with that wonderful quickness of which a rat is capable, and all three of them were knocked sprawling by the first of the stampeding rabbits, blind with fear and utterly out of control. The rabbit went sprawling too, knocked a bit more silly than he already was, and lay kicking. Then, full speed ahead, announced by only a quick, drumming, echoing thud, into the struggling heap were piled the second and third rabbits, and the second of the stoat's relations. The last named, not realizing at all the hang of things, pulled up before he heard his nose, and began slaying the rabbit nearest him, who was apparently trying to burrow madly into a heaving heap of mixed fur ahead. Another rabbit, driven by another stoat, who was herself hard on its heels, shot clean over the first stoat's back and began climbing and butting away over the shocking mix-up in front. In the same instant, both the newly arrived stoats distinctly heard the scream of rage and pain driven out of the old dog stoat's mate as the giant rat, fighting like a Samson, got his gnawing teeth at last fairly into her. The scream gave the other stoats a line to steer for. By this time, everyone was sprawling flat or scrambling over somebody else, and to this unholy melee came the last stoat and two more rabbits shifting all out in front of him. It seemed that nothing was now needed to make confusion more complete. However, fate, when she does give things a woggle to see what will happen, doesn't use half measures. By this time, one or two of the rabbits, dashing and jumping here, there, and everywhere, had managed to bash a way through somehow and let out for the entrance like bullets fired up a smoothbore. They could only be heard, mind, by the rest of the crowd, not seen, and everybody was far too busy to take much notice of what they did. But those rabbits came back, not slowly, indeed rather faster even than they went, and charged full smash into the struggling mix-up that blocked the tunnel once again. Everybody must have felt the shock of their return. Had they gone mad? The mystery was quickly solved. There came a squeal, clear and distinct, of a rat, thin and wavering. It was an answer to the eternal, infernal gibbering of the giant rat, which had never ceased the whole time, and it was as if that gibber had caused it, which it probably had, unintentionally. Its effect upon the giant gibberer, however, was curious and instant. It shut him clean off, as one turns off steam in a tap, and from that moment he was dumb, and in his utter silence he spoke more than in many words. He knew, he understood. The fat was indeed in the fire now, and no mistake. The last red rays of the lowering sun stabbed down through the mouth of the hole and lit dozens of lamps, tiny piercing lights in pairs. The rabbits shuddered. The stoats stuck their fur out on end and arched their backs. The giant rat was still, deadly still. Those lamps were the lights in the eyes of rats, the rabble of whiskered cutthroats the giant had been forced to lead. Those of the little mix-up in the tunnel who could get away did. Rabbit and stoat racing side by side, oblivious of each other for once. For, though the courage of executioner stoat is above proof, even he has his limit, and no beast of the wild in his senses remains in the vicinity of a trekking of rats 1 fraction of a second longer than he can help. Those who could not get away died, fighting in the case of stoats, kicking in the case of the rabbits, pulled down by overwhelming numbers. You may think it fine that the rats came to the rescue of their leader, but they did no such thing. It was he who made the grandest fight of all against the rats, he who slew as no rat had ever been seen to slay before, not even in the memory of the oldest. He who, towering like a very Goliath, cut and slashed and hacked his way out with 6 foes hanging to him. He who staggered, grappling right and left out into the trampled snow. He who, battling like a battling Nelson, hammered his way through a tossing, tearing crowd of rats, out across the wheel-lined road, and who reeled, choking a rat in his grip, towards a terrified pedestrian. And somehow, using the pedestrian as a shield, he slipped away from the infuriated mob. What happened exactly to our hero, I do not know. The rats who had come to slay him for deserting them never knew. Nobody knows to this day. Certain it is, however, that his corpse was neither left nor eaten by his foes. His giant skeleton was nowhere. He vanished, that's all. Jumped literally at 1 bound into Spookland, and, for all I know, he may be alive even now. End of Section 6. Read by Mark Harrington. Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 7 of The Wild Unmasked by Howard Atkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 7. A Pygmy in Armour. She sat upon a privet leaf and surveyed the world in her quiet, unassuming, gentle way. You could see her quite a long way off, her tiger-red, black-spotted armor glowing wonderfully against the green. Her enemies could see her too, that little round pill of an insect, and she had enough of them to terrify a lion, but they left her alone. Apparently she was not painted like that for nothing. Nature in the wild does not advertise much without a reason, and here she was literally shouting in color, "Behold, here I am! See me, a ladybird!" But though they beheld, they passed by. She was, I fancy, not good to eat. Perhaps she was bitter to the taste, or contained an acid which burnt the mouth, or the tummy, or both. Anyway, she believed in flaming advertisement, whatever the reason was, so that no one could make a mistake and, foolishly eating her, find out the truth afterwards. She saw the swallows and the house martins cleaving the air overhead as they passed south to lands where the sun would not grow dim. She heard the chiff-chaffs going by on the same route, and she listened to the furious chorus of the sparrows who were getting ready to end their summer holiday in the country and get back to city life. She heard the robins singing, and their song was a doleful one, all about the winter to come. The long, soft southwest wind came whispering and soughing through the branches and stirred the leaves with a murmuring rustle. It whispered of wet, the wet that men know must follow the long drought. But she knew it before. That was why she was there. All the same, I don't pretend to know how she knew. She did, that's all, just as the birds know all about these things, and just as mysteriously. The dry weather had favored her. She had thriven mightily, at the green-fly's expense. It was the same all over the garden. Ladybirds swarmed. Casting his eyes along the hedge, an observer might have been surprised to see that everywhere, here and there upon the leaves, were other ladybirds, shining like minute tortoises, with polished red shells spotted with black and white. They were also upon the sprays of the tall, dark larch, and many stood on the summer house. They all seemed to be there, not by chance, but by arrangement, like people who come to see royalty pass in the streets. And of course, being ladybirds, they all seemed to be innocently interfering with nobody, and nobody interfering with them. Yesterday they had not been there, not 1 in 10 of them, for their work had lain in the other part of the garden, on the other side of the house, where the green fly were, or had been, before the ladybirds came out of nowhere to deal with them and save the garden. It was a mild day after a mild night. The insects had a long time before them yet, for it was only the 13th of September. Only, well, there was going to be a long period of wet, and Coccinella and her friends knew it. You may explain how they knew it, if you like. I cannot. Then suddenly Coccinella seemed to develop a tail. Then her red and painted armored back broke into 2 halves and hinged forward just abaft her neck, and then she shook out from underneath the armor large wings, the tips of which were what had looked like a tail. And then, well, who would have thought the little beggar who a moment ago had seemed wingless would be off like that? There she was, well out over the lawn, flying and rising steadily. She advertised herself even more on the wing than off it, looking like a floating disk of red gold fluff, but the fluffy idea was given by the vibration of the wings. You could follow her quite easily with the eye, for hers was a low-speed flying engine, apparently, and she didn't seem to be too certain of her steering gear or anything else very much. Or was it that she couldn't see? Anyway, by the time she had negotiated the length of the long lawn, she had nearly managed, in spite of the warning zip, to barge into a wasp. The wicked yellow devil was as conspicuous as Coccinella, too, and had all but collided with a gay and painted, powdered and rouged cock-chaffinch, who knows better than I do why he did not eat her. She seemed to be aiming for the upper left-hand window of the house. There were 4 windows on that side, 2 upstairs, 2 down, all open, which, in a straight line, was over 100 yards from her starting point. Her course, however, was much like the course of a boat crossing a rapid river to a landing stage on the far side. The wind came acrossways, and she drifted down on the window, with more luck than judgment, it seemed, and barged through the opening, just as she would have barged into the wall if she had missed the window, perhaps. The whole maneuver appeared to have been mere chance, Coccinella just landing where she hit, so to speak, for the flight had been a long one. But it only appeared to be, for the next instant another ladybird came charging into the room, full tilt, and fetched up with a little click on the carpet. Before Coccinella, who was on the carpet too, had finished folding her wings, others followed, all heading for the open window. You could see them coming right across the lawn, sometimes singly, sometimes 2 or 3 at a time. Many must have come quite a long way, but, long way or short, they all seemed to be quite wise as to where they were bound for, and went there as straight as their somewhat uncertain steering gear would take them. But how did they know? The windows of the other 3 rooms that faced that way were open, but they went only to that room. Why? As a matter of fact, it was the only room of the 4 suitable, or at least the one most suitable, for their plans. Coccinella got her wings folded up at last, as close as they fold patterns in a lady's fashion paper, and crawled towards the window. Dozens of ladybirds were beginning to cluster round the window, mostly about the sides, and little tiny nameless flies that ran about there too had a lively time of it because of the ladybirds. For the rest of the day, the surroundings of that window were alive with little, quiet, creeping, spotted creatures. By next dawn, the ladybirds seemed to have vanished. Nobody had seen them go. They had not gone. They were still there, up in the top 2 corners of the room, on the window side, under the ceiling, in 2 big, still clusters, each cluster anything from 50 to 3 times that number strong. The clusters were quite still, but every now and then a latecomer would whirl in at the window as soon as it was opened, and join a cluster. Except for this, however, there was no sign of life in the clusters. Coccinella and her friends were asleep for the winter, and would thank nobody to disturb them. So far as the world was concerned, they were a blotted-out quantity till spring came again. Gray, 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 and cold as a knife. The hateful northwest wind seemed to have cut all life down to cover level, and in the room it was bitterly cold. Yet on the lawn, triumphant, vigorous, full of go, under the dark tent of the pine boughs, danced a regiment of gnats, plainly visible as they had danced above the snow a week before, and something had certainly touched Coccinella. It was the last time when, and the last place where, one is taught by custom to expect insects, or things like them, yet there were undoubtedly the gnats, also the tiny flies with heart-shaped wings, which come indoors after vinegar, and which I call vinegar flies, and something was touching Coccinella. She was alive enough to note that fact. She was awake. With great caution, she poked her head out. A spider of the most astonishingly bright colors was touching her all over with its feelers to see if she were dead. Then that creature, too, neither insect nor good fresh herring, that spider, painted up like no other spider you ever saw, was lively and on the war-path also. Coccinella gently drew back her head. She hated spiders with a bitter hatred of practically all insects for the 8-legged slayers, but she knew how to bide her time. And it is curious to note that in that bitter cold it had taken so slight a touch to find her wide awake and prepared for trouble. Coccinella was quite well aware that so long as the hungry, long-legged horror simply examined her red armor-plated back, he, she, or it could not get much change out of the said examination, for she appeared, in the position she was then in, to be all back, a la tortoise. But the spider knew a thing or two also. It knew that there must be a vulnerable end somewhere in that living armored car, so to say. The thing was to find it, and not wake the sleeper. The spider has very effective poison, you know, and one nip, one injection from its pointed jaws at the vulnerable end, and, oh, Coccinella! The jaws could make no impression on the armor of the back, the big wing cases, which covered practically all of Coccinella. Our ladybird knew that, for she was not a fool. Wherefore she played the waiting game, not wishing to die of acid poison or whatever precise murder juice the spider carries up her dainty sleeve. Curled up and peering out of a crack in herself, as it were, Coccinella watched the legs of the horror work gradually round towards her head. She saw the underneath part of the soft sack of a hateful body. She felt the gentle tap, tap, tap work along the armor plating up to her head. And then, quick as an electric spark, she struck. The spider has no armor plating like insects. It is but a sack with a head tied on to one end and a spinning machine on the other. It is vulnerable practically in most places, and Coccinella's strong jaws cut deep and true like shears. The spider collapsed and doubled up suddenly and horribly, and as suddenly let go and fell. Coccinella watched the fall. I do not know whether she could see so far, but I presume so. Anyway, if she could, she must have seen the spider fall into one of those empty, clean glass jam jars that stood below, and from that slippery prison, it would seem, there was no escape. The spider raced round and tried to climb up the glass wall, but it always slid back again, beaten. Then Coccinella burrowed deeper into the cluster of sleeping ladybirds and composed herself to slumber away the hateful cold days and long nights once again, quite untroubled. It was a fine day, a very fine day. The sun shone, and the little leaves of the hazel and the lime and the sycamore outside the open window were shaking themselves out like big, moist green tassels. A cuckoo called somewhere in the haze of beyond. A willow warbler repeated his melancholy descending cadence all over again somewhere else. A swallow swerved and darted about the sky. Chaffinches delivered their smashing song everywhere. And Coccinella woke up. She did not know the time, not to say the day of the week, the day of the month, or the month itself. She only knew the temperature, and that was decidedly warm. Nevertheless, it was unfortunate that she did not know the time, because if she had, she would have gone to sleep again till next morning. As it was, she got up and wandered forth. By this date, the clusters of ladybirds had shrunk considerably. It did not appear that any of them had died during the winter, long though it had been, for this was May Day, and some of them had been asleep since the 13th of September in the previous year. Moreover, Coccinella left a good number in the bunch still, to sleep for many a day yet. On the other hand, as early as a month ago, the 1st of April, the day on which the thrushes sang so madly and wonderfully, some of the little beetles had wakened and gone forth into the open, never to return. And between 1st of April and 3rd of April, one cluster out in the passage that led to the room had melted entirely in this fashion. Coccinella crawled down towards the window and the window-sill. She took a long time about it, in her little, prim, unassuming fashion, and looked like some minute clockwork toy tortoise in the process. She met on the way several people. One was a queen wasp, looking for a place to make a nest, and, of course, in the usual queen wasp vile temper. This lady blunted the point of her fine new sting on the armor plate of Coccinella's back, for no reason that anyone but a wasp could see. Coccinella met a fat female housefly, a survival of the fittest from last year. She met a mite, about the size of a pin's head it was, and of a cream color, and promptly slew it, which was wise, for wheresoever a mite takes hold upon an insect, there it seems to stick, and the two never appear to part company in this life. She also met a big, fat bumblebee in a hurry and a fur coat, all hot and flustered because it had come into the room by mistake and couldn't find a way out of it, and that bee, in the confusion it kicked up, very nearly succeeded in slaying Coccinella. Finally, she met a child. The child took her up on her finger, and holding her up in the air, cried, "Ladybird, ladybird, fly away home. Oo's house is on fire, and Oo's babies is gone. Ceptin one, and her name is Anne. She's kwept under the fwyin' pan." And lo, before you could gasp, and as if she understood the words and knew they were for her, and knew, too, what was expected of her, Coccinella threw forward her 2 armored wing covers on their hinges, and, for the first time for nearly 9 months, unfolded her wings. She looked very funny like that, with her wings out and the wing cases thrown forward in front. She appeared quite overweighted and overbalanced, and it made the child laugh. But even as the child laughed, away went the ladybird, out of the open window, into the air and the great big world beyond. It was evening outside, and the smoldering sun was weaving twisted copper nets through the twigs and the trellis. In the corners, the shadows were already beginning to come out with the dusk haze and creep about. It would soon be dark. But it was no shadow that came darting in and out at Coccinella across the lawn, shooting and twisting this way and that, with more than bird-like speed and agility. It was upon poor Coccinella, pursuing her whirring, uncertain way, as quick as a rifle shot. There followed a single snap as of teeth, and it was gone. And so was Coccinella, forever in the jaws of a bat, and just as she was about to lay her eggs, which was, after all, the only purpose for which she had been allowed to exist at all. What an enigma is life. End of Section 7. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 8 of The Wild Unmasked by Frank Howard Atkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 8. A Real Hero. Men speak of duty as if they held the monopoly of that commodity, and alone are qualified and certified to deal in the same. They do not and are not. The creatures of the wild know the terror and the glory of that word too, and voluntarily, in some cases, stretch themselves upon its rack, especially the birds. This is the story of a bird which did his duty, or tried to, which, I imagine, is reckoned about the same thing when the angels come to balance up one's account and find out who is made good and who is bilked. And the name of this bird was Mr. Passer domesticus. Domestic he was, and a cuss, according to popular report. But what's in a name? If he had been a rarity instead of a common sparrow, men would have called him beautiful and marveled at his ways. As it was, they called him all sorts of names, and did their best to abolish him and his ways. That they failed, and that he coolly refused to be wiped out, only shows that he was a very remarkable bird, and that his ways were extraordinary. Indeed, if the truth be told, man got no change out of Mr. Passer domesticus, and, oddly enough, though so familiar, man failed utterly to understand him. But then everybody else did the same. So far as I know, Mr. Passer domesticus was without a friend in all the world, but he seemed to thrive upon it. Mr. Passer sat upon a green-leafed apple bough and tidied himself up generally. Then he puffed himself up, just as if he wasn't puffed up enough already, and sat scowling with that scowl which comes with a dark skull-cap and a bull neck. He was very satisfied with himself, was Mr. Passer. He had won for himself a wife in a society where every female is a coquette, and every lover has to fight at least 6 rivals. He had found a house lot in a land where safe house lots were notoriously hard to find, and were contested for almost to the death. And in the process he had fought and vanquished, not without bloodshed on both sides, 2 pairs of house martins and 1 pair of house sparrows. He had helped to build a nest of nests, wondrously fashioned of hay and horsehair. Then he had induced a hen of wanton and uncertain temper to lay 3 clutches of eggs, with 5 eggs to a clutch. he had forced to the unspeakably trying and wearing task of incubation a wife amazingly slick in the habit of restless flirtation and egg desertion, and had brought himself, by day at any rate, to assist, though he utterly loathed the job, in that same incubation in person. He had led forth into a merciless and everlastingly hungry world 3 broods of young plump fools, of half-helpless, self-advertising young sparrows, just made to be eaten, and fed them at 4-minute intervals in a general food scramble against time. All this in a period covered twixt the carnival of the foaming pink and white and crimson fruit blossom and the loading down of the curving branches with clustered apples. Mr. Passer, seated, as has been said, upon an apple twig, was pleased as he preened in the golden sun among the gilding apples. He had done his duty, almost. Remained only for his wife to finish sitting upon the eggs of his 4th and last brood, and he would have done his duty quite. Then Mr. Passer was not pleased. Of a sudden he became aware of a chirping, a most peculiar and quite unmistakable chirping to those who know sparrows, among the trailing spires, flecked with white and glaring scarlet, that marked the bean patch. Such notes does a lovesick sparrow use, but, and here Mr. Passer fell from his apple perch and whizzed to the spot like a masterless bullet. One of the sparrows moved in view among the beans at that instant, and revealed the maddening fact that she, to whom the lovesick chirrupings were being addressed, was Mr. Passer's wife. Duty. The word flamed in the little bullet head of him and set him afire with righteous rage. He charged headlong at the love-sick one, at that moment trapezing upon the very tip-top of a beanstalk, and the 2 came down in a tussling bunch of brown feathers and shrill curses. It was the shrill curses that did it. It always is in sparrow society. One would think sparrows loved a row for its own sake. One can scarcely think they knew what the rumpus was about. Anyway, they came like little brown streaks drawn out of nowhere, for there had been hardly a sparrow to be seen a moment before, and they fairly flung themselves into that quarrel. In the length of a breath, the scarlet runners were the scene of a very fair-sized riot, and all the scarlet was not theirs. There was some of the sparrows to boot. I do not pretend to know precisely what happened during the brief course of that set to. There appeared to be no rules, Queensberry or otherwise, governing the game. Everybody seemed to fight everybody else, and nobody was idle, not even the hens. Perhaps someone can tell me whether more than 3, or at the outside 4, knew what they were fighting about. Personally, I don't see how they could. Most of them hadn't been there to see. But there was no doubt about the fighting. Beaks designed and patented, as theirs were, by the firm of Finch, to which they belonged, to crack the hardest seeds, cannot be expected to work in rage upon feathers, skin, and flesh without doing something. They did. Mr. Passer arose from the ground and the back of his foe at the end of a minute, when the cursing, which was awful, subsided a bit, and the fighting, which was brutal, broke up, and what was left of that rival would not be much good for illicit flirting for many a long day. Another cock sparrow did not get up. There were reasons. His head was stove in. And a third went away in a circle. He had lost an eye. Things like this, however, must be after a famous victory, and when the rioting ceased and the rioters vanished almost as mysteriously as they had arrived, Mr. Passer was scarcely a surprised bird. And he was a happy one, for he had won. Mrs. Passer, however, was not so happy. Her time was to come, and she knew it. There were no lengths to which her mate would not go in the cause of duty, and she knew that too. Also, I have often thought that there was something of the coster about Mrs. Passer. She had but just fought anybody who chose to come along, like a she-demon, but that did not prevent her from failing utterly to put up any fight at all against her husband, who fell upon her, beak first, and dealt with her not gently, but to the point, very much to the point, both ways. In fact, his conduct was brutal and inexcusable to our eyes, and unfit for any husband. But I suppose he knew what he was at in pecking his dearly beloved on head and neck and breast and back with extraordinary fury and brutality. He was only carrying out one of those stern tribal laws that have made the sparrow a power in the land. Anyway, he did it, and his wife appeared to think that it had to be done. She put up no protesting beak to stop it, nor did she hit back. The only question was whether she would survive it. She staggered a bit, but she lived. Finally, Mrs. Passer broke from her raging and swearing, belaboring spouse and fled away home. It was the wisest thing she could do. The wonder was that she had not done it before, that she had ever, in fact, risked such a shocking bullying, which she must have known she would get if caught, for the rather questionable joys of a clandestine meeting with another hen's husband. Mrs. Passer returned to the precise, untidy heap of rubbish in a spouting which did duty as the family nursery, and Mr. Passer mounted guard on the roof. Thereafter, the process of hatching continued more or less placidly. If a sparrow came unto that roof, he did not come a second time, and if a star-eyed robin or a painted chaffinch appeared, it was just the same. Mr. Passer interviewed them all in one way, beak first, and full speed ahead. After about an hour of more or less continuous excitement, Mr. Passer volunteered to do some hatching on his own account. Waiting till no one was or appeared to be looking, he slipped into the nest. In the stuffy, heated darkness, he found his wife, standing up. He may have thought this peculiar, and intimated his wish to take her place in a deprecating, shy sort of way, quite different from his last treatment of her. In fact, he almost begged of her, ruffling his feathers and bowing and twittering subduedly. She, however, took no notice of him. In her nest, at any rate, she was queen, and took good care to make the most of it. Besides, she was busy. There was other life in that nest beside those two. You could feel it. It was in the air somehow. Mr. Passer stopped his shuffling and tried to peer round his wife. There was not much room, and it was nearly dark, but what he saw or heard or felt was enough for him. There were no longer eggs to be hatched in that nest. There were young sparrows, blind, but hungry to a certainty. Mr. Passer turned tail and fled. He knew his duty, and was no shirker, and squeak, squeak! In his haste to get out of the place, Mr. Passer had run smack into the beak of a swift. The swift was going into the hole under the roof where it and, so far as I can make out, at least half a dozen other swifts lived. Mr. Passer's nest was in the gutter just above this hole. At least, it was then, but it had been farther along the gutter, half stuffing up a pipe, before an almost tropic rain shower washed it farther out. Mr. Passer had the reputation of being nifty with his mitts, and a bit of a plug ugly to boot, and he never believed in fighting without advertising the fact. He made noise enough for 4 sparrows, but he closed with a swift, which also screamed promptly. The swift was horrified. He had no intention of harming anybody, much less fighting anybody. But Mr. Passer came of a hard and suspicious breed. His bitter experience had made him both, even if hereditary instinct had not. The two grappled and swayed dizzily about for a moment, and then fell headlong, still grappling. The swift had only an apology for a beak, and no weapons worth speaking of to fight with, but he could cling, his claws being designed and constructed specially for that purpose. They were, indeed, living grappling irons, and he clung. Mr. Passer's beak was enough for him to cling by. The two of them arrived upon the gravel path, and not gently. Also, they arrived upon their heads. The swift, having shot out his enormously long scimitar wings, and being so built that he was all feather, very light, and of the air airy, did not take much harm. But Mr. Passer hit his blunt, low-browed head upon a stone, and was still. Also, which was more important to the swift, he let go. The swift went immediately. He had had enough. Mr. Passer did not go at once. He had to wait for some time before his senses returned to him, and then he went, the demon of duty driving him. Furiously he found caterpillars, green and bronze, or greenish bronze, among the currant leaves. No, my friends of the rat and sparrow clubs, he did not touch even a late necklace of blood-red pearl-like currants, or one great rich ruby of a raspberry. The golden drop gooseberries right under his beak did not appeal to him, and an early polished enamel apple, all sun-yellow and grass-green, dawn-pink and sunset red, failed to tempt him. He simply took his grisly victims, which had been sent to eat all these very things, and hurried with them back to the nest, from which his wife promptly and superiorly turned him out again, him and his load. Apparently, he was too previous. The young were not sufficiently recovered from the shock of finding themselves alive in this wicked world to develop an appetite even for soft food. Passer was an old father, counting time by numbers of broods raised, not by years, but he recognized that there was no wisdom like the wisdom of the old wives, and he waited humbly, shivering and wet, in a downpour of rain outside his home, until such time as it should please his wife to give him orders. Early at dusk, for sparrows are early to bed and late to rise, since it continued to rain, he crept just inside his domicile. His wife had made no sign, and he dared not go and see. He concluded she was brooding her young. It was certainly abominably wet and decidedly cold. A wasp and several spiders had crept in for shelter, and been promptly slain, to prove it. And Mr. Passer found, as he crouched inside near the entrance, that the roof leaked, and he made a mental note of the fact. During the night, a wet and inky-hued mouse, looking half-drowned, came rustling in, thinking evidently, upon experience gained, no doubt, with other species of birds, that this bird nursery must be deserted and done with by now, or... But who can tell? Mice sometimes come to birds' nests for other reasons, you know. None saw, but many heard, for there are more inhabitants of a roof in summer than people think, the battle that followed. The mouse got hung up in the matted nest wall, and Mr. Passer, who I don't think could see or feel in the dark so well as the mouse could, had a taste of what a cornered mouse is like to tackle. But it was his duty to eject that mouse, and ejected he was by Mr. Passer, 3 flaming gashes from the razor-sharp little edged teeth notwithstanding, with one eye shut up and a good deal of fur gone. That which followed next dawn was only what Mr. Passer expected. Duty. Duty, in the shape of his wife, drove Mr. Passer forth. Long after the sun was blazing up in his chariot of flame, it must be confessed, to find caterpillars, and to keep on finding them at about 4-minute intervals, hour-long and day-long, till that family, the 4th and the last, grew up. And if he could not find caterpillars, he must find scraps. I have it on Mr. Passer's own confession that, in spite of Boer guns, BSA air rifles, militia air rifles, gem air rifles, traps, and cats, especially cats, he more often found scraps than caterpillars, many of the latter as he did find. And what was the most wonderful of all, considering, he lived. He lived, in fact, till the day when he sat upon a bough at the end of a row of 5 as fine, fat, flourishing, and well-feathered young sparrows as ever you saw, and his wife sat at the other end of that row. I think Mr. Passer must have indulged in a doze, a very rare thing for sparrows, unless they are suffering from that disease of the eyes that afflicts sparrows, result of too much fighting perhaps, or unless they are tired out on migration, for sparrows do migrate, you know. Anyway, he did doze, for he opened his eyes with a start in the rich gold sun and looked round with an anxious stare, as if his eyes had suddenly been opened. Perhaps he had dreamt, in 2 senses of the word. He saw the laden apple boughs bent to the earth with their painted clustered burdens, and the jet blackbirds and the brown penciled thrushes at surreptitious work upon these. He heard the pearl-spangled starlings giving themselves away hopelessly by their ceaseless quarreling among the pale gold pears. He watched the warblers searching round the royal purple plums, not entirely for insects, and he knew the vengeance that must come for these things. The year had turned, was at its turn indeed, when his brood was born. Many of the currant leaves were stained with yellow and rust. The grass was a shrunken brown shadow, between which the new clover showed. The potato patch was bare. The long beans were a tangled heap, and the result of the white butterfly plague that had been was eating fast into the cabbage bed. And Mr. Passer guessed that it was about time to step off. The boom of the garden was over. Soon there would set in the slump, and it was not part of his duty to be there when the slump came. He must find another boom elsewhere, and leave the garden which he had served so well. Some laugh, but they may. Mr. Passer had eaten a few peas when they were sown. He had eaten none when they were grown. He had taken a few red currants, but mostly those which the blackbirds and the thrushes had knocked down. He had reared 4 broods upon insects and scraps and ants' eggs, and no man can compute the worth of the fruit which the caterpillars he had killed would have spoilt. For afternoons together he had canvassed the potato plants for caterpillars, taken literally by the beakful, and he had spent half a morning at a time vying with the wasps in hunting over the cabbage patch for the caterpillars of the garden white butterfly, but only when scraps and crumbs failed, mark you, or when his young were very callow. I think even he would say as much. Now his duty demanded a change. Let the blackbirds and the thrushes take the fruit, and risk their necks in the process if they chose. It was no change. He had seen them doing it all along, ever since the currants were ripe, and he had beheld them gorge. Now, however, he was off. A voice within him seemed to be saying, "Slide cornwards," and cornwards he slid. One chirp, and he was away over the garden, his family following in a little cluster. As he went, he heard a Boer shotgun speak sharply once, and beheld a blackbird that had risen from a fallen yellow pear turn a clean somersault in the air and land upon his head. Whop! Another blackbird he beheld just as he topped the garden wall, fluttering her heart out in a net, and he heard the scream of sheer terror of a young sparrow caught by a cat. As he hurried away over the paddock, Mr. Passer never halted, never swerved. He kept on, field after field, mile after mile, over the cow pastures, over the railway, over the allotments, over the neatly patterned market gardens. He knew what he was doing, this bird who for 4 months had never flown more than 300 yards, and he knew where he was going. Soon he and his family left the houses behind, and the great, clean, quiet peace of the country rose up and engulfed them. And with it they opened up a new world, a world different in scene, in food, in competitors, in custom, and in foes. Mr. Passer had just time to give one wild squawk and to drop like a stone into a briar bush along a hedge, hurtling upwards a cloud of gorgeous peacock, painted lady, and red admiral butterflies, and glaring yellow wasps from the clustered rich masses of blackberries thereon, as something spoke as a sword speaks in the filmy blue-draped dome of the sky above. It was merely a raking, pirate-rigged sparrowhawk, and it missed the last of the young sparrows by the length of half a tail feather, thanks to Mr. Passer's habit of stern discipline. Had they not gone with him voluntarily like one bird of them would have gone involuntarily with that hawk. In 5 minutes, Mr. Passer led them onwards, close past that same hawk. It was standing upon the ground, or, more correctly, upon a chaffinch, and that chaffinch's feathers were flying all ways in a neat circle. The young sparrows nearly had a fit, but Mr. Passer knew that a hawk at its kill is little more dangerous than a barn-door fowl. Anon, the golden wonder of a cut cornfield opened up before them. The field was full of birds, greenfinches, chaffinches, goldfinches, yellow buntings, and linnets, there in their hundreds, feasting upon the old gold corn, but mostly one saw and heard the ever-shifting flocks and clouds of sparrows. And then it was that a strange thing happened. Mr. Passer had dropped his own little family flock down among a big flock of sparrows, covering some corn sheaves like autumn leaves. He stayed only long enough to see them well launched upon their feast, and then began quietly to draw away. His work was done. His duty was at an end at last. He had slipped the painter, or all but. Henceforth his family must maneuver on their own. He had brought them to a land of plenty, this, the fourth of his broods, and from now they must— What was that? A young sparrow, one of his young sparrows, had squawked with agony in the warm, ample stillness, and Mr. Passer returned like a quivering brown streak. He was in time to see a pinkish-greenish bird, about the size of a very small thrush or a very big lark, with a pale bluish head and black and white points, land upon the back of one of his, Mr. Passer's, sons. Then he landed upon that bird's back, whack, like a little brown bullet. He had never met such a bird before. It did not look big enough to be formidable, but it was, and in a flash he realized his mistake. But it was too late. Mr. Passer's son scrambled clear and flew away. All the other birds flew away. Only Mr. Passer did not, because he couldn't. He was fighting for his life against the traitor of the lesser bird people, the red-backed shrike, the terrible butcher bird of the thorn hedges, the bird that was once an ordinary bird, perhaps, but is in process of turning, via evolution, into a hawk. And Mr. Passer, upon his back and pecking furiously to the last, knew that this was the end. He had made one blunder. Only one, mark you, but one was too many. Nature, who had finished with him, would not give him a second chance. There was one cruel, bitter, deadly little whirligig scuffle, one horrible, tense worry, one pathetic, wild, desperate scream, and then silence, broken only by the spasmodic thuds of Mr. Passer's dying wing beats upon the ground, and those other and horrible thuds of the butcher bird's hooked bill hammering in the grand little cock sparrow's skull. Life had lost, and duty had won. End of Section 8. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 9 of The Wild Unmasked by Howard Atkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 9. The Great Adventure. The otter rode at anchor, as it were, in midstream, only his flat, broad head above the surface. He was lazily watching the water fall along the bank under the still alders. He said nothing, being an otter, and coming of a tribe whose members have very little to say. He must have thought a good deal, though, for there was no getting over the fact that the water was falling fast. You could see the dark line of the wet earth below the high water mark, widening visibly, and the tops of water rats' holes that had not seen daylight for years appearing one after the other. Moreover, the otter's strong tail was telling him that something was wrong with the feel of the current, and that his body would not, so to speak, answer its helm, whilst the way everybody who was anybody in the watery world, from pike to big old trout, was edging downstream would have been enough to prove that something had gone wrong with the works somewhere, if further proof were needed. Perhaps no rain had fallen in the hills for a long time. Perhaps someone had dammed the river for his own purposes, or something equally exciting had happened. The reason was out of sight and does not matter. It is the result that concerns us. The otter turned and lazily paddled to a flat slab of rock, usually submerged, but not awash. He crawled out, all shining, dripping wet, a wonderful bronze silhouette against the ruby of the setting sun. His world was dropping from him, and he knew it, and those other water people, big and small, who hurried by, green and bronze and silvery, they would soon know it too. Still, it was part of his breeding that he was not afraid. He came of a tribe from which nature seems to have almost eliminated fear. He was only curious, which, however, is a more unhealthy trait than fear in the wild. Anon he dived, rolled over, and shot up again, blowing the drops from his short face in a little ruby shower. He climbed up to the top of another rock close by, and then, head first, shot down one sloping side of it, hitting the water with a clean smack and going under in a burst of spray. The sloping slab was as smooth as polished glass. It had been used as a chute by countless generations of otters. As for our otter, every supple line of him a glisten and a gleam as he rolled and dived and curved and swerved. He was playing in earnest, as otters and pumas and many other wild beasts do, to keep himself in training for the grim, real game of life and death. He had just climbed to the knife-blade top of this rock for the 5th time to shoot the chute, when, happening to glance down, a gleam that was not of the water nor of wet stone flashed to his fine eyes, and he checked himself, all claws a-scratch, tail hard down, head up. It was a near thing, because his body had already begun to move, but he ended by flinging himself sideways, hitting the water well away from that spot. Then, paddling gingerly, and with every coarse bristle stiff along his neck, he came back to investigate. It was, as he thought, a trap. Standing well clear, he sniffed the horror curiously, and his clever eyes noted all things. How it had been set below water at the bottom of the chute, how the water had fallen to expose it, how he must have dived within an inch or two of its metal-toothed death more than once, and how, in the end, it must have had him. Little escapes like that jar the nerves. They jar even a wild creature's nerves, and that dog-otter invited himself downstream in the gathering darkness, alert beyond even his habitual, almost uncanny alertness. Now, when otters wish to shift themselves from spot to spot on a river, they do so at something very amazing in the matter of speed. That one had gone quite a long distance downstream before he slowed down or even so much as lifted more than his patent automatic watertight nostrils above the surface. When he did so, he nearly let in a mouth of water with surprise. He did, in actual fact, fall backwards, diving and bobbing up again like some shining merman, and he really whistled. His long-drawn, flute-like whistle throbbed weirdly across the moonlit, lonely reaches, fading away along the dim, narrowing perspective of the banks into silence, and was answered only by silence and the faint whispering undertone of the waters. But the otter was far too much excited to wait for an answer, had there been one, which there was not. He spun on his tail where he floated, and paddling at first with all 4 webbed feet, headed upstream again, upstream by the way he had come, but at a very different pace from that which had brought him down. He hugged the opposite bank this time, and, as soon as he had got up speed, tucked his forepaws up under his chest, and with long, easy strokes of his powerful hind legs, settled into his regular traveling stroke. It was the unmistakable scent of a certain young and graceful and obviously beautiful maiden of his own particular species he had scented. She must have passed him under the opposite bank, going upstream, as he was arguing with an odd pike or two in the process of going down. He did not know that all the water bailiffs had gone below to try to trap, shoot, or net otters, pike, and other vermin, so-called, as they came hurrying down at the bidding of the falling river. Nor did he know that she had barely escaped with her life and a grazed hide to turn back upstream in terror. He did not care. He did not care about anything. In a manner of speaking, he was mad. Unattached young lady otters were rare on that stream, and far too coy and scarce to lose sight, or rather scent, of when one is a full-grown big dog otter, anxious to shoulder the troubles and trials and burden of marriage. There was, therefore, necessity for hurry, and he hurried, the fish side-slipping out of his headlong path in silver and gold gleams as he swam. What were fish to him now, when love pointed the way? It was a pointed way, too, full of danger. Once there was a man fishing, or poaching, a dim, motionless, tree-like figure on the bank, whose line our otter fouled, and, after a heated argument, broke ere the man, wading into the whirl of foam, could succeed in bringing down a club upon his head. Once, also, in rounding a bend too sharply, still following the love trail, always following the trail, mind, he barged full tilt into the bows of a boat coming at a fair speed in the opposite direction. It was a blow fairly on the snout, his most sensitive spot, and a heavy one at that, and its effect upon him was remarkable. He literally crumpled up where he floated, and sank like a log, limply, turning slowly over and over as the hurrying waters shouldered him sideways to the bank. Apparently, he had been killed on the spot by that blow on his nose. And anyway, if not killed, he must certainly drown, for even otters cannot keep under water forever. The boat passed on, never stopping, her occupant thinking, no doubt, he had struck a grounded snag, and the river was left to the long, silent minutes that seemed ages, while the otter drifted, all limp and motionless, except for the false movements that the water gave him. And then it was that a pike came, swift, wolf-like, and curious. The light coming down from the narrowed circle of moonlight overhead showed his saw-toothed snout thrust out grimly, showed his staring eyes, cruel as the water, and ghostily revealed the shadow of his great bulk. Would that otter never move? Must he drown then, or let the pike... He opened one fine eye slowly, in a dreamy way, full upon the pike backing off like a steam ram for the rush in. Enough. He opened both eyes. He stared, and then, rolling in part, tumbling in part, clumsily paddling in part, almost wholly suffocated, he blundered to the bank, consciously or unconsciously kicking up a cloud of mud, through which the baffled pike charged hither and thither with snapping, awful jaws. Too late. It is said that the otter has few natural enemies. Yes, except by mistake, or when down. After 10 minutes, the beast again took the water, none the worse. He was not afraid of the pike now, might even, if put out, attempt to go for him. Upstream again headed the otter at his best speed. Times he paused on a mud spit or a log to sound his far-carrying, flute-like whistle abroad. Times he came out to cross a bend on dry land, taking extra care to scent out traps here, where his lady-to-be had crossed it. Times he paused to examine a fish, only half eaten, that she had slain by the way and left upon the bank, possibly as a guide as well as a meal. But mostly he swam fast and silently, hugging the bank and following the trail that hung on the surface in the dank air like oil. Dawn came, wan, chill, and wet, but he never ceased his steady progress through the sizzling rain, trailing always with the dogged persistence of all the great weasel tribe. Nothing, indeed, could stop him now. Nothing, that is, save death or disaster. But he labored under an awkward disadvantage which hindered him. He was now trailing by day the route the she-otter had taken by night, and it landed him into some curious happenings. He could, of course, have waited for darkness again, but who could tell what might come of delay? The scent might fail, his lady-love might die, or, worse still, a second suitor might arrive before him. Whereupon he stuck grimly to his task and suffered accordingly. There was, for instance, one spot by a mill where she had gone right round the miller's house and through the orchard, perhaps to avoid the wheel, and he had to puzzle out the track in the sun. He took that orchard at the gallop, his strange, low, sidelong, undulating gallop, like a hunted cat, and a boy, seeing him, gave chase, hallooing all the way. There was the spot where she had sprung clean over a trap, and he, in his hurry, nearly sprung the diabolical thing upon himself. Once he stayed to paddle round a hole in the river, and frightening all the few small fish left, those that had not gone downstream, to the side and under stones, nosed them out at leisure to the number of 3. But fish so far up the fast-narrowing river were scarce, and, being hungry, he was forced to stalk a water-rail, which dived, and hanging on to the bottom of a reed with its beak, took him 15 minutes to find, and another 15 seconds to slay. Night came, and with it strange things. The trail turned suddenly to the right and went away up the riverbank and across country, out into the night and the fields. He was puzzling it out in the middle of a meadow where the she-otter had evidently circled about and slain a green plover, or lapwing, as the feathers attested, when a curious thing occurred. From behind he heard the drumming of feet approaching, and as he pivoted and crouched in a flash, he was, before he could grasp the situation or the cause of it, fairly run over by a hare going like the wind. Now, hares do not shift about the ordnance map in that mad fashion as a rule, unless fairly well upset and chased by something. The otter knew that, for wild creatures seem to catch alarm as if telegraphed from one another's actions, and he continued to crouch, facing the way the hare had come, waiting for the pursuer. Much as he would have liked to take that rare chance of turning hare into supper, he had no desire to be a supper in his turn for whatever might be following. Anon, another pattering came, fainter and peculiar. It was a dark night and drizzling, and through the darkness and the drizzle he suddenly saw eyes, green and forbidding. Even as he gathered himself together, however, the eyes stopped. Their owner had scented him, though he could not see him, for the wind was blowing that way. For this our friend may have cursed it, since it gave the other a distinct advantage. The strange, uncanny owner of the luminous twin-brain lamps would know by the scent who he was, but he was, and must remain, failing closer acquaintance, ignorant of the other's identity. A long pause followed, during which he distinctly heard, afar off, the wonderful, far-carrying whistle of an otter, and the same nearly drove him crazy. He wanted to be off in pursuit of it, which was in the direction the trail led, but even in his madness he knew better than to turn his back upon an unknown foe who showed his strength by hunting hares in the middle of an open field. The eyes, however, began to fade, slowly, gradually, second by second, fainter and fainter, and out. The other beast, whoever he was, had backed off, and our otter was left to follow the trail as fast as he could, which he did at a gallop. The trail led now to a little stream, a confluent of the river he had just come from. There were trout in this stream, and, contrary to what the storybooks say he would do, he frightened them into the bank by merely swimming down the center, and then stalked them where they hid under stones. He got a couple, eating only the shoulder, and came upon a fish that the she-otter must have killed and sampled only the shoulder of, too, all three being left upon the bank for the water bailiffs to find and swear over. Then the whistle sounded again, ahead, and he answered it, and stay! Surely that was but an echo of the night, some strange trick of the damp and watery hollows that caused his own whistle to appear to obtain an answer away back behind him. Perhaps he never even heard it, although his ears were as quick as his nose. Perhaps he was too love-blind to notice. He hurried on, anyway, only to find, after a mile or two, that the stream ended in a mill pond. Beyond that, it was almost too narrow for anything, and the trail now headed off across fields again and up over a hill. But I do not think that even he bargained for the end of it, which came in about 2 hours. The end was sudden enough for anything, a sheer drop of some hundreds of feet. He had romped all at once through lichen and delicate sea fern to stop, sitting back on his haunches, arrested at this. And the sea moaned and sobbed, quote, like some huge elemental grief, unquote, or went off in mighty booms like the discharge of cannon among the fretted caves and arches and holes and inlets below. What a place for wild outlaws! The moon flung a path of silver far across the breathing sea, and in that path moved swiftly, or sat bobbing at calm ease, heads of animals at their play and their fishing, heads of seals. From the height where the otter stood, they seemed scarce larger than water shrews. And then suddenly he quivered from head to foot and became a statue as, from far along the rock-guarded coast, above the pounding of the breakers, came back and up to him, faintly, it is true, but loud enough for quick ears strained to hear, that wild, lonely whistle of a she-otter craving a mate. It was a wild-looking and dangerous otter that raced up and down along the brink of that sickening chasm, puzzling out the trail. He carried it to a path, oblivious to everything, oblivious even to the sudden clicking of stones behind him that at any ordinary time would have hurled him to cover or flattened him, frozen in his stride, on the instant. One calls it a path because it wasn't a sheer vertical drop. A monkey might negotiate it with luck, one would guess, none other. But that crazy otter took it almost at the gallop, leaping from point to point over the places he could not wait to go slow upon, with the sea pink and the sea fern brushing his coat by the way. Down, down, till they silvered his coat with a gentle spray, and still down, giddily, sickeningly, below plant life, into the mist of the spray rainbows hanging like gossamer upon the air. In the end, he found a cove so tiny that the sea foam joined with his own in flecking his wonderful coat, and the whole place was full of the roar of the water. And here he stopped, transfixed, staring rudely, abashed. In the middle of it all, on her haunches, like a cat, with sleek, wet head upraised upon the molded column of her long neck, carved, as it were, by some mad master hand in this mad place, and mounted upon a pedestal of a single upflung fang of jet-black rock, surrounded by a seething white cauldron of foam, sat she, the goal of his quest, the life of his endeavor, the queen of his hopes and his dreams. It was a fair chance, in love or war, and it was taken. Creeping up from behind, mostly under water, and with only his nose showing, came the very old, soured dog-otter who was the owner of the eyes in the meadow, the clicker of stones behind just now, and the mysterious something that had been trailing him all along. Our otter, frozen in the excitement of watching the wondrous sight of his heart's desire there in that setting, heard nothing and saw nothing. Any sound that the enemy may have made in his final rush, and the otter is the most silent beast I know, in or out of, or returning to, or leaving the water, must have been drowned by the infernal din of the raging breakers. Our otter first knew of the presence of any other living thing when he felt a choking grip at the side of his neck. Yet, no, it was not quite the first. In his charge and jump, the enemy had flung spray all around and ahead of him. Our otter had felt that, and, in the fraction of a second's time that it gave him, he dodged miraculously, little enough, but sufficient to make the enemy's grip miss the back of the neck. Then they went down together, locked in a boiling, seething welter of foam, and the tortured waters closed over them with a gurgle. The female otter looked and saw and stayed still. She made no sign. Why Wictes is the law of the wild, and she knew it. If she cared, there was never a hint of a sign to show it. Her flat, broad head, with the extraordinary bright eyes and the bristling whiskers, waved the air like a seal's, stretching out horizontally once on the long, graceful column of her neck, while she sent forth, above the torment of the surf, her flute-like, far-sounding whistle over the water beneath whose boiling surface her lovers fought in silence. It was a frenzied struggle, that battle of nature's water dogs. Caught unawares and forced down almost before he knew, our otter would seem to stand a very fair chance of drowning. That, without a doubt, was what his rival intended. But our friend was a big beast, as otters go, and heavy, one not to be slain in a minute, even when caught by surprise. Nobody ever weighed him, but he probably did not turn the scale at less than 30 pounds, and he may have been nearly 4 feet from broad muzzle to long rudder-like tail tip, an awkward proposition for any beast to tackle under any circumstances. Borne down by the weight of his foe, and kept down by every straining effort of that foe's short legs and big webbed feet, he instantly saw that surprise could be met by surprise alone. Wherefore, instead of trying to rise, he struck straight out under water to where the suction of the swirling eddies was strongest, twisting upon himself as he swam desperately, carrying the clinging foe along and feeling for a hold. The other otter squirmed and straightened a little as he felt our otter's bite, but he never let go his own grip. He was surprised in that he had put forth all his strength to check the efforts of our big otter to rise, and our otter had done nothing of the kind, but carried them both into the vortex of the lashing breakers. Then things happened. Both beasts, locked together in that stubborn grip of all the weasels, were conscious of the war being suddenly taken out of their paws and given to the ocean. It was rough outside the cove, and they had got opposite to the cove's opening. They knew it, or, rather, they nearly ceased to know it, or anything. Like corks, they were suddenly pulled this way and that by conflicting currents, were swept from their course like leaves, were flung up and up, till, half choked in a mixture of foam and air, they saw the light and found themselves perched on the top of a breaker's tongue. Then down, down they were sucked, till all light went out, till their eyes bulged, and their lungs nigh burst within them, only to be flung up once more, as a wooden rail may be flung from a geyser's mouth, and, oh, horror, found themselves in the well-like blackness of a cave, through whose intricacies and round whose torn and jagged sides the maddened water, lifting and falling 40 feet to a heave, roared and exploded like thunder. Heaven help any beast in such an inferno. Heaven help those beasts then. Still indomitably holding to their grips, they struck both together with every available webbed foot for what they judged might be the open sea, only to be hurled back, torn asunder, dashed together, fighting like devils, locked, severed, flung up, sucked down, torn, thrown, battered, buffeted, always fighting and getting hold where they could, till suddenly, with a sickening soft blow, our otter's rival seemed to have struck something whose knife edge our beast could feel, even through the poor, mangled, torn body of his foe, whose presence had saved his life. Then the warm body against him fell limp. The jaws that held him relaxed with a jerk and let go, and before he knew what had happened, the inert, helpless body slid away, and he was alone in that hell. And then, almost in the same instant, he was conscious of being tossed like a puppy in a blanket, up and up and up, till he hit a ledge of rock high on the cave's wall, while the waters sucked down and down again, leaving him clinging wildly, dripping, scratching, scraping on that ledge, and safe at last. The rest, after a rest, was mainly slipping and climbing, and in the end happiness ever afterwards. At least that pair of otters with their cubs haunt that inaccessible cove to this day, playing, as is their wont, like kittens in absolute freedom, with only the seals and the seagulls for companions, and the gay sea anemones and seaweeds for their flowers, with the fine sand for bed, and the ocean as their boundless hunting ground. End of Section 9. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 10 of The Wild Unmasked by Howard Atkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 10. The Call of the Flock. It was a terrible moment. The dry, coughing, clapping roar of the gun seemed to tear and rend the silence of the estuary. The little stab of flame below, as of a fiery snake's tongue, flickering as a snake's tongue will, out and in, was a small matter compared with the strangely terrifying, hungry, high, and, as it were, cutting, ripping whistle of the shot. For a second, the Dunlin wondered what was happening. In another second, the vision of his companion on the right, sliding down tail first to the solid earth, had told him. There could be no doubt, anyway, since the blood of his companion on the left covered him suddenly, as with a gentle spray, and he looked and saw that that companion had no longer any eye on that side, and only half a leg. The vision faded, as if pulled steadily down to the ground by a string, and he was left alone out of four, unconsciously twisting and darting and drawing zigzags through the free air. For a space he flew on, his brain stunned by the suddenly unexpected, until there was no longer any need for haste. He found himself at the 3,000-foot level to which he had climbed, or flared, without knowing it, and he had been below the 100-foot level when the first shot had been fired. There was no longer any danger from the gun up here. He seemed to know that. Then it was that he realized he was alone, he who had been one of a 400-strong flock. All around him, quote, the great spaces washed with sun, unquote, were deserted and clear, and only very far away, like fish that turn and swerve in clear water, he caught, with his large and wonderful bulging eyes, the faint splashes of silver against the pure, clean-swept green of fields that marked the turns in their course of some few of his scattered companions. The main flock had vanished. Instead, there was what looked like a bed of white crocuses planted out along a thin, narrow strip of dark, forbidding mud. In places, the plants stood 6 deep. In others, the bed thinned out to 1 thick. At the ends, it tailed off and was lost as single plants that stopped. That was the flock, standing motionless, all facing one way, the way of the wind, white breasts towards him, all as still and unlifelike as the crocuses they resembled at that distance, a flock 382 strong. The other 18 had been killed or maimed beyond flying by the gun. Alpina dashed up to them at full speed, and, with a last pleased whistle, spun about wonderfully close above their heads, folded his wings, and was still as the rest. None of them took any notice. Not a head moved, not a feather. They were all of them, or nearly all, asleep, with their heads tucked under their wings, and their long beaks stuck among their feathers. Many were on one leg. Many were not. Here and there, especially on the outside, a bird stood with its head sunk into its shoulders, but awake. Alpina was asleep almost with the last little waggle of his long wings. The next that Alpina knew was waking and rising with a waking, rising flock. The alarm had been given, and there was something in the feel of the flock that told him it was no false alarm. Alpina looked and saw above him, so high it was but the size of a fly, a bird thing climbing in circles. Then it fell. Alpina was conscious of a long, thin, hissing line drawn from heaven to earth. Perhaps he had time to hope that the streak, which was a hobby falcon, whose other name was Death, was aimed at any and every other member of that flock but him. It was not. No, from way up in the infinite, that hunter with a hooked bill had picked him out, and the next second he was quite wise to the fact. He had just time to turn over on one wing and tumble like that a foot to let the terror go whistling by. If she, for a she it was, had hit him at that speed, there would have been no more of him worth talking about. If she had hit the mud, there would have been no more of her. Neither happened. Alpina's feathers were ruffled by the draft of her passage. The falcon shot out her great wings and fanned her tail, breaking madly, and came round and was up again, almost before he had got a fair start. Promptly he became a speck in the sky, as if he would climb to heaven's gate. Promptly she followed him. He saw the estuary lying like a burnished tea-tray. He saw the roads like little white ribbons. Then it was all blotted out and became bank upon bank of gauzy, sliding cloud, always sliding by beneath. If he could only lose the falcon in this! But she was beastly close now, having come up, shooting through the cloud drift like a fish out of surf. He wouldn't give a feather for his chances up here if she got above him, and in spite of all his straining, she was going up past him. She could swoop, cut off his life, and catch him again as he fell. No, his chances up here were no sort of healthy investment, he could see, but he was not a Dunlin to throw up his wings and surrender for nothing. He was old and cunning, as they count both in Dunlin society, and he guessed anybody could fall as quickly as anybody else. So he fell. He just shut his wings and let himself go. It was sickening, that awful slide down, faster and faster and faster through the piled clouds. Whoop! And the clouds had flashed up by him. Whoosh! And neat old Mother Earth was tearing up towards him at the rate of a runaway train. It was she that was nearing, not he. He felt that, and just behind, 2 yards to be exact, the hobby falcon was shooting, as if she had been tied to him by a string. One does not know whether, with his prism binocular eyes, Alpina had already marked down his landing place. It seemed impossible from that height and at that speed. His subsequent maneuvers appeared to suggest that it was not. Be that as it may, the world, in flying up to him as if he were scarcely moving at all, showed that he was over the land and making bang towards a house close to the water. And the next thing one knew was that 2 streaks had come down out of the sky, and that one had ended, miraculously, without pulverizing itself, in the porch at the front door of that house. That one was Alpina, crouched, cowering, and panting as if his heart would blow up. The other was the falcon, who swept onwards on a long curving swerve, her wings and tail out, and disgust and rage written all over her. However, Alpina was there, and had not the slightest intention of being anywhere else for a bit, until the falcon, beaten and baffled, made herself scarce. Then, 10 minutes after he had landed, Alpina made his debut from that porch and headed away for the estuary. He had eluded the falcon, but he was not happy yet, for these long-legged, paddling little shorebirds' life may be happy, but at a price only. For one thing, there was no longer the flock of Dunlin to be found. That falcon had scared the cheek out of them more than the gun had, and they were not keen on meeting her again. Wherefore Alpina, flying forlornly over the deserted, wind-whipped mudflaps, whistling scree, scree at 10-second intervals, could find nothing better to associate with than 5 ringed plover with white waistcoats and black stocks feeding round a gully. It was characteristic of him, and of most shorebirds, that he must hobnob with somebody. At that time, and indeed pretty well at all times, it seems to me, the worrying, blustering, chilly wind of the estuary was blowing hard, quite hard enough. Alpina, hugging the mud because of it, let himself down into the gully and settled with a friendly twitter. Then he fed, and afterwards he rested, tired out perhaps. Shore crabs, who are never very far away from you on the shore or the estuary, though you may not see them, came to the conclusion that now perhaps would be a good time to tear that Dunlin to pieces, since he had remained so still that he must be dead or wounded. They didn't care which. Shore rats, almost as horrible as the crabs, came out from somewhere and stared at him with little eyes of green, like gimlet holes of light in the gathering gloom. And it was then that Alpina, cramped and none too warm, decided that the time had come for him to go. He went accordingly, but not far. To be precise, he went about a dozen inches, and then, stopping as if someone had him by a string, set up a sudden wild and maniacal fluttering that seemed likely to knock the life out of him. But with all the crazy beating, he did not get any farther. The fact of the matter was that eels congregated just there. But, though they were capable of any villainy, it was not eels that had got him. It was the hook, one of the hooks on the line, trot line, natives term it, I fancy, set by some local fishermen to entertain and retain some of those eels, that had got him. It had him just under the armpit, or rather wing pit, so to say, and did not seem in the least inclined to let him go. Hence the unreasoning madness. For all wild creatures, the fear of the trap, the terror of the loss of freedom is bad enough. But for a shore bird, a wader, as he is called, a Dunlin, one who has been used to, quote, make of the seas a hostel and of the skies a marketplace, unquote, and whose wings carried him half round the world and more as a yearly custom, this awful holding and not letting go, this being trapped, this loss of freedom in sight of almost the freest scene in our lands, sent him into a blind nightmare of horror that seemed in danger of forcing him to commit suicide by insane, senseless struggling then and there. And instantly the rats and the crabs, the shore gentry, the ghouls, the hyenas of the tide line were at attention. They heard the fluttering, the unmistakable signal of distress, and they dealt in distress as a butcher deals in meat, only by no means so neatly. No one knew better than Alpina, once he had realized more or less what had hold of him, which he did not do at once. The full, merciless, sickening horror of his position. He could have beat himself to death against the stones with sheer cold terror at the thought of it. Then came the horrible, slow closing-in process. It always comes in the wild sooner or later, round a trapped or a wounded thing, and is one of the most pitiless attributes to a life where war never ceases from birth till death. The strongest and the fortunate must live to make an already efficient race still more efficient. The weakest or the unfortunate must die, so as not for one moment to impair that racial efficiency. And so the foes closed in. Alpina must have heard them, even if he did not already know. He had seen 2 wounded redshanks plucked nearly naked by crabs or gulls the day before within 15 minutes of their mishap, and he knew that he had already been given by fate more than his time limit. He fell to beating and struggling even more violently and shockingly than before. Something must give way. He fully intended that something should, and at the moment he was not in a state of mind to care much what. The rats, fortunately, were a little delayed by the crabs, and vice versa, for it is not recognized outside the wild what, with food ahead and on his own ground, a very insolent fighter the shore crab is. The rats, though they eat him, were perfectly wise as to this, and placed each foot warily because of it. Meantime, Alpina went, apparently, quite mad. He saw the gimlet-hole gleaming eyes. He heard the click of stones. He became beyond reasoning. He tugged, as they tug who are consumed with liquid fire, and snap! Something had given way. Never mind what. No time to look or care now, or to count the cost. Moreover, it was not the hook. He could feel that. Away, away was the one consuming surge of his brain. Away, out of this. He fell on his beak at the sudden release. He was up, quick as light, as a rat rushed in. He was going down the beach, part running, part flying, part dancing, part hopping. Mighty hops, somehow, anyhow, to get away. Things grabbed at his toes in the half-light. Jaws snapped at his flanks. Claws felt after his tail. Creatures unseen fell over one another in their famished rage to get at him and tear him, to do anything to stop his retreat. And he, who had no weapons beyond a soft beak, designed for the finest possible delicacy of touch, had nothing to fight them with, only his long legs and his narrow sickle wings with which to flee. He fled, as one in a terrible nightmare flees, blindly and alone, always weighted down and held back by a horrible something that dogs one's straining steps. And it was not till he was far out across the estuary, still part flying, part skipping along in that grotesque and awful nightmare dance, that he realized that the weighted, horrible something holding him back was still there, however effectually the crabs and the mangy rats had been left far behind. It was at this moment that he made the discovery that he had carried away part of the line with him. I don't know, of course, what he thought it was. Probably a bit of seaweed, but it hurt. The hook got in the way of his wing when flying, and he was very miserable indeed. Moreover, he was alone, and that, to him, was almost the worst of all. Wherefore he naturally began to talk about it, calling out to the dawning light in his thin, harsh whistle. "Scree! Scree!" he piped, and then instantly jumped to attention. "Scree! Scree!" came an answering whistle across the wet mud ooze. He nearly went crazy in his excitement of answering. He flapped as well as he could towards the sound, singing out all the time, till, oh joy, he heard the swift whimper of wings above and around him, and a pleased, exulting whistle. It was his mate. She, the little faithful one, had never lost hope, never forgotten, but had searched the mudflats day and night, calling all the time for him, leaving the flock to do so. She settled hastily beside him and ran round him, twittering. He uttered a curious little yodeling whistle of pleasure to greet her, and in the same instant he heard a sound rush by overhead, as of the passing of a summer rain-shower over forest trees. He did not need telling what that sound was. He knew it was the flock. At once his wife rose to follow them, calling to him to accompany her, and he did, but it was hard work. The hook pricked confoundedly, and the line would get in the way. He made slow flying of it, and presently settled again, calling dismally, for he did not want to be left now. Once more, and I liked to think of her then, his mate came back to him and alighted close by his side. She seemed puzzled and upset, twittering at him continuously and excitedly, as if in those twitters she would ask of him the trouble, for she knew there was trouble. She could see that, at any rate. You could tell it by her actions. Indeed, most wild creatures show trouble so obviously that none could remain in doubt. And then it was, as he ran forward a little and rose and flew a few yards and again gave it up, that she seemed to see for the first time that pestilential fishing line. She flew to him and picked it up in her beak. I don't know why. You may or may not doubt whether she knew. The point is that for the moment she prevented him from feeling it, and in the same moment the rush of the flock, as it went tearing by on its sweeping maneuvers, came to them. The two together were too much for Alpina. He became almost delirious with that feeling we can only describe as the call of the flock, and gathering every ounce of strength that he possessed, he rose and flew with all the power that was in him. The result was extraordinary. He had covered perhaps 100 yards, flying very low, but working up to almost a mad speed of reckless desperation, when suddenly the hook on the end of the line caught in an old and tottering green and rotting stump. It stopped him dead in his wild career, turning him clean over in the air and dropping him as if he had been shot. It was an awful jar and seemed to wrench out of joint every bone in his little body. Alpina's mate swept back, calling, but there was no answer from him. He lay still and limp upon the mud. She found him, a dead thing apparently, and the crabs would come into their own at last, as they always do. Wildly she ran round him, twittering coaxingly. Vainly she ran a little way off, calling him to rise. But it was all no good. The bunch of feathers, with white breast uppermost, so conspicuous and so inert, would apparently fly nevermore. And then at last she rose and began to fly away after the flock, calling dolefully as she went, and instantly, as if the call had aroused him, Alpina stood up and shook himself. Then he rose too and swiftly followed her. He had only been stunned, after all, by the jerk, which had, in addition, wrenched the hook out of his wing, leaving him a free bird once more, with only a superficial flesh wound that would quickly heal. Today, if we look for him, we shall find him with his mate and the flock somewhere upon the great marismas in Spain, I think. And if the imperial eagles and the marsh harriers and the peregrine falcons and the rest don't go too far, we shall have him back here again with us next spring on his way north to nest. End of Section 10. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 11. Of The Wild Unmasked by Howard Atkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 11. The New World. It was almost impossible to believe that there, in that peaceful cornfield scene, old gold wheat, angry red poppies, blue-green hedge, and deep blue sky, a great battle was taking place. As a matter of fact, it might have been enacting itself under one's nose and one not be aware of it. The big duel to the death was being fought in the air, but the combatants were not flying, though they looked as though they were. Indeed, they were not even jumping, and were not doing anything that showed that they could jump. Yet, swaying giddily high up among the bending ears of wheat, they were at it, moving so quickly that to the human eye they could scarcely be seen at all, and were represented merely by a blur. They were whirling round and round and round, sometimes on one cornstalk, sometimes on another. Suddenly they stopped and flew apart as if fired from a spring. One perched straight on end on the very top of a wheat stalk, holding on by his tail and his hind legs, his forepaws in the air. The other down below among the scarlet pimpernels, making off, beaten. They were mice, very small mice. He, the mighty victor, crowning the wheat stalk, was no more than 2¼ inches long, with a tail of perhaps 2 inches, and he weighed about the 1/6 of an ounce of artipoise. He had a mantle the same color as the hazelnuts, and a white shirt front, very spotless and correct, and his eyes were brighter than any stars. A common or house mouse would have been big enough to eat him. Then a sinister shadow came sliding over the golden wheat very silently, and that mouse went down the cornstalk in 1 second, head first, with his tail corkscrewing after him in a spiral ripple. He did not wait to look up and identify the maker of that shadow. They never do, the mice people. Perhaps in this case there was no need, for most likely he knew. Moreover, there was no time, for the shadow grew even as he shot down the cornstalk, grew furiously, because he who made it was falling as a stone falls. Swish! The tiny mouse jumped as the maker of the shadow came crashing down in among the forest of corn. He knew that it was the kestrel falcon, and he did not need to look before he jumped. He guessed it was there to call upon him, and he fairly shot into nowhere. He was there, you understand, yet not visible. At the same moment had come a squeak, one long needle-like sound, thin and high, almost as a bat's squeak, and the kestrel falcon rose, flapping heavily. In his claws was a mouse, the other mouse, he who had been injured and beaten, and he was straightening out slowly in death. It was the price of defeat. The victor had been slickest in quitting friend Kestrel's vicinity, and the loser, because disabled, was too late. It was enough to give any creature a bad attack of nerves, but not our mouse, whose correct and proper name, by the way, was Harvest Mouse. It did not give our tiny friend nerves, for he had 'em already, always had 'em. He was indeed a bundle of nerves, was born that way. He had dealt with fright all his life, as few deal with it, and yet was happy. There was nothing so mysterious as there seemed in this apparent dissolving into thin air. When you're small and good to eat, you must have a few vanishing tricks up your sleeve if you desire to live. We rediscover him, therefore, trembling, but otherwise motionless, in the very middle of what appeared to be a round bundle of grass and corn blades, about the size of a cricket ball, slung high up among the corn stalks. It was a very neat structure, and compact, and had no visible front door. If you wanted to get inside, if you were of the correct tiny size, you had simply to worm your way through the elastic basket walls, and when an enemy called, you could quit equally unobtrusively. It is not on record whether his wife had built this nest to rear her babies in, or he as an aerial retreat. He was there anyway, and in being there had been able to vanish like a steam jet from the stabbing ken of the kestrel falcon. In due time the moon came, and the magic dread of night settled over all. The cornfield, which was a world to the mouse, awoke to rustlings and surreptitious, suspicious noises, and the mouse, though he trembled, thought it was about time to have supper. Now, supper with vegetarians in the wild, and our harvest mouse was a vegetarian when he didn't forget himself, is a long and highly strung business. You can't eat vegetarian food as you can meat. Just have a feed and be done with it. You are hardly ever done with it. The mouse began upon grain, eating with his tail neatly curled round the stem of the cornstalk. After about 3 minutes he came down and discovered a worm, or rather, did not discover it, but snatched it away from a pygmy shrew. Now, the pygmy shrew may have looked smaller than the mouse, and she was so by 1 millimeter, but she was a shrew. Just so. A shrew is a shrew all the world over, and though mouse-like in looks, anything but mouse-like in character. With a promptness that was disconcerting in itself, she hurled herself at the mouse's throat, and she got home. The mouse, quick as an instantaneous shudder to jump, was not quick enough, with the result that he felt, as it were, the prick of a red-hot pin in his neck, and was rolling over and over, grappling for his life. It was not a very long fight, for, if shrews are shrews, mice, though easy-going because of their vegetarian diet, are no cowards. Once properly roused, that mouse fought. He twirled like a beetle on a pin. He arched, he doubled, he bit, he chopped, he cut, and he tore. Also, he scratched until the shrew broke her clinch. She had to, being a shrew, for the breed fights all out and more, and must have a breather after each round. She was, however, ready and anxious to renew the combat as soon as she had got her wind again, but the mouse was not. He came of a practical tribe, and saw no profit in risking his life for a worm. Wherefore, the instant he felt himself free, he jumped aloft, quick as a disturbed monkey, and before you could wink had vanished among the swaying ears of corn, where his small form was practically invisible. Later, he lit on a nice damp corner full of worms. He had eaten one worm and was ready to tackle another when there arrived, not without some little commotion, his wife, or his wife at that time anyhow. There was nothing for him to panic at over that, of course, only, in this case, his wife was not alone. There were others, you understand, not bosom friends who accompanied her, 2 others. Our mouse gave one pulverized stare, as well he might, and jumped for the upper roof world of the wheat ears as if he had seen ghosts. As a matter of fact, he found himself looking at grasshoppers. Yes, grasshoppers, without a doubt. In the pale light of the wan dawn, he could see them, 2 big, lugubrious-looking grasshoppers, one pinned to his wife's back, the other trying to be pinned. Now, that mouse had made out a fairly long list of enemies during the course of his short life, but I don't think he had ever included grasshoppers in the list. He went about among clicking, hopping grasshoppers all day long, and the possibility that 1, 2 in this case, could be found who might eat him, or, though this was of less importance, his wife, had never occurred to him. It occurred to him now, however, as he peered down from between the swaying stems. These, with which he had to deal, were not the grasshoppers of the fields. His wife had found them scalp hunting for moths among the green foliage along a hedge bank. They were great green grasshoppers of the trees, giants that, with their long wings, looked as big as herself. She had seen only one, and having a family to feed in a little round nest high up among the corn, had, with the courage or desperation of mothers in such circumstances, attacked it, only to be attacked in turn by the other. Then the 3 of them had fallen together among the corn and continued to battle there, for friend Grasshopper, having once been forced into taking a hold, was apparently still more difficult to force to give up that hold. Then the she-mouse screamed. Our little friend, high up among the golden ears, heard it, and it seemed to act upon him like an electric shock. Also, it seemed to have injected new pluck into him. From a wee, timorous beastie, he became a chisel-toothed, vicious little fighter. From a negligible quantity, he flashed to a proposition to be reckoned with. Not that he cared for his wife the more. I do not know how much he cared for his wife, but that he troubled about himself the less. Diving head first down the cornstalk he was on, his tail always corkscrewing after him to prevent him from actually taking a header, he arrived upon the back of the grasshopper not actually grappling his wife almost before you could wink. Grasshoppers of larger size and in other climes have been known to kill larger mice single-handed. I cannot say what these 2 would have done with this mouse, nor could our mouse. He preferred not to trust them. One chop with the chisel teeth, sharp as the cutting edge of a razor, neatly driven home across the thorax, insect's shoulders, you know, and it was all up. That grasshopper was dead, killed as if by electricity. Spinning instantly with a lightning rapidity almost too quick to follow, he was at the second grasshopper, which had settled upon his wife's back. Except that it regarded him with its great droll eyes, there was no indication that it even saw him. At any rate, with the fatalism of many insects, it never let go, and he slew it too with one swift bite. His wife shook herself free and at once started cleaning. As for our friend, he began to clean too. They were so engaged when the noise came to them. It rose, it hummed, it rattled. It held the fresh, clean-washed morning air. The dew danced among the vetches and the scarlet poppies because of it. The birds hurtled bullet-wise overhead. A hare, ears back, eyes wild and staring, slipped through the corn past them at a hand gallop. A chubby rabbit followed. A fox. The two little mice spun on their haunches and listened, sitting up, their tiny noses working like infinitesimal motor engines, as the noses of all the rodent people do. They were analyzing the scents on the air. Then, quick as quick, they had created of themselves little fawny streaks up the cornstalks to nowhere. Our mouse, from the center of a swaying, ball-shaped harvest mouse nest, woven high up among the cornstalks, waited and shivered. He knew where his wife was, in her own similar nest with her babies, waiting and shivering too. And all the time the noise approached steadily, growing louder as it came. With the noise was now mingled the tramp of horses' hoofs and the crack of a whip, sure portents of disaster, as all harvest mice are taught in their swaying cradles. It grew. It filled all earth and sky. It deafened. It paralyzed. It was upon him, beneath him, all over. Crash! The end of the world, the mouse world, had come. With an awful seething rush, not unlike the breaking of a wave, our poor mouse's world caved in bodily about his terrified ears, and fell, he with it, clinging by every foot, plus tail, in the midst of a terrible clatter. There followed an awful period, of seconds really, but it seemed to him years, of rattling vibration and chaos that appeared as if it was going to jerk his very life out. Then came an upheaval, then stillness, broken only by the noise gradually dying away in the distance. The silence that followed was profound in its pent-up relief. As soon as our mouse had recovered sufficiently to realize anything, he realized the increase of light and the fact that his nest was upon its side. Then, worming his way through the light basket structure, he peeped out and instantly drew back, blinking and appalled. He had beheld light only, the glare of full day and the dazzle of open sky. A new world. His old world had gone, had marvelously and miraculously been wiped out by the passing of the noise, as a forest is wiped out by a cyclone, and he, his nest, everything lay upon the ground, flat. In simple words, the field of corn was being cut by a self-binder machine, and the mouse was lying on the ground in the middle of a sheaf of corn just cut. He could still hear the droning stutter and rattle of the machine, but far off, and before it returned, he had time to see a corncrake steal by, coursing, more rat-like than bird-like, out of the standing corn, another hare shoot away like a tawny projectile, and a partridge with one leg cut off, whirling and tumbling about like an acrobat on the ground. The world of the cornfolk was coming to an end. Then the machine returned and engulfed our mouse afresh in noise and chaos, but nothing fearful happened. And soon, as it passed and returned once more, he got almost used to it, and though he took jolly good care not to come out of cover, his fear gradually subsided. Then it was that he noticed the field voles hunting madly for holes, and the long-tailed field mice racing for other people's holes, and a host of hunting spiders who never built any web, galloping about to get out of the glare of the sun. The day wore on, and as, with monotonous regularity, but at ever-increasing distance, the binder machine returned upon its track, another harvest mouse, hard-pressed by a rook, who knew how to turn mouser when the golden corn fell, came wriggling into the little cricket-ball structure of corn blades that formed the nest. But there was no room for two, and certainly not for two males. Our mouse met him with bared chisels and head held back, shark fashion, and the two closed, nose to nose, in one short, sharp encounter. The other had a gash on his flank when he left, with our friend following, trying to bite off the end of his tail. Then our mouse stopped. He found himself face to face with his wife. There was blood on her incisor teeth and a wild light in her eyes, and seeing these things, he instantly stood aside. She was a mother who, through fear, had slain her own young, and our mouse knew that it is not a good thing to get in the way of such people. For when a wild creature gets so near madness as that, it is mad enough to attack anything. Our harvest mouse did not go indoors again. His wife was in there, and he thought it best to let her cool off, so to speak. At present, she was scarcely safe to approach. Our friend hid underneath, or in the same sheaf, and presently watched the night come on. He would have got away to the hedge bank and another field of corn if he could, but soon discovered that retreat with any chance of ever getting anywhere whole or alive was cut off. The place seemed alive with owls. Just before dawn, his wife, who seemed still not herself, issued forth and insisted upon making for the hedge. She was thirsty. Our little mouse, who had taken his drink from the dewdrops on the leaves of the little weeds, tried in his gentle way to detain her, but her brain was still overstrung, and she turned upon him with a savage chop that clipped a tuft of fur from his shoulder as he leapt aside. Wherefore she went, and in 30 seconds was back again, mightily sobered, with a stoat snapping at her tail. Only the passage of a fox, and he nosed under the wheat sheaf, and would have got the pair of them if he had not been watching the stoat, saved them from their foe. Dawn brought men who put the wheat sheaves up into stooks so that they looked like piled ripples of gold. And the two harvest mice really thought that their world had miraculously righted itself again, till some days after wagons followed the men, and they, in their wheat sheaf, were hoisted high in the air. Surely never were semi-prehensile tales appreciated so much as in that dire moment of giddy peril, on the top of the loaded wagon. Awful ages of shaking and darkness followed. Then more hoisting, worse than the first, when they were going up to the cornstack. Then commotion, an increasing pressure, a great darkness, and silence. Our harvest mouse took a long breath and stretched himself. He was rather cramped, and the air was a little stuffy. The blackness was the blackness of the plague, for he was in the middle of a 1,000-bushel wheat stack, near the top. His wife did not move. He sniffed her and prodded her with his nose. Still she did not move. She was warm and limp still, but getting colder and less limp every instant. The terrible frights of the last few hours, on the top of her own crime and fright, had been too much for her. She was dead. Her husband realized the truth, quite without any show of emotion. The same thing might happen to him any day. And besides, he was ravenously hungry, more hungry than he had ever been in his life, I think, for the last few hours, with their crowded terrors, had given him no chance to feed. He did not realize yet that he was in the midst of a harvest that would keep him in hiding, safe from famine, till next summer, that he had but to move a few inches to feed upon grain to his full. But he was, and we suppose he found it all out in due course, and found another wife, too. End of Section 11. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 12 of The Wild Unmasked by Frank Howard Atkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 12. The Cry. The rabbit was sitting, feeding all alone in a bald patch on the wine-colored slope. Heather hemmed it in. Except for the distant cry of the gulls over the loch and the faraway song of a single ring-ouzel, there was no sound. Then the rabbit looked up and nearly died with fright. A weasel, his white waistcoat gleaming spotlessly in the amber sun, was sitting perched on his haunches, not a yard away, apparently looking straight at the rabbit. Now, if that bunny had kept quite still, it would not have mattered. The weasel had not seen it and was looking past it. The rabbit knew that, motionless, with its brown fur to back it, it ought in 11 cases out of a dozen to spell invisibility. It did know the fact, but it didn't know if the weasel knew it. It had no nerve, that bunny, and so jumped for safety. It bolted, as rabbits do bolt, in a series of running leaps, and at the 5th leap it stopped so utterly dead that every bone in it seemed to have been jerked out of place. Had it been looking where it was going with its customary care, instead of keeping all its bulging gaze upon the weasel, it would have seen or smelt the wire snare. But as it was, the snare had the poor creature by one hind leg, and, to judge by appearances, that snare was likely to continue to have it by one hind leg till somebody came and took it out. The scream of the trapped rabbit sawed the silence, the very incarnation of fear expressed. Nobody had guessed the proximity of the lean, leering, cunning old hill fox. Had you beat the surrounding cover most carefully a moment before, not so much as the sight of the tip of his brush would have rewarded you. He came loping along downhill, threading his way with ease in a swinging, flaunting brush, in and out among the brilliant green bog patches, where the deadly little sundew splashed the ground with blood, straight as an arrow to the rabbit. The arrival of the wild cat, the true British, really pure-blooded wild cat, and no half-breed or feral beast, was sensational and such as befitted a member of the felines. The wild cat came sailing like a bird clean over the nearest heather clump and, before you could wink, landed smack upon the very rabbit itself. It is necessary to emphasize the last fact because, so far as I can make out, the cat had not been able to see the rabbit when he sprang. Had not, that is, been able to view Bunny till he had cleared the top of the heather bush and was halfway through his spring. Yet he landed neatly upon the rabbit, without warning or sound, true in his aim to an inch. There may, of course, be beasts other than the felines who can juggle after this fashion, and if so, I take my hat off to them, but so far I haven't heard of them. Of course, it is needless to add that the most diligent beating on your part all around a minute before would not have revealed the wild cat, or so much as the trace of the whisker of one. It is thought that the cat had been hidden 200 yards away when the rabbit began to scream, and had instantly taken a bee-line course for the sound at a gallop. The fox drew his nose back sharply as the cat's paws, all claws bared ready for action, whizzed by within a couple of inches. Then he whipped round and removed about 4 yards in considerably less than half as many seconds. Then he whipped round again and stood facing the cat, his sharp nose stuck straight out, his head low, his pointed ears pricked forward, and his fine, full brush stuck straight out behind. He remained stock still. An unknown quantity. No one could say what he might do. The rabbit had stopped squealing now. The cat had seen to that, it appeared, and finally the cat eyed the fox with that strange and inscrutable cruel stare peculiar to all the cats. There is something, by the way, daunting and different from the stare of all other beasts in this silent, malignant regard of the cat's. He had not, as a matter of fact, been aware of the fox until that precise fraction of a second when he also clapped eyes on the rabbit. If he had, it is fairly safe to presume he would have acted differently. However, there was he, and there was the fox. There was no help for that. The rub came in the fact that the fox continued to be there, and Brer Fox was a dark horse, so to speak. Now, it is my opinion, formed from personal pryings, though there be no doubt others who will raise their eyebrows at this, that the whole scheme of the common wildcat's life is nothing more nor less than bluff. This must be so. Else, for what is the hiss of the wild and other small cats? The hiss is the danger signal of the snake, used and rarely abused in the wild, and fully recognized by every living vertebrate creature as such. And the snake is the most dreaded creature that lives, is, in fact, the incarnation of fear to large and small alike. Then why does the cat speak in times of stress in the voice of the serpent if it isn't to bluff? The wildcat hissed, set back his ears, stuck out his fur, put down his head, the better to let the vibrations travel along the ground, maybe, and hissed long and venomously. One could almost have jumped and grabbed for a stick at the sound. Even the fox, though he must have known where the menace came from, started and dropped his brush an inch. But he did not go away. The bluff had failed there at any rate. He only lifted a lean upper lip and displayed one glistening ivory-white fang. It was his answer, and the cat, therefore, bared his claws, all his claws, curled back his upper lip, and generally cleared for action. The parties were at a deadlock. The ultimatum had failed. Even so, I have never been able to make out to this day precisely how the two parties came to be fighting, hard at it, and apparently in deadly earnest. I say this advisedly, because open battles twixt carnivorous beasts of different species are, so far as I have found up to now, rare in the wild. Even though we admit that not 200 yards away, the wildcat had had his mate caught the day before, and his kittens left to him to feed as best he could. And even though scarce 80 yards distant, the fox had in a cairn a mate who had not been taken, but whose cubs were dependent, through their mother, more or less upon his hunting efforts, I still cannot, from a wild point of view, and having regard to wild custom, see the reason for that fight. The whole business did not at all appear to be playing the game as it is played in the wild. Possibly the fox made an effort, real or feinted, to take the rabbit. Perhaps the wildcat thought he did. Admittedly, they were both in a position conducive to sore tempers. Anyway, quite suddenly, and without any warning given, all in and out among the heather, they were fighting like a couple of fiends and in grim and horrible silence. And it was in keeping, perhaps, with the complete unnaturalness of the whole business, that the fighting itself was as unlike what one would have expected it to be as was possible. Perhaps that fox had fought wildcats before. I don't know. He must have been a bolder fellow than he pretended to be if he had, for a wildcat in action is a very lively piece of trouble indeed. Anyway, this fox acted as if he had. So far as could be seen of the fight, though these affairs of the wild people happen so rapidly that it is difficult for the human eye to follow accurately, it consisted of the fox jumping straight up in the air very quickly and very often, and of the cat making little, short, sharp, savage, bouncing rushes, all spread-eagled, which passed, apparently, every time beneath the jumping fox. It was smart. That was undeniable. Smart, because the cat's one object was to get upon the fox's back, where, with hind claws and fangs, he could do the most damage. And the fox's one object was to keep clear of the clinch and draw blood by quick, chopping snaps in the open skirmish. Your wild dog has no love for the close-fought fight, and your wild cat little for any other. It is a question of different systems, shall we say? And Brer Fox showed the greater intelligence, this time anyway, for he was, unless appearances deceived, the weaker party. What would have happened if either had made a mistake, goodness only knows. They were so quick in their movements that a blunder seemed imminent at any and every moment, for, when you remember they were moving at the rate of electric sparks, judging distance to the 100th of an inch and time to at least the 25th of a second, it seemed impossible that any beasts could so collectively reason and so precisely move, and so, more than instantaneously, act continuously for so long a time without making a blunder. And, mind you, the margin of half an inch this way or that, the space of half a second too quick or too slow, would have precipitated them in an instant into a tangled, clawing, biting, raging heap of furry fury. It was a wonderful exhibition of wild machinery at full speed power. Moreover, there was another point. So far as even the trained human observer could see, they never once appeared to touch one another. The fox seemed always just not to be there when the cat was, so to speak. And yet there were two gridiron perforated patterns of blood spots decorating the fox, one on his shoulder and one on his side, and upon the cat a dark patch on the flank that mercifully hid what the teeth of the fox had not left behind. Then, oh horror, with no warning at all, long after one had taken it for granted that the wretched thing was dead and done for, the rabbit screamed again. And instantly, as if that ghastly scream had produced it, which perhaps it had, the sun, which had been shining till then full upon the combatants, went out for a second or two, and came back again, just as if a cloudlet had momentarily passed athwart the orb of day and gone again. A pause followed, but not a pause in the fight, during which the rabbit, seeming to glance up, shrank literally into itself and froze clean stiff with a new, unutterable terror. And a grouse, a full-blown, wary old cock-grouse, mind you, shooting over the heather like a cannonball, dropped and lay still as one within a dozen yards. And then, but how shall I describe it to you? And then, terrifying in its sudden unexpectedness, an ominous, dry rustling of stiff feathers, a deep, sonorous hurring of gigantic wings, a shadow, a shape, mighty and swiftly terrible, shooting down as if the very spirit of strife itself had chosen that moment to take shape there and descend, athwart the sun, the hugest and strongest hooked, clutching talons on earth. A beak hooked, too, horny and devilish, wide open. A startled yap of pure stupefaction from the fox as he threw himself miraculously sideways in mid-jump. A yell of excruciating terror from the cat, leaping away like a thing demented. A ghastly clutch and check, an appalling, screaming, flapping, clawing, tearing confusion, and, draft upon draft, wind upon wind, from those stupendous, wonderful pinions, as they beat with the suddenly applied power as of the great cranks of some powerful engine, as the grand golden eagle, king of the air, despot, tyrant, and fear incarnate and manifest of that wild, heaved superbly aloft, launched magnificently upwards again, trailing the limp, sack-like, pathetic, but still spasmodically twitching form of the wildcat behind him in the clamp-like clutch of those talons, whose other name is death. The crafty old hill fox, hugging flat to earth in among the confusion and tangle of the merciful heather, watched the eagle go, watched him till the bend of the hill hid his dread shape, and the scuttling away of that cock grouse, who all the time had craved to be mistaken for a stone, told him the awful presence had really been withdrawn. Then he sat up. Then he licked his shoulder and his side. Then, being after all only a dog, he scratched. Then, oh, double horror! That nameless rabbit screamed yet once more. The fox looked round. The fox hopped out. The fox trotted up to the rabbit. There was one scrunch, and the squeal snapped off, as does the ringing of a telephone bell when you lift the receiver. Another, and the wire snare dropped back with a severed hind leg in it. Round swung the fox, holding up his head and stepping high because of the dead rabbit that he held in his jaws, and, with a half-reckless, half-insolent wave of his fine brush, disappeared into the tangled mass of heather that beat like a sea round the base of the cairn of stones wherein his vixen had her young. The cry had ceased at last and forever. End of Section 12. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 13 of The Wild Unmasked by Howard Atkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 13. Sapper Mauldy. The bright green grass in the meadow began, suddenly and mysteriously, to heave up in one spot. It was as if a tiny fairy earthquake were taking place there. Soon the good chocolate earth began to ooze through, and then came a little pig-like, inquisitive pink snout. To the snout there was soon added a small cylindrical body garbed in black velvet, a mole. The mole sniffed with the air of experience. He smelt the keen scent of growth, the warmth of sun, which is life. Spring had come, so he came out upon the grass, busy and cheerful. He appeared to be almost legless, and to move along on his fat tummy like some clockwork toy on wheels. Snuffling always, for he came of a tribe of snufflers. He nosed here, he nosed there, he nosed everywhere. A fat grub and a fatter worm, both indignant, were unearthed and chopped up in a few very quick scrunches. Then, suddenly, the mole was still, so still that he might have been dead. Perhaps he was pretending to be. A big, to him, gray and blotched form, hunched motionless upon the grass, had suddenly become known to him. If he had not been next door to blind, he could not have helped being aware of it before. The form was a cat, and she had been eyeing him with considerable interest for quite a while. Being a cat, she waited for him to make the first move, and he made none for some time. But, being a mole, his patience broke down before the exasperating patience of all the felines, and having pretty well sized her up with his finely perfected smelling apparatus, he concluded that she was no fit acquaintance for a little fat gentleman in black velvet, and promptly dived down into the solid earth. He was almost as quick as a fish, and very wonderful. The cat was quicker, however, and just as wonderful, and the mole found himself neatly hooked out again into glaring daylight. Now, almost any other beast of his size would, under the circumstances, have been terrified nearly into a fit. So was the mole, but he came of a tribe cursed with the most fiendish temper in all the world, and his temper promptly swamped his fear. As Puss put her soft nose down to decipher him, he promptly bit with all the power of his very perfect set of teeth, screaming with rage as he did so. That cat removed about 1 yard in the 25th of a second, very much annoyed, hurt, and scandalized, and in that time the mole had run about the same distance, in spite of what some have said about his running powers, and in spite of his being apparently legless. In a flash, Puss was after him, and a hooked claw closed over him. In a flash, too, he turned to bay with a stream of piercing curses, and that paw was withdrawn in a hurry. Again he scuttled away. Again he was stopped by a quick hook back, and again he held off the foe's fatal bite simply by sheer rage. They had, all the while, been nearing the bank of a stream. In fact, the mole had taken the great risk for a mole of coming above ground specially to find water. Moles are thirsty souls. He was, therefore, heading waterwards when the cat had called upon him to stand and deliver. Now he fell into the stream. That's all. Simply let himself go. Flop. And the cat was too much taken aback to stop him. Our little black miner was an expert civil engineer, and in all things appertaining to water he had little to learn. He swam away strongly, and the cat, watching him with cynical eyes, began to grow uncertain. I think she felt rather like wanting to kick herself when she saw the mole land on the opposite bank. He was safe there anyway. The first thing the mole wished to find in this new land to which Puss had driven him was food, for moles are always ravenous. Burrowing, therefore, instantly down in a nice damp spot, and using his wonderful nose in place of eyes, he quickly scented and tracked a worm. More worms were strenuously run down, or dug down, and as ravenously enjoyed, before at last he captured a worm that he was really too full to eat. This luckless one he bit into a state of decent quietness from head to tail, and then, stuffing it underfoot, proceeded to bury it by scraping earth over it. After that, he promptly felt sleepy, but he did not know where his fortress was, or where he was, for the matter of that. There seemed, therefore, nothing for it but to go ahead in what he thought would be the direction of the fortress. This he did, perhaps instinctively, and in the main the direction was right. In fact, he did actually strike a mole run, but the run was not his. And, moreover, in following it up, he did actually strike a fortress too, but the fortress was not his either. However, any port in a storm, so he kept right on into the heart of it, until he came, as he knew he would come, to the nest. The nest was in a central chamber made specially for it, and was not a nest really, only a heap of dried grass filling the chamber. Nor was there any entrance to this bed. One simply got in by burrowing in, which the mole did, and straightway he was asleep. What he would have done if he had found the owner in residence is certain. He would have fought him, for the straightness of the runs, the neatness, and the evidence of proper planning showed, even if his nose had not done so, that the owner of that fortress was a male mole. It was exactly 8:47 a.m. when he went to sleep, and it was 7 minutes to 12 o'clock when our mole, whose personal nickname was Mauldy, woke up. 5 minutes later, consumed with a new and ever-hungering fever that had awakened in him while he slept, he evacuated that fortress. To be very exact, the warmth and the time of year had awakened in Mauldy the mighty word, love. At present, he was in love with nobody. Didn't, in fact, know what was the matter with him exactly. Or, if you like, he was in love with all the lady moles in creation, and in the abstract. He followed a run made by the late tenant of the fortress. Perhaps instinct made him do this. Perhaps he found that, being the newest run, it was the easiest to get along, and he was in a hurry. Anyway, he did get along it at a surprising rate. He discovered that his host had fed in the dampest spot he could find, though it was not very damp, for here would the worms be collected, and had buried a worm or two, which Mauldy promptly commandeered. And with these he managed to scrape together a fair meal, but this time he did not sleep after his repast. Instead, he seemed to button his coat carefully and press down his hat, so to speak, and directly he moved forward, it appeared that the other male mole, also after a light, quick lunch, had done the same. The run ascended to the surface. It did more. It turned and ran along the surface straight and, so far as could be seen, without a break. Not on the surface, mark you, for that way lay many forms and samples of quick death. Not under the surface, for that way spelt delay, and, impatient at all times, delay would drive a mole in love to madness. Therefore, the other fellow had compromised and driven a straight, shallow trench as hard as he could go, and Mauldy recognized it. The Trust d'Amour. Instantly, Mauldy became a changed beast. It was as if his body had come in contact with a galvanic battery. This other mole was after finding a lady love too. The Trust d'Amour proved it. And jealousy came to Mauldy to fire his love, for moles only seem to make a trench like that when going courting. Then Mauldy traveled. In spite of his broad front hands, he got along. There was pace to his action, and all the more because another had driven for him this covered way. Once a rat bade him stand and deliver, and he dived into the earth as a fish might dive instead. And once a rook's beak came through the thin roof, and so nearly speared him that he turned and bit at it savagely, much to the astonishment of the rook, who, of course, could not see what had happened. It was a furious journey, undertaken in a fever. The trench ran rather over 100 yards. Then the straightness went from it. It became wandering, purposeless, aimless. At first, the mole did not see the reason of this. Then he did, and fairly raced, snuffling, all the way. The driver of the trench had found another mole run, and was now following its windings. The lack of direction and the casual, untidy uncertainty of this second run indicated the maker of it and the character of the same. It had been driven by a female mole. About this time, I think, Mauldy became blind through absolute jealousy and rage. Really blind, this time, in his senses of smell and touch. I don't see how otherwise he came to commit the unpardonable blunder for a mole of running into the weasel. True, she was a very small weasel, but even a small weasel is a very big catastrophe where these little lowly wild folk are concerned. She happened, fortunately for him, to be running the other way, tracking the other male mole and his lady fair. Her long, sinuous body allowed her to do that. Now, a weasel is anathema to a mole. Therefore, Mauldy really never ought to have been so blindly foolish. Love, however, knows no rules, and is a jealous little god who wants all, and goes for it. I suppose the weasel heard Mauldy coming down the tunnel and following close behind her short tail. But, and here was where the shoe pinched, Mauldy must have become aware of her barely 1/20th of a second later, and it took even Madam Weasel more than 1/20th of a second to turn round in that horribly confined space. Moreover, she never did turn quite round. She only got halfway, and in that awkward, kinked position, the female mole, returning in her lackadaisical, aimless wanderings, and very much embarrassed by the lover whose tracks Mauldy had been following, and by another, picked up by the way, both fighting like two black devils, found her. The lady mole stopped short. She snuffled, she listened, she understood, and promptly she backed away. The passage was blocked, however, by the fighting demons, both of whom hoped to be her husband. And they were past weasel fear, past everything except biting, and in the confusion, one of them bit her. She screamed with both rage and fear, and bit back at anything she could feel. The weasel, poised as it were halfway, judged only by sounds and scent. These told her that if she attacked, she would apparently find plenty of fight, so she hesitated. The female mole judged by sound and scent, and backed away farther without hesitation, for her one desire, whisper it, was to place a lover, any lover, between herself and the furry death. Mauldy judged by sight and sound, and dived for it, straight down through the earth. It was a beautiful piece of judgment, a superb exhibition of mining and scenting skill. Then, nearly to an inch, he came up almost with a rush beneath the sweetheart he had never seen, so that she, frightened nearly out of her senses and expecting to die every half instant, simply fell through the floor on top of him. As she fell, she felt the nickel-steel muscles of the weasel's body rip past above her, and knew that by so much, and so much only, had she escaped death. The weasel's feet touched the fur of her back as the slayer dashed on. The weasel had charged at last. Then, dying away, as she turned and hastily followed Mauldy, she heard the clamor of her fighting swains cease abruptly, and the redoubled clamor of a very different fighting begin. And by this she knew that the deadly little weasel had hurled herself upon one of them. Then came the sound of something in their own new tunnel, a drumming, magnified sound, racing, following them. Impossible to tell what it might be, but it boded evil anyway. Mauldy heard it too, as he hurried on, snuffling ahead. Then he stopped and turned. Either Mauldy knew what it was, or guessed, or he was braver than people gave him credit for. The fact remains, however, that he pressed against the wall and let the lady, scratching abominably, go by. She even bit him in her panic, but he cared not. He had other and grimmer work to see to. Then, in deadly silence and blackness, he awaited that which would happen. The mole who had owned the fortress, and who had led Mauldy to that spot, after leaving his late antagonist in the terrible stranglehold of the weasel, came tearing along the tunnel, blind with blood and rage, on the track of the two runaways. He had tumbled into the new tunnel by chance in his rush to escape. He had also picked up the trail by chance. Now he came with murder in his eyes of red. There was no warning. Nothing. Mauldy just rose up from where he had been lying flat, and as he rose, he grappled. The other shot up to the ceiling with a scream and came down again, bent like a bow, biting all along Mauldy's back. But at the third bite, he choked and coughed. A fit of coughing screams seized him. He straightened out and bent double again. He straightened out and bent back his head towards his own tail. He became stifled with a gush of blood. He was dead. Mauldy, underneath, soaked with blood, was still clinging to the hopelessly mangled, torn, and severed jugular vein of his foe. Mauldy never moved. His back was broken, severed by one of those unlucky first grips of his foe, and though he lingered for some time, at its appointed time his spirit passed from him, and he died. Love, the greedy little god, had asked for all, and love had got all. End of section 13. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 14 of The Wild Unmasked by Howard Atkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 14, The Hustlers. Everyone was so feverishly busy on his own lawful business that none noticed how, since sunset had whispered hush, the turtle doves, one after the other above the trees, quite quietly, without any fuss, were beginning to drop in to drink. But there was really no cause for wonder, seeing that they had just come 1,000 miles' journey. Wouldn't you want a drink at the end of that trek? One, on still wings, slid down to the little pitch of short grass shelving to the water beside the old alder bushes. There is nothing deceiving about your turtle dove. The man who gave the dove as the emblem of peace knew what he was doing, I guess. The bold, virile moorhen, resplendent in black tights, white coat-tails, red nose-shield, and red garters, looked up from his nest in the old alders at the whisper of wings backing air, and his eye fell upon the beautiful delicacy of the faintly rose-suffused buff of the gentle turtle-dove. The moorhen was not gentle, and he scorned any who were. Get on or get out was his maxim. He knew no friends, and if there was any love lost between himself and his one wife, for he was no Mormon, they had a strange way of showing it. Not many flies could settle upon him long. He believed in asserting himself in the world, and had a supreme confidence in Mr. Moorhen. But, like many such people, he was a stickler for duty. He would do his duty if it killed him, or killed others too, for the matter of that. Moreover, he was looking at his third nest, the third built that spring, and moorhens' nests are no joke to construct either. And, to judge by his air, his views concerning that same were dubious and pessimistic. Perhaps he was seeking for a sacrifice, and the poor gentle dove was within range of vision. Perhaps the knowledge that if the water persisted in rising at the rate it had done for the past 2 or 3 days, it would submerge or float away his nest, also worried him. Perhaps he merely intended to preserve his own particular hunting ground, as a bird must do if it wants to live. Whatever the reason, if any, it did not matter to the turtle-dove, sipping peacefully and tiredly the daintiest of sips, and thanking her feathered gods, perhaps, that the unspeakable journey from Africa was over for another year. The dove suddenly found herself the center of a black whirlwind, out of whose heart came grunts and croaks of awful portent. Surprised completely before she could hurl on wing, she was for a few seconds beaten down under sheer fury of blows. Indeed, in spite of her length, though some of this was tail, whereas the foe's tail was merely a stuck-up stump, being only some 2 inches less than the length of the black whirlwind, there was for just a second or two actual fear that her journey had ended after all, and for good and all. But at last, out of the chaos of flapping wings and mixed-up feathers, the turtle-dove managed to slip backwards between the straddling, red-gartered legs of the Terror and fled wildly, frenziedly, while the moorhen strutted back to his nest. Meantime, a big pike that had evolved from nowhere special, in case the vanquished should fall in the water and require a decent burial, sank back again into the depths. Arrived at his nest, the moorhen stopped, transfixed, speechless. Another black form stood with its back to him, surveying the nest. It was not his wife. Being a moorhen, he had no delusions about his kind. His neighbor, troubled domestically also no doubt by the rise of the water, had taken advantage of the dove interlude to prospect, decent nesting sites not being so common as they seem, we may judge. Then the neighbor turned, and instantly, before you could say knife, they were at one another's throats. In and out among the swaying rushes, over the bright green carpet of the grass, into the bushes and out again, and finally away over the water, amid little fountains of foam, the battle raged. It was a case of settling things once for all, one may suspect. The pike hove to and swung about with revived hopes. A shore rat, represented by pin-point lights inside a hole on the bank, judged the fight with the eye of a professional, and an otter on the far bank was only waiting for the combatants to come near enough for him to sink and submarine them, shall we say. Then somebody laughed, and you know how a laugh resounds in such places. The adversaries fell apart as though they were a courting couple surprised, and dived. Otter, pike, and shore rat dissolved like smoke, as if they had never been. And the people in a boat that rounded the bend next instant and went splashing by saw nothing, knew nothing, heard nothing. When all was safe, when the last thump-plump of the oars had died upon the watery silence, the moorhen came up. He had been there all the time, under the water, hanging on to weeds at the bottom, with only his beak just above the surface. The boat had passed within 2 yards of him. Landing, he ran, very fowl-like he looked as he ran, to his nest, to find there, standing with one lugubrious eye upon the water and the other on the nest, his mate. Things were getting serious. She conveyed the fact to him by suggestion, one presumes, or by wireless. Anyway, she didn't talk. He knew, one supposes, that nesting is not a business that can be postponed indefinitely, and their nesting had been postponed 3 times already. That night the water rose rapidly, and next day, determined this time not to be outdone, the moorhen's 4th nest was begun. It was in a tree, this one, a willow, naturally and picturesquely. The water was still rising, and their old nest was awash. Something had to be done, or bang would go the whole show. Work on the new nest was pushed forward at top speed. It was now nearly ready, but the fact that only one of them could work at a time, owing to the vital necessity of keeping the eggs warm in the other nest, and the interruptions, such as the invasion of the moorhen on the next beat, the arrival of a merlin falcon who sat on the bare limb of a tree and seemed as if he would never go away again, the inquisitiveness of a big rat who didn't appear to have anything particular to do. These and many other things, I submit, certainly did not make the building of a moorhen's nest in a tree a matter of the simplest. Indeed, the qualities which were displayed by the 2 black little fowls, to translate their scientific name, were the qualities which go to the making of great and famous men, and don't let us forget that. That night was a dull one, marked with intervals of rain steadily splashing on water, and throughout its length the moorhens kept awake and busy. They had work to do, mysterious work of the utmost secrecy, and only the short, dark hours to do it in. All night long they came and went, more quietly than the little self-effacing water rats that were everywhere. Now there was a glimpse of a little round black body crossing a moonlit backwater. Now a rustle among the flags. Again a half-guessed, shadowy form creeping up the bank. Only that, and nothing more, to show how hard they worked. And when the dawn came, where were they? And where was the old nest? Gone, all the lot, passed as by the waving of a magic wand in the night. A 1/4 mile away downstream, fetched up among the reeds of the lake, a coy, square-nosed water rat sat in the floating, raft-like, half-submerged nest, washing his fat little face with his hand-like little paws. And in the old willow tree, opposite the spot in the river where the old nest had been, Mrs. Moorhen sat calmly and still, with that wonderful stillness of the brooding bird, upon the new nest, and upon her 7 eggs. The moonlight flitting was complete. The old talkative river could go by now, fast as he liked, and high as he liked. Mrs. Moorhen, high above all, could peer over, through the softly whispering leaves, upon his dark swirls and eddies, upon the pike, upon the brown rat, upon her neighbor in black, too, and laugh at them. And so the weeks went on, steadily, quietly, beautifully in many ways, but not, as the uninitiated think, peacefully. There is no peace in the wild. How can there be? If there were, the wild creatures would become too numerous. Laziness would settle upon them. Dirtiness would follow, then disease, and after disease, death, a clean sweep of the lot. Very rarely was our old moorhen seen during those days of anxious waiting, still more rarely his mate. But the other wild folk knew they were there. Signs were not wanting to warn the wary, to open the eyes of the innocent. Upon a day there was a sudden, wild, grunting, croaking commotion in the rushes, and a glimpse, perhaps for a second, of black-feathered moorhen bodies in violent conflict. Upon another there came sudden cries of distress, breaking the silence of the afternoon sunlight, and the picture of some unhappy bird, a reed bunting perhaps, wildly seeking for a vanished nestling. Again, upon a morning, as the sun rose, and the gullery beside the lake awoke to another day of hurrying white wings, and the feeding of clamoring crowds of young, a sable shape would vanish backwards from some black-headed gull's nest with a swirl and a sucking sigh, or it may be a croaking, mocking call, leaving the owner of that nest to set about laying fresh eggs, if she could, to make up for those that had vanished, or to mourn over the loss all the rest of the spring, if she couldn't. Oh yes, the wild people, who never complain and rarely despair, had reasons to know that the moorhens were there. That was not all, either. Insects and slugs and noisome horribles of many a shape also had good reason to know that the moorhens were there. Thus, in a constant whirl of life and death, passed the 3 weeks' brooding. Then came the morning when the old male moorhen made his way to the secret heart of the reed bed hard by the old willow tree. It was not very light in that stagnant place at any time, and the bird could barely be seen jerking himself along in his own peculiar way, in and out among the intricate water lanes between the reeds. The quaint and lovely little bearded tits were just waking to flit about from swaying, rustling reed to bowing bulrush overhead, insect hunting, and the dainty reed warblers were just peeping from their swaying hammock nests slung across the rushes, when the whole dank, hollow place was startled by a sudden, hoarse, loud croak from the old cock moorhen. 100 yards away, up in the old willow tree, in the heart of the big nest, something stirred. It was not Mrs. Moorhen. No, that thing which stirred was very much smaller than any Mrs. Moorhen, though it was as black as if it had been dropped down a chimney, and a much-used unswept chimney at that. To be exact, it was a little ball of black down, one of the young moorhens, out of the shell certainly not more than a few hours at most. Now, your moorhen baby is not like your blackbird bairn or your sparrow infant. These are helpless and are unable to stand for many days. The baby moorhen is active and self-sufficient from the first. But there are limits even to the precocious moorhen youngster's activities, and climbing down from a nest 15 feet above ground within an hour or so of birth was beyond him. Flying was out of the question. Even young moorhens are not born with ready-made wings. What could he do then? Get down he must. Why? Well, he must. That may not be lucid or explanatory, but it's a fact. Moreover, someone was calling him, and it was a call he knew. He had heard it when still inside the egg. Very beautiful is the confidence of youth in itself, and useful at times the lack of experience which keeps it from fear. Did that infant moorhen hesitate? No, sirs. He just, very calmly, very gravely, with an absurd air of enormous seriousness, went up the inside slope of the nest, and without breaking his stride, without hesitation, stepped out into space. Out into space. He strolled that atom, as who should say, poof, who's afraid of a tumble, over the edge of the nest into 15 feet of nothing. There was no thud as the black dot fell on the grass below. No thud. But he really ought to have kept there. He must surely have been killed, or, at least, put out of action. Indeed, a late returning field mouse, not more innocent than most mice, went so far as to approach him, hoping for the best. But not a bit of it. That baby moorhen, as calmly as you please, picked himself up and marched onwards, straight for the water, head up in the air, beak at an extreme angle, and with an air that seemed to say to the mouse, as plainly as words, "Not with this chick, matey, you get off the earth." But the mouse didn't, still wondering, possibly, what kind of fight this amazing infant, who dropped 15 feet and took no harm, could put up if he, the mouse, could only screw up his courage to the sticking point. He turned and watched him enter the water. That baby bird swam off just like an old moorhen, jerk of the head, cocksure manner, and all but condensed to such tinniness as to make one laugh. Next moment, that mouse was having the life crushed out of him by the hen moorhen, who had taken him in the rear, and Master Moorhen was cockily swimming behind Mr. Moorhen, in and out among the narrow water channels in the reed bed, while that gentleman cruised about, waiting for the rest. When the sun set that night, some last red wandering beam, peering down into the heart of the sighing, swaying reed bed, discovered there, close to yet another nest, the old male moorhen and his fleet of 7 little black dots of babies. His mate was nowhere on view. She was thinking about a second brood, I fancy, even so soon. But that is another yarn, and anyway, the matter was in the hands of nature, who is shrewd of calculation and knew what the risks and the wastage were likely to be. End of section 14. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 15 of The Wild Unmasked by Howard Atkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 15. The Little Fury. He belonged to that precise species which has the honor of being the most numerous species of mammal in England. He was, in fact, a shrew. In the beginning, he was not like anything very much, being toothless and blind. He lived in a little ball-shaped nest of grass, and his one business in life appeared to consist in getting as much nourishment as possible out of his mother before she died from pure exhaustion. Carrying this business through meant preventing his 4 brothers and sisters from getting any nourishment at all. Those brothers and sisters mattered nothing to him. They were only things to be chewed when his tiny teeth grew and generally bullied out of the way. Only his mother mattered, and she merely because she was a reservoir that provided milk, and milk was life. He was the heftiest of the family, by which token he always got the safest place and the most milk. So one September morning he left the nest, never to return. He faced the world to fight henceforth for himself. Behind him he left 2 brothers and a sister, really almost as ready to go as he was himself, but all several degrees too nervous to make the plunge. By this time he was a real shrew, or a shrew mouse, if you like, but no relation of the mice, really. Though not a grown-up shrew, his length was, as near as I can come down to it, about 70 millimeters. You picture him, a tiny light brown shape with a pig-like snout, hairs and bristles on his feet, tail, and ears, and a smell. Also, he had eyes like black pinpoints and the temper of several devils. His teeth were red, the top front ones sickle-shaped, while the lower front ones stuck straight out horizontally. I mention the fact because this form of dentition is unusual. He was quite certain what he was going to do. He was going to eat. The rest did not matter. Nor did his mother matter now. She was lying on her back and quite dead. A worn-out husk who had done her bit and was accordingly flung aside by nature as of no further use. The cause of death was exhaustion, and her age was 14 months. In and out down there, in the wonderful cool green world among the grass and the weed stems, flitted our shrew, a wonderful evanescent shape, scarce bigger than a bumblebee, and 10 times as hard to follow, heading upwards to the hedge bank. He found a shrew run, which is the tiniest runway on earth except the ants' roads, twisting and twining like a mapped river all in and out, and he was found by a long-tailed field mouse, all head and hind legs and tail, who, after hearing one blast of his pricking battle cry, it might have been sounded through the eye of a needle by a baby fairy, put off the attack to another day. Halfway up the bank, it was at the foot of a blazing bunch of goldenrod, a grasshopper, quite out of control, as grasshoppers usually are when once they have jumped, landed all asprawl on its back, and our shrew, turning like a tiger, and many times as quickly, slew it before its legs could be regathered for another jump. It was a revelation. The ferocity, the speed, and to him the knowledge that this was evidently what he was born for, to kill. 9 inches farther on, a spider in a gray doublet with black hose shot from under the purple face of a heartsease pansy and fairly galloped to the hole left by a tiny displaced pebble. But that spider had not counted on the shrew's snout, nor had the shrew, seriously, till then. He slipped it into the hole and brought out the spider, kicking and without joy, to be eaten. Thus he made another discovery, the meaning of his snout. And then came someone in terrible trouble, so that it could not help letting all the world know about it. Its screams were sickening to hear as it blundered its way blindly through the green jungle down to the tiny pool at the bottom of the ditch. But it must have been its fate that it should stumble upon the shrew and knock him over. This agonized one was a frog, and far bigger than any shrew. But that made no difference. The shrew picked himself up, screaming shrilly, with rage, not fear, and in that instant he had made another discovery, his temper. Truly, he had often heard from it before in the nest, but there it was one thing, and out here, in the great, wide, cruel world, quite another, likely to lead to some strange happenings. Without a second's hesitation, that diminutive, furry fire-eater flew straight at the frog, as if that poor wight had not already enough troubles of his own, and, getting hold, hung like a bulldog. Then came a rustle, revealing a young grass snake weaving along at top speed, hard on the heels of the frog, which explained the screaming. A streak, a slither, and snake's head and frog's hind legs were one, but only for a second. With snout drawn back and red teeth gleaming, the little waistcoat pocket fiend on 4 legs let go his hold and bit like several needles, hard as he could, at the flat nose that had so suddenly enveloped the frog beside him. I doubt if he knew what he did, being young, but he seemed to have released a spring. As a matter of fact, he had struck home on a rather touchy part of that young snake, and before he knew who was which, he had been flung precisely 11 inches through the air as a result of the serpentine writhings that followed. A marsh thistle received our shrew on his back, still squeaking defiance at any and every foe, whence he slid to the ground, where he coolly stopped to clean. A most necessary business with him, and unhealthy to forget. Then he saw a hole, went into it, and found that the place appealed to him because it was a hole, though a very tiny one. It was stuffy, though, and it spoke. He was getting his first lesson in burrow telegraphy, and it made him freeze every few inches, for burrows are not the silent, empty earth passages you take them for, but echoing, speaking, and often crowded roads. Thus, then, he got warning of the approach of the harvest mouse several inches before he came. The harvest mouse was a huge beast, nearly as big as our shrew, measuring something about 57 millimeters, and weighing rather more than a farthing, I should guess. And he knew nothing at all about the shrew, who was dead still, till they almost touched whiskers. Then he froze too. Not being blessed, or cursed if you like, with a fiery temper like the shrew, I think he would have turned back. But to do so meant to expose his flank and his rear to the silent beast in front of him, and experience has taught the little wild folk of the underground ways that there is not much sense in doing that. The shrew, however, was of another breed, far separated from the mouse. He could not well go back, and had not the patience to keep where he was. Therefore, heralded by a scream of rage, on a note that scratching on a window pane could scarcely get up to, he went forward with a rush, his snout held well up like an elephant's trunk. The little harvest mouse, no coward himself when cornered, since he was a rodent, could not see the gleam of the tiny red teeth, but he could see something in the pinpoint eyes. And anyway, that scream was enough. It spelt murder as plainly as speech. That was a bitter little tussle while it lasted, down under the grass roots there, in the darkness and the silence. But the fury of the shrew was not of a type to allow a long combat. He fought with his life for sale, hanging on like a bulldog, and something had to go soon. It was the harvest mouse who went, blood-dappled and tired. And the shrew, after catching a beetle that was venturesomely using the tunnel for his own purposes, curled up and instantly, as only wild creatures can, was asleep. It was the dead of night when he awoke, springing up as instantly awake as asleep. The tunnel was full of noises, coming from the far end ahead of him, and creeping forward, he found that it here debouched upon one of those main galleries that run under the length of most hedges, and seemed to be the joint property of all the diminutive underground people of the wild. It was characteristic of our young shrew at this time that he should, regardless of risk, boldly saunter out from his smaller tunnel into this main thoroughfare and pass along it. He wanted to get somewhere. He did not quite know where, and he wanted to feed. Moreover, that there might be dozens of others doing the same thing, most of them unfriendly and mainly larger than himself, few surely could be smaller, troubled him not in the least. Some, I fancy, must have detected his own peculiar and horrible odor, and, knowing the unreasoning pugnacity which accompanies that unholy smell, stood aside to let him pass, more to save themselves trouble over useless and possibly dangerous argument than anything else. One or two stood their ground and faced him till his irritating, infuriated scream reminded them that he would probably taste nasty, be uneatable, and the very deuce of a trouble to kill. Then they also removed into side holes, where he may or may not have seen the gleam of little sharp eyes watching him as he passed. All sorts of living things he saw, or heard, or scented, or felt during his perambulations up that subterranean causeway of the little wild people. Several times he met one of his own kind, younger ones like himself. Only one, however, was encountered face to face. Being shrews, they instantly fought, of course. I do not know why, except that it was because they were shrews. It was a pretty battle in its way, one fought by experts, born to the game, who had no delusions and knew quite well what they did, what they faced, and what the end would mean. They fought to kill or be killed, the one being as likely as the other, and no quarter was asked or given. How could it be, since they were shrews? If they had been larger animals, it would have appeared a very terrible battle. It was terrible enough, even on their 2¼ inch scale. Cautiously they circled, like professional fencers, looking for an opening, lunging here, feinting there, leaping in, leaping out, and leaping over, tentatively gauging each other's capabilities and measuring their own chances. Verily, they were no fools, these tabloids. Merciless, quote, slow to dread or despise, unquote, they were, and, quote, born to the matter of war, tempered and taught to the end, end quote. Also, they screamed. Then, quicker than I could follow, our shrew had skipped in and got his hold. The hold was on the root of his opponent's tail. Not, one would think, a very good place, but perhaps the best he could get, and, as the scars on his own tail showed, a popular device. Naturally, the foe did likewise, and each, at the sting of the bite, as if it had been the touching of a spring, seemed to go crazy with rage. It was fiendish. Head to tail and tail to head they revolved, but that conveys nothing. They went from sight. They became merely a halo, a blur of misty thickness, like the spokes of a spun bicycle wheel. And, of course, nothing on 4 legs could stand that strenuous merry-go-round for long. It was a waltz of death, and soon the sheer force of their own momentum broke their hold and hurled them apart. One fetched up against one wall of the tunnel, one against the other, where they lay completely winded, dead beat, but yelling defiance at each other at the tops of their pinhole voices, till returning strength hurled them at each other again. You will mark that there was never any thought of retreating, though both had a fair chance. They just closed head to tail a second time, and that amazing living Catherine wheel whirled around, but even more furiously once more. It was an extraordinary exhibition, not only in the fury and speed of the motions, but in the undying hate and frenzy shown. Anything could have caught them then. They were blind to the world, and reckless whether they died next instant or next week. A weasel or a mole advancing along there at that moment would have struck a free lunch, but no weasel or mole came. Like another that we know of, that war seemed to be one of exhaustion, and, like it too, consisted of a series of tense, ferocious onsets, punctuated with pauses to recoup and revile and yell and defy. And in the end, the foe made a slip. Foes generally do, but it is not everybody who can make the most of it. This luckless one left his side unguarded for about as long as a clock takes to say tick, and it was enough. Our shrew had him in the side, had forced him over, and never let go his chance. That foe died of, anything you like, of heart failure, exhaustion, loss of blood, and our shrew held a banquet of one upon the mangled remains. Thus, through the long, red, beautiful autumn he lived, miraculously, or in accordance with his destiny, for the winter to find him sound asleep in a most carefully chosen warm retreat, with a thicker and darker coat than when he issued forth into the cruel, wide world. His size had crept up to about 75 millimeters, and he was probably at that time as handsome in his winter furs, covering him practically from nose tip to claw tip and tail tip as he ever would be. But since at that time he paused literally in his life, in his growth, in his whole being, marked time, as it were, and became a blank, we must perforce jump the gap till he chose to restart the machinery and become an active force again. Nature's wonderful march past of the spring brought everything back to life again, including shrews. A shrew was creeping up the hedge bank. 2 shrews. Times they waited to raise their snouts in the air, elephant fashion. Times they probed them into every nook and cranny for insects. Times they paused to play or to make love. And very many times indeed they flipped into hiding, appearing and disappearing more quickly than a man could say 1, 2. They passed, and the place knew them no more, and evening began to breathe her first twilight breath over the land. Then an indescribably shrill needle-point squeak stabbed the stillness, and he stood out revealed in a copper bar of sunlight, our shrew, after nearly half a year of sleep. But if I had not told you, you might never have believed it. He was undoubtedly a shrew, but not so easily recognizable as our shrew. There was a change. His coat, though still dark, was thinner. He was bald on feet and tail and ears, the bristles and hairs having fallen out. He had, in fact, very decidedly molted, and his body length had grown to over 80 millimeters. His business was, after a clean, insects. A blue butterfly, going to sleep on the grass stem, was dead the next instant in the shrew's piggy snout. He chewed it and turned to follow a beetle who ran. Then he stopped, transfixed, smitten by a scent into a changed beast. He had crossed the trail of the 2 shrews who had gone before, and in an instant he was scuttling along hard on their line. It was a strange trailing that. It took so long, comprised so many twists and windings in and out along the innumerable shrew runs among the grass, and covered really such a small space of ground. Into a gallery he followed it, and with a short but heated argument with a young short-tailed field mouse, out again. Beyond, to the edge of the hayfield it took him, and on to the spot where a third shrew had joined the trail and followed it. This last, and all the rest, his nose told him, and it gave him no pleasure. He hurried, since he felt inclined to fall in love, and there being certainly no more than one maiden, if that, to every 2 lovers in the shrew world, time was precious. He came up with them at length, when darkness had just fallen and a gauze-covered moon had hung herself up. They were standing in a rabbit run. It was a wonderful, still, echoing night when distant sounds became magnified and seemed close by. He heard them, therefore, a long time before he arrived, sounding their needle-eye trumpets for battle. For a few seconds he stood in shadow, watching the 2 rivals out there in the light, maneuvering for a hold, squirming and wriggling round, and jumping over each other for an opening. Then they gripped. Then they spun like a top, still gripping. Then they flew apart and lay exhausted, screaming defiance. And then there was no sound, nothing but a ghostly white form, which let itself down with a swoop out of the night sky, flapped among the shrews for a moment or 2, and, rising, went. Our poor little shrew was so startled by the apparition that for a few seconds there seemed some slight risk of his dying there and then from heart failure. Finally, however, he recovered and crept out to where the 3 shrews had been. And his nose told him all. It showed him where the little lady had run away, where the original lover had tracked and joined her, and where the challenger had been slain by and gone away with the white apparition, which was a white owl. But love is mad and surmounts all obstacles, and our shrew once more took up the trail, even more determinedly than before. It was not a long trail this time, however, and the end came suddenly and strangely. Peering from the hedge, he saw the 2 little atoms moving about beside a trap. It was a spring gin, baited with carrion for vermin. The little male shrew climbed up to the bait and smelt, only smelt. There was a loud metallic snap. The female shrew shot into the grass. The male shrew jumped and fell and lay where he fell, clear of the trap and motionless, and our shrew fled as if a red-hot needle had touched him. When, later, our shrew returned to investigate, he found the little female doing the same thing, so they went together to the other. He was lying upon his back, without bloodstain, wound, bruise, or blemish upon his body, but stone dead. Slain by what? It was the loud snap of the steel jaws that had done it, the sudden noise as the trap went off. Thus delicately are these tiny creatures constituted. Brave as several lions, pugnacious beyond bull-terriers, any sudden noise is liable to kill them out of hand. So then, our shrew got his wife, to whom, I regret to say, he was not faithful long. As he had eaten his rival, she could not trust him with his own children, and he remained a wanderer and a bold adventurer till the autumn, when he did not put on a new thick coat, as in the autumn before, but died of old age, within less than 18 months of his birth. End of section 15. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 16 of The Wild Unmasked by Frank Howard Atkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 16. The Path of the Swans. Many, poets and others, have written about following the Path of the Swans to see if the old gods lived at the end of it. Let us, therefore, travel by the path of the swans into dim and mysterious places, and see what manner of gods dwell there. Overtaking, then, a swan flock, away up in the sky, we find them traveling steadily all night, hurling their weighty bodies along at a great pace through the darkened, limitless spaces. So high up were they that the giant song of their wings, a song which some seem to have mistaken for their cry, so loud is it, could no longer be heard down upon the earth, so high that one would have expected them to be utterly alone. They were not, however. From time to time they met winged voyagers of the air, like themselves, unsuspected of man. Once this flock of swans had to pull out of the course for an enormous gaggle of gray wild geese weighing up to 10 pounds apiece, thousands of whom were streaming due north at an altitude of 4,000 or 5,000 feet. Once they let by beneath them, drifting like silver confetti in the moonlight, hundreds upon hundreds of green plover, the weirdly crying pewit of our night fields. Once a golden eagle, proud in that pride that marks coming of age, and journeying from Spain to Scotland, swept up in grand spirals to look 'em over, but decided that the swans were too hefty a proposition, even for him. Once an advance guard of swallows shot past them like bullets, and once a lonely cuckoo, hawk-like and mysterious, slipped underneath in the gloom. People sleeping in the ships down below on the dim sea had little suspicion that the summer birds were arriving at that hour over their heads, and the winter birds were going. But the fact was that spring, on the lap of the wild southwest wind, was rushing up from the lands of the sun, bringing love and all her people with her. The swans swung on all that night and all the next morning, the sea alone beneath them now, dimly guessed at occasionally through rifts in the clouds. They said nothing at all, but the rhythmic beat of their wings, high up there in the kingdom of the winds, sounded like a strong, pulsating, joyous song. They, too, had been touched by love in passing. And, as if to prove it, the old leader of the flock bent back his neck a little caressingly, so that he seemed to be looking backwards over his snowy slope of shoulder towards his old mate, whose orange-red bill cut the air barely a foot behind his short tail, and he bobbed his head. And she, curving back her head, but less so, and looking at him, bobbed her head too. God knew how long those two had been partners. Many, many years, certainly, yet never too long to love, it seemed. About noon they came down on a long, long slant out of the misty clouds. Bursts of spray were visible as one after the other took the water and careered along it with their own weighty momentum. And you could hear for some distance the reports of that shooting the chute as the swans struck the water. Out here upon the gray, chill face of the northern waters, they were alone, and no enemy, it would appear, could harm them. But they were without food, and had only come down to rest. Indeed, probably only the lagging of the last 3 birds of the flock, cygnets of a couple of years or so ago, had induced them to come down at all. Somehow, in such a place, they seemed strange, and yet probably quite half, if not more, of their life was spent upon salt water. They certainly swam well, even on the rough sea, riding the tossing waves like the Viking craft of old, whose bold prows often took the shape of their own selves as an emblem of conquest of the waters. Some of them preened. Some went to sleep. Most simply floated head to wind, doing nothing, or indulging, rather, in what among birds we call reaction. Thus, then, they swam for part of the afternoon, till something, all dark and glistening, rose out of the jade-green waters, not a stone's throw from them. There was a little jet of watery steam from the thing's nose, which it carried on the top of its head, and with a silent roll and a plunge, the apparition was gone as mysteriously and suddenly as it had appeared. And so were the swans gone, beating quickly, tremendously, along the surface, following in the wake of their wise old leader. Impossible it was to tell what that denizen of the deep might have been. An ever-hungry killer, a whale, a dolphin, or a big seal, or whether it was 6 or 20 feet long. Nor did the old swan care. He possessed upon his spotless breast an ancient healed scar where a killer, or some big seal, had risen beneath him and taken a great tearing chop out of him years ago, and he had no wish to possess two such scars. Wherefore the flock continued the journey, and at sundown put beneath them a ragged fretted coast, all ruby and wine red in the setting sun. To the coast succeeded hills and valleys of frowning pines and serried larches, purple in the western light, and so on till the steaming mists of immense marshes lay beneath them like a sea. Here, where a steely glint flashed upwards through the mist, the old leader of the Swans threw down his long neck, and, checking speed slowly, they swept backwards and forwards, till at last, with long necks outstretched and powerful wings arched rigidly, they came sliding down to the water. This was their home, a home from which they were forced to journey far in winter, owing to the fact that it froze over and turned them out, but to which they returned each spring. No human being witnessed the stately homecoming of the wild swans after their journey of perhaps thousands of miles, because there were no human beings there. Other eyes, however, implacable and fierce, looked up sharply as the loud whimper of sword-sharp pinions grew like music out of the west, and watched the superb descent of the swans in the gathering gloom. As the flock rested upon a low sedgy island that night, the leader's mate, who was on guard, saw a sharp-muzzled, rough head coming steadily towards them across the path of moonlight upon the water from the nearby shore. She gave the alarm by prodding her husband, and the whole flock promptly swam out to open water, where they watched, with upstretched necks and calm disdain, a disgusted, shaggy gray wolf climb out upon their island and shake himself. After that, he stared at them malevolently for a space and swam back again, rather crestfallen. He had not found them by any means asleep, as he had hoped. Again, in the darkest hour just before dawn, the old leader suddenly became restless and swam again out to open water. The flock was not much inclined to follow, but his was an imperious spirit, brooking no refusal, and he angrily drove those before him who would not go. They were sleepy. They could see and hear no danger either. Nor could he. He thought he could detect just something, however, and long experience of the wild had taught him to take no chances. This was as well, for, with nerve-trying suddenness and a more than nerve-trying growl, a big, heavy-pawed and grinning lynx landed with a splash and a terrific leap in the shallows, so nearly behind the last and most careless young swan that the brute's murderous claws scraped a horrible red pattern all down the bird's back as she frantically tore herself clear. From the deeps they watched the flaming eyes of the foe scowling at them for a time, and heard his venomous snarl of spite. Then he swam back to shore again, and the swans rested and browsed upon water plants and grass till the first wan gray began to creep round the tips of the hills and turned the lake to dull steel. Dawn found, however, a great change. To be exact, the new light, as soon as it showed anything clearly, revealed a very different leader of swans from that which had journeyed east and south. His long neck was back in a graceful letter S curve, and lay almost along his back, above which the snowy plumes of his wings curved in a high arch. His natural black scowl was blacker, his every feather stretched and arched and menacing, his beak set ready to strike, his enormously powerful wings half unfolded, ready to break the back, or the leg, or the neck of anything that came within reach. In a word, the leader was en rangée, which is to say, the madness of love was upon him, and woe betide everybody. He was alone, well out in the lake, but as the first sun shafts came shooting down, flashing over the hills, he turned and, literally swelling out his feathers so that he appeared twice his real size, started swimming towards the flock. As he swam, with the golden ripples breaking away from the spotless, faultless curve of his neck, he increased speed gradually, till at last he was fairly rushing along, with the water bubbling all round him. The flock, without seeming to notice him, began to break up slowly, the females continuing disinterestedly to browse grass along the lake shore here and there, and only 2 males remaining to face him. These were both young. In full battle array they swung, like line of battle 3-deckers, with all sails set, to meet their leader, a fine sight in the eye of the awakening sun. To look at, they were every bit as terrible, every inch as determined, every ounce as angry as he. They nearly met, but not quite. There was a smother of flying water beaten by angry long wings. The 2 younger birds swerved, one to the right, one to the left, each at the very last instant, and the leader shot in a seethe of hissing water between. The foe had, as they gained a nearer and clearer view of his ferocious front, changed their minds, and refused encounter at the last moment, which was as well, perhaps, for them. The leader turned, and even as he did so, some enormous commotion on the shore caught his attention. He swung about again to look, and that which he beheld sent him headlong to that shore like a bird gone mad. He did not wait to fly or to swim, but executed a mixture between the two. What his inscrutable reptilian eyes had seen was a young but nearly full-grown wolverine, the most hated beast in the wild, the dread glutton of the north, a long, ragged-coated, steel-trap-jawed, devil-faced fiend on 4 legs, somewhere between a bear and a badger in looks, and that same had his teeth fixed in the snowy curved neck of the old swan's mate. More cunning than wolf or lynx, the brute must have hidden in ambush for the beautiful bird as she fed along the shore, and got her. What followed was worth seeing. The old male swan arrived like a whirling white avalanche. The wolverine had not bargained for him. Apparently, he had not bargained that anyone would overlook the ugly reputation of his tribe and attack him at all. And in that he made his blunder, for he must let go of his hold on the hen swan's neck, and with it all likelihood, probably, of getting another so good, or face what might follow. Between the two he hesitated, and he who hesitates in the wild is a gone coon all the time. His snap was just too late to rip open the old swan's throat, and his sidestep just too slow to avoid the appalling wing stroke that followed. You could hear it a long way, that first fearful blow, delivered with the full force of the swan leader's fury of love, and you could see the wolverine double up and go down under it as if his back were broken. Then you could see nothing but beating wings and whirling feathers. The wolverine is a determined and terrible fighter, and no less so when in for it as this one was, and the swans were fighting for their lives. All up and down the shore the battle raged, the old swan trying to get his foe into the water, the wolverine trying to drag his antagonist ashore. The female swan beat herself clear as quickly as she could, and afterwards occupied a skirmishing billet on the flanks. Her neck hurt abominably. But how shall we speak of the end? How tell about the golden eagle, who, reeling off immense spirals aloft in the infinite above that lake at noon, shot down swiftly to investigate some strange specks upon the shore, and found there, side by side, a white and crimson dying swan, magnificent still, even in extremis, and a half-mad wolverine, helpless, with his back broken. Or picture how the triumphant eagle closed with the wolverine, grappling him terribly about the head, and how chaos became chaos worse confounded, until the afternoon sun found only a hungry eagle feeding upon the carcasses of a swan and a wolverine, while a raven and two coal-black crows made bold silhouettes against the dancing amber of the lake, as they sat upon an immense boulder and waited for the king of all the birds to finish his royal banquet and retire. When last known, there was only one swan upon that lake, a single big female swan, sitting, motionless and statuesque, upon her nest and her eggs, hidden in a rushy islet within sight of the spot where her mate, whom she had never forgotten, had died to save her. End of section 16. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 17 of The Wild Unmasked by Frank Howard Atkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 17. The Fighting Combine. There are people who would have asserted that it was a whelk shell. Others would have maintained that it was a crab, and yet others would have stoutly proclaimed it an anemone. The job was to find out precisely what it was. It certainly was a most amazing and pretty something, and it was alive. As a matter of fact, this thing was a company, a limited liability company of nature, and its name was Hermit Crab and Company Limited. The company consisted in the anemone, the limited in the whelk shell, which was just a shell from which the whelk had departed, or been eaten by the crab. And the crab was in the shell, having a soft body and no shell of his own like other crabs, and the anemone was half on, half under the shell, and everybody was pleased. The crab was the president of the combine, because the crab alone knew where he was going. And even the crab could not have been very sure, since all his world was a mist, a green mist, lightest and thinnest near him, a murk lit by an 8-foot circle of golden white light above. Anyhow, the crab knew his depth. The circle of light and the pressure both told him. All the same, he had not had the slightest intention of getting up the estuary, which was a very bad break on his part. He began to suspect what was happening when the bottom got too muddy. The suspicion became certainty when, trying to retreat by the way he had come, he found the green shore crabs were too numerous to be safe company. Green shore crabs are always hungry. And after that, the pressure lessened and became practically nil. The circle of white light broadened, and, horror upon horror, the stilt-like legs of ravenous birds came walking through the murk. Then he knew he was up against it, and the only course was to retire within himself, or rather within the whelk shell, covering the entrance with his murderous pincers held carefully at the ready. The anemone, as disgusted as a creature without a soul could be, shut all its tentacles and went to sleep, if anemones ever do sleep. But the crab did not sleep. He watched the bird's legs grow shorter and the surface grow nearer, and he was afraid. Presently a pair of legs came near, and a beak tapped the hermit crab's whelk shell all over, searching for a way in, till it touched the anemone. Then the anemone squirmed, and the beak was withdrawn with great speed and greater disgust. The anemone is the skunk of the underworld of the sea, foul, nasty, and not good to eat. Meanwhile, the hermit crab was hunting about for a downward slope, which would, he calculated, lead to a channel, or at least to a pool. For the tide, as he was well aware, was going out like water out of an emptying bath, and he had no wish to be left stranded high and dry upon the mud ooze. Finally, just as the water rushed off the mud with disconcerting quickness, he found a pool, a very shallow one, but better than nothing, and, on the principle of any port in a storm, he sank gratefully into it. There is no truce, however, for such of the sea people as foolishly get left by the tide, and very soon the hermit crab's stalk-like eyes, sticking out like periscopes, were aware of a greenish-white and downy keel, and of a pair of paddling, coral, web-footed legs above him. They stood for the black-headed gull, and next moment a black or chocolate-brown hooded head came down to peer at him inquisitively. The hermit crab dug himself shyly down into the mud as deeply and unobtrusively as he could, until the anemone, who hated mud, vigorously protested. But the combine did not get rid of that gull. For 10 minutes the bird prospected the crab, north, south, east, and west, while he shut himself into his whelk's shell as tightly as he could. Then at last the gull made his attack, a pickaxe blow with his beak. It slid off the shell, and it touched up the anemone, who was tightly shut up too. The anemone opened all its tentacles with a jerk. The gull opened its beak in a scream of horror, and, as if the scream had fetched it, a great pirate-rigged, narrow-winged herring gull came gliding up. The little black head beat a hasty retreat, and the herring gull examined the most unhappy hermit crab with deadly criticism. Then he picked up the whelk shell carefully, with a nice regard for the feelings of the anemone, whom he had apparently no wish to offend or to taste. He flapped mightily and rose slowly. He proposed, amiable bird, to let Messrs. Hermit Crab and Company Limited fall from a height of some 40 feet upon stones or the hardest thing he could find. Then the combine would be smashed, and he would be able to dine upon hermit crab at his leisure. The things against his scheme were the slipperiness of the whelk shell, the warlike protests of crab and anemone together, and the shape of the gull's beak. 2 feet up, the gull lost his hold. The shell slipped and fell, not into the pool from which it had been taken, but into an adjoining and deeper one. It was not really a deep pool, and one would have said the gull could have reached the crab easily. A duck would have done so in a second. Yet, although the gull wasted a solid half-hour at the job, even going so far as to rise a foot or so into the air and pounce down, he was so shallow-keeled and cork-like that he utterly failed to get himself under the water, and so the hermit crab remained where he fell, probably thinking himself lucky. If the gull had remained an hour longer, or had called again, he would have found that pool nearly empty, and the crab there still, hoping devoutly that no one would spot him, or, worst of all, mistake him for a real whelk. Before the tide deserted him, the place had been alive with green shore crabs, all taking a horrible and hungry interest in the combine. It was alive still with green shore crabs, but you did not see them. Each and every one had dug himself in and was represented only by a pair of periscope-like eyes, staring and expressionless, watching and still as death. At last the hermit crab knew by signs and portents known only to the sea people that the tide was coming back again, the tide that was to him life, and death too in many forms, but certainly life. Everybody knew it, apparently, for the whole of the barren mud ooze, which had seemed lifeless before, appeared now to be waking up. The shore crabs began to edge out a furtive but ready pincer. The lobworms and the clams buried beneath the mud began to make little sucking noises as they moved restlessly, and an eel or two, mud-covered, started to squirm. Then the sea suddenly overflowed, as it were, everywhere, and before he knew it, the birds in the sky, the long, lone southwest breeze, and the salt smell had gone, whisked away as if by some tremendous magic hand, and the hermit crab found himself swimming bravely through green water, swirling and surging over and around him. Following always the slope of the mud downhill, our hermit crab raced for the nearest channel as hard as he could go, having no wish to remain in the company of the swarming cannibal shore crabs a moment longer than he could help. Moreover, he craved the sea. The channels in the estuary were cut very deep, and the sides were very steep, and the hermit crab knew quite well when he reached one. He simply tumbled headlong over the edge into deep water and thanked his gods for it. Next moment, he wished he had not been quite so headlong. As the crab began to fall to the bottom, which was covered here with the green swing fronds of the grass Zostera marina, he saw only the 8-foot circle of light above him, and everything else green, including the surface, which, mirror fashion, reflected the bottom. But he fell somewhat slowly, half swimming, and suddenly the green mirror of the surface outside the circle of light directly above his head was broken by a single streak of silver. That meant that something had broken the surface and come below it, letting down the light. As he grounded, the crab watched the streak of silver glide rapidly along above till it joined the circle of golden white light directly overhead. Then followed a single big flash of silver, and a chain of silver bubbles going up, and in the gloom he could faintly see a great greenish globule, like a huge pear-shaped pearl, sinking to the bottom. As a matter of fact, he had been watching a cormorant swimming along the surface with its head characteristically under, the big black bird's breast being practically invisible from below because reflecting the color of its surroundings beneath, just as the surface of the water did outside a single skylight-like circle of light overhead. The bird had now dived and was coming to the bottom. Cormorants have a trick of swimming along close to the bottom, and this one now began to do so, using only its legs for propulsion, and evidently taking it easily. The hermit crab had seen and had withdrawn into his shell with every available claw covering the entrance, and with a sudden instant stillness that literally spelt terror. From the cormorant there is no protection for crabs. Shell, first-hand or borrowed, made no odds against this bird, which is one of the crab's greatest foes. The big bird passed, its green eyes peering so close that it seemed impossible they had not seen the whelk shell. Possibly they had, but overlooked the fact that there was a hermit crab inside it. Then the current, like a draft in the air behind a traveling vehicle, made by the strokes of the big bird's powerful, broad-bladed feet, swept some fractional particles of a lately deceased and crab-torn fish up from the bottom. They were so small as to be scarcely noticeable in the murk, but the blind anemone knew, and, opening, it was prompted by its devil to writhe its tentacles horribly. The movement flashed to the reptilian eye of the bird, so that, backing water instantly, it came round with a sudden swish that shifted the whelk shell and induced the crab inside to move one leg. One leg only, but it was enough. The blind anemone seemed to know suddenly and was instantly still. The sharp-eyed crab knew too, and was also still. Back shot the long head of the cormorant. The green eyes gleamed dragon-like. Death hovered in the water overhead, and... what was that? It was just as if a shower of shooting stars had burst all in that one instant. In the semi-gloom it was rather startling, but it did not startle the cormorant, except into movement so rapid that, before one knew what was happening, the whole scene was transformed into a lightning storm of flashes and fiery whirling sparks, darting, streaking everywhere. It was like a scene from fairyland, but there were no fairies. It was simply a shoal of gray mullet who had come sailing quietly up the estuary, practically invisible, because their silver bellies and sides merely reflected the green of their surroundings, till they had come unexpectedly upon the cormorant, and in darting away from the bird had exposed their sides to the top light nearly altogether and become visible. Now, if it is possible that there is one thing friend cormorant likes better than crab, even soft, shell-less hermit crab, it is gray mullet. Wherefore this one went off at once in hot pursuit of its favorite prey. As a matter of fact, it actually came back for the crab afterwards, but he wasn't there when it arrived. The estuary seemed to be too full of close calls to please any self-respecting hermit. In addition, there are times, even with crabs, when their fancies, quote, lightly turn to thoughts of love, unquote. You wouldn't think it to look at them, but it is so. Our crab guessed, however, that he would not find much love in the estuary, for here he was rather out of his territory, and he craved, therefore, the sea, the real sea, the sandy bottom, the everlasting space beyond the green veil through which none can see. Wherefore he decamped down channel as fast as his legs would carry him towards the mouth of the estuary, the anemone visibly rejoicing on his back. Not, mind you, that the sea was any more private or safe than the estuary. There's no privacy or safety in the underworld of the waters. Even the fittest do not survive there without a good slice of luck. It was only that the hermit crab craved the sea, and before another 24 hours were over, he got it. In fact, he got a bit too much, for being in the channel, the outgoing tide helped him along faster than he wanted to go. He could soon tell by the dimming of the light that was coming down from the narrow circle above that the red, orange, and yellow rays, which are the first to go under water, were fading, and by the increased pressure that he was getting into deeper water than he liked. Then he nearly fell over an abyss. It may have been a crack or an inlet in what they call a continental shelf, for all I know, and had the pleasure of balancing on the edge of nothing, as it were, and staring over into a violet and black void for half a second, before he regained his equilibrium and crawled steadily back uphill. And I think, by the by, that about that time the anemone was nearer dissolving their partnership, for anemones can move when they want to, than at any other period in their lives. As the crab worked uphill, however, and the light grew very slowly, and the pressure lifted slightly, his partner settled down a bit, and he soon had the luck to appease it further by capturing a fillet of haddock. This sounds odd, but is not really. The constant warfare, the ceaseless eating of fish by fish that goes on in the sea causes a good many lost mouthfuls to float away, and the waiters and the watchers below, the crawling ones, the crabs, the crayfish, the lobsters, starfish, and the like, make capital accordingly. The hermit crab broke up the white flesh ravenously, with other reasons for haste beside his hunger. In 30 seconds he was surrounded by prawns, and small crabs sprang from nowhere, and the anemone also took some pieces that floated about in the water. After that he still headed uphill, which meant inshore and to shallower water. The sandy floor of the sea changed to rock, and sliding over the edge of a seaweed-covered slab rather more quickly than he meant to, he fell almost on top of a strange and wonderful creature. It looked like a crab, and yet not like any crab that one is led by the books to search for. That is to say, the front part of it was armed and bristling with legs and murderous pincers in the true crab fashion, but the back part was a long, cylindrical, soft body. It had no shell, this thing. It had, but some accident had broken the shell, a whelk shell, which was lying, dimly visible, a little way off. When our hermit crab appeared, all spread-eagled, sliding down, the apparition had its back to the wall, so to speak, fighting off the combined attack of 4 shore crabs, all of which seemed to know its weakness. It turned a little in desperation and struck at our hermit crab, but he did not strike back. He had seen the hesitation, it appeared, and besides, he did not need to be told the truth. This was a female hermit crab looking for a fresh whelk shell and in dire peril during the process. Without a second's pause, our hermit crab rushed at the cutthroat crew that nearly surrounded her. Most of them got out of his way, dealing long scythe strokes at him, which harmlessly slid off his shell as he passed. But one, and that the largest, sidestepped surlily and slowly, and with that one he closed. The combat that followed was a long, cruel wrestle, pincers locked home on pincers, legs feeling and boring like gimlets, but the end could never have been in doubt. The shore crab gave ground slowly from the start, and after having one leg torn off, was so nearly turned upon his back, where he would have been helpless, that he thought it best to turn and run. But when our hermit crab turned himself and hurried back to the female, he could see that things were desperate. News that a crab had been found without a shell, soft-bodied and helpless, seemed in some mysterious way to have run like wildfire along the sea bottom, and everywhere he could make out dim, shadowy shapes moving in slowly and with a terrible deliberation towards her. Something must be done, and that quickly, otherwise he would be powerless to save her. He was not in danger himself. No one of them could master him with his whelk shell and his anemone. Considering his load, he was moving at an extraordinary pace by this time, rushing at her, indeed, with such fury that for the moment it looked as if hunger had overcome love, and that he was going to eat her. She, however, made no attempt at defense against him. Even when he seized her and lifted her up bodily, she did not strike. Then it was seen that, though holding her tightly aloft, he was not pinching her, at least not more than he could help. Next instant he was off, carrying her held out sideways before him, and the circle of his foes, shore crabs, nearly all of them, seemed determined to stop him if they could. But he did not mean to be stopped, and, spotting an opening between two enemies, he made for it and got through. There followed a ghastly race, a nightmare through the green gloom. The hermit crab, already almost overloaded with his own whelk shell, so strangely bedecked atop with the waving anemone, carried his lady love in his arms, so to speak, dragging himself along over the slippery rocks and through the clinging, waving seaweed, with a ravening pack of green and fiery-eyed foes in hot pursuit. But it was not simply a mad and hopeless flight. Our hermit crab was no fool. He knew well what he was up to. Indeed, all the time, even as he hurried, he had an air of desperately looking for something, and at last, just as he could feel the pincers of his leading foe, a crab, tapping upon his shell, he found that for which he sought. It was a hole in the rock, a mere crack, but a sanctuary, in dire stress to him. He crawled to it at once, hastily crammed his lady-love inside, squeezing and packing her in with scant ceremony and little show of love, and turned himself round full in the entrance of the hole, blocking it almost completely, and gave battle. The crab that was already at his heels stopped dead, gave one look, and backed away. The next raced up, stared, and edged off. The next, and the next, did likewise, until he had soon a little half-circle of sawing pincers and lifting legs around him. But none dared make the first attack, for what they saw was a hermit crab in his shell, at all points armed, a gaudy anemone waving horrible mocking tentacles atop, and above that, from the darkness, the pincers of another hermit crab, our friend's lady-love to wit, ready open to deal with any that might in the heat of the fight get past the guard. That picture they saw, and that picture was enough for them. They went away, slowly, hungry, one by one, and disappointed, leaving the hermit crab and his bride in peace. End of section 17. Read by Mark Harrington. Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 18 of The Wild Unmasked by Frank Howard Atkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 18. Sandy Van Trump. Van Trump got up from off the chair, became the shape of an inverted U, then the form of a wave, did his best to ruin the covering of the chair with villainously hooked claws, cleaned out with great care, and left, for the benefit of the next occupant of that chair, two of those great small people officially called Pulicadae, and hopped off. Van Trump went the round of the silent feet under each silent table and sniffed into each glass, put on the floor to be temporarily out of the user's way. He peered into the ice cream bowl, placed by the window to catch what little draught there was, and jerked back with a sneeze of acute agony as the cold touched up his super-sensitive whiskers. At the sound of his own sneeze, always funny whenever and wherever you heard it, he whipped his head round and glared at the dazzling room as if he was a driven tiger. But nothing happened. The room might have been empty for all the sound that came from it, except for the ghostly whisper of the cards and the fussy giggle of a leaking siphon. Sound in that room was dead. Nobody heard the sneeze, it seemed. Van Trump waited, a glaring statue, self-condemned by the by, beside the ice cream bowl, frozen for nearly a minute to verify the fact. A minute or so later, the shadowy head of Van Trump drifted, vapor-like, over a small milk jug on a stool. It had been hot milk for coffee, but was nearly cold now. Van Trump never upset anything. It was, I should think, his boast. He did what he could with the milk jug, not quite half, and faded behind a screen. It is necessary, you understand, in the set in which Van Trump moved, to make your toilet screened from the public gaze after dealing with milk jugs. He knew, it appeared, that whiskers, and we, some of us that is, know that long mustaches too, may give the whole game away sometimes. 1 minute and a half later, Van Trump's broad, smoky, striped head appeared round the other end of the screen. With large, round, vertical-slit eyes, he regarded the brilliant scene before him silently for a space, steadfastly stared at each group of card players in evening dress gathered round each little table. One might permit oneself the hazard that the glare bored him fearfully, but the silence, thwarted only by the ghostly whisper of the cards, was entirely to his taste. He liked man never so much as when the Lord of Creation was occupied, as he himself liked to be occupied, with his own affairs. Van Trump switched one eye and the half of one fluted ear towards Van Diemen, the black palm with the yellow neck ribbon, asleep on the sofa. Van Diemen would, he knew, give him away if he could, but he could hear or see the palm giving little furtive kicks, and that proved that he was dreaming. He thought, one believes, that he was chasing cats. If so, it had never, to date, got any further than a dream. Van Trump turned with a supercilious curl of his upper lip from Van Diemen and somehow managed to be in the shadow of the nearest table without seeming to have gone there. From thence he glided down along under the chairs, behind an individual of obvious weight who sat alone in a corner, making those strange sounds which experience had, one thinks, taught Van Trump were equivalent to Van Diemen's kicks, and so into the obscurity back of the big palm stand by the door. 2 minutes and 10 seconds later, Van Trump, a dim and half-guessed form, was crouched among the little trays, each with its little jug of milk, many full and untouched till then, which the waiter, in a hurry, had put down in the hall outside on a low settee arrangement. Though the actual height did not matter to Van Trump, it is not clear how Van Trump had managed to get from the inside to the outside of that room, and one could have sworn the door appeared to be shut, absolutely without aid by people going in or out, and without being seen. It was one of those little, what one might call, sleight of paw acts, which were entirely Van Trump's very own. Each milk jug he treated as fairly, he had never been known to upset anything, remember, as the length of his tongue and his thirst would allow, and, at the very last moment, at the sound of approaching footsteps, evaporated into the darkness of the lobby where the coats hung. His next advent was scarcely 30 seconds later, in the shape of a vague silhouette framed in the oblong open window space set high up in the lobby where the coats hung. It just about fitted him. You could see faintly his round head, fat cheeks, and strong shoulders, a twig and 2 leaves outlined against the sky. Then the silhouette of Van Trump vanished. outside, not in, and from that instant Van Trump became a changed beast. By this time, you may have guessed what Van Trump was. He was not a whist or bridge player. Oh no, nothing of the kind. He was a cat. Not just any old cat, you understand. Witness his very name, for instance, but an extremely fine, in build and brain, specimen, thoroughbred, if cats ever are. Tom Sandy Cat, which, as you may or may not know, is the male of the pure tortoise-shell cat. Doubtless he had other names. Thus he was the Felis domesticus of his master. Upon the loving lips of his mistress, the not-so-loving lips of the butler, the less loving ones of the housemaid, the still less loving ones of the cook, the scarcely lovable ones of the head gardener, and the least loving of all of the gamekeeper, I have heard him given titles weird and wonderful, spoken often in a vivid undertone. None of these, however, was so dignified as Van Trump, nor so scientific as Felis domesticus, nor so homely as just good old plain Puss. Therefore, we will know him henceforth and hereafter by one of these after-mentioned nicknames. And in that instant, as has been said, Van Trump became a changed beast. It was with him as it is with us, because years in their thousands, civilizations in their mock power, make no difference to nature in her single might. Today we are civilized man. Give us but war in the interval, and lo, tomorrow we are just man. A moment before, in there, among the lights, in the glare on the man-made chair, Van Trump had been a domestic cat. Now, out here in the dark, among the night, sniffing the tainted breeze, alert, fierce, bare-clawed, suspecting any instant danger, he had become just cat, the prowling, hunting beast. There was here, as in the room behind there, a great silence, broken only by a ghostly whisper. But the silence was 10 times greater, and the whisper was the voice of the night. A wonderful thing is the voice of the night, one big whisper made up of, so many tiny sounds. Few can interpret it. Van Trump was one of the few. He heard the shrill, high trill of the long-eared bat, the rustle of a long-tailed field mouse among the grass on the border of the kitchen garden path where he stood, the infinitesimal click of a daddy longlegs' wings, the whirring of a moth, the ping of a gnat, the suck and sigh of a sounding worm, the lisp of falling blossom, the snap of a twig somewhere down in the woodshed, the wrench and the chud-chud of cattle grazing behind a hedge, the steady song of traveling wild duck's wings overhead, and the tiny skid of a beetle opening its wings. Then, suddenly, he was folded down into the grass and the ground. He had heard another sound, the indescribable, small, but quite audible sound that an animal makes when it cleans its fur, or bites, rather, at its fur in the cleaning. What animal? It was dark. Even if it had been light, however, you would scarcely have noticed that Van Trump was creeping forward, step by soundless step, silent as his shadow. The sound of the cleaning ceased. Van Trump became as a clump of grass, and far more still. The noise of cleaning commenced again. Van Trump slid forward once more. Once the noise stopped abruptly, and it was as if 2 tiny bits of light green tin in front of him had suddenly reflected a light. They shone there motionless for perhaps half a minute, but not so motionless as Van Trump hugged the cold soil. Then they switched off, and Van Trump restarted his ghost glide. Finally, in a flash, Van Trump was discovered. There had come no sound, nothing. Only the noises had ceased abruptly, and the 2 lighted bits of green tin had switched on again to remain fixed and staring in his direction. As for Van Trump, he got up, he stretched himself at extreme leisure, he scratched, he smelt a flower with that purely aesthetic enjoyment of flower scents that cats seem to know, and, with hands in his pockets, so to speak, he strolled forward. As a matter of fact, he knew he had already been discovered, and there was no need, therefore, for further concealment. He was met by a growl, quick, short, sharp, and low. Van Trump did not pause. He might have been stone deaf by his action. He slouched straight on into the night and the leaks. The growl continued. It grew, rose an octave, vibrated ominously. Van Trump cocked his tail a little to one side. Then, before you could have raised a gun, he darted in. Something seemed to shoot straight up into the air in front of him. He shot up too. The two forms met and fell together. There was a horrible sound of low, concentrated rage let loose, neither snarl, nor growl, nor yell. The vegetables seemed to have something moving very rapidly about them in a very narrow area. Then came, quite loudly and distinctly, a series of thuds upon the mold, which receded quickly and vanished, and old Van Trump came out of the vegetables onto the garden path again and stood, head up, ears pricked, looking after the sounds. And they had quite gone before at last he turned upon himself and started licking his slight wounds with great care and shrewd knowledge. In the wild, it is necessary for a beast to choose just so large a hunting ground as will keep it, and to hold that against all comers, even its own species. Van Trump could do all that, though the necessity for even that had gone. And the farmer's cat from across the fields had done no more either than come seeking for a fresh hunting ground, there being already 3 other cats at the farm. It had gone back quicker than it came. Beaten. In a minute, Van Trump was slouching down the path, head down, front paws rigid like working rods or levers, making his shoulders appear humped, back sloping gradually down to the drawn-back, dropped, almost dragging hind legs, and tail trailed out behind all. In this gait he was not beautiful. He slouched. He was ungainly, a thing without grace. But you will see the lone tiger march thus, if ever it be your luck to see him as he slips before the beaters through cover. And the leopard, too, will show you the gait. But not, I think, King Leo. At least, not so pronouncedly, he being built on slightly shorter, higher lines. Once the beast paused to smell a flower. Once to play with the clean-cut fretwork of a twig's shadow in the moonlight. Once to pat at a worm that writhed and went down while you watched, and once he pounced at a sudden miniature riot on the edge of the hedge, a squeaking and a pinpoint swaying all down among the stalks. He hooked hard with his paw, bit, shook his nose, hooked again, pounced the second time, and, sitting up, hauled out onto the path a live thing that screamed in the voice of scratched glass. It was not much less than 3 inches long, tail included, that monster, but it had red teeth. I swear it had, for you could just see them in the moonlight, it being very willing to bite. And a pig-like snout, and an odor that wasn't clover, and the temper of Eblis. It was a very wonderful thing to see there in the bare path in the cruel moonlight, that watch-pocket fiend, helpless, shrieking with impotent rage, snapping and gnashing with blind, almost fiendish fury at the big beast that could abolish it with a flip of a paw. And abolished with the flip of the paw it was, too. Not instantly, but after a few minutes, and in the process of being played with, because it bit so infernally well. The cat picked it up, gave one squeeze, and dropped it, sneezing. It was no mouse, but a common shrew, and from the glands in its sides, I presume, issued a smell, a penetrating, nauseating, hard-hitting, make-you-retire-quickly smell, so that even in death, as in life, the atom, that was so delicate and tiny that you could, this is a fact, abolish him with a sudden loud noise, kept up the traditional spirit of his name that was started by immortal Shakespeare. Turn we now to our cat on the other side of the hedge, on the verge of the road. For 2 minutes he hesitated. Then, drawn out, and low as a dachshund, he made across, but stopped dead halfway to head up and stare. 1 second it was dark. Next second, there was an intolerable glare, and eyes, enormous eyes that lit up the world and saw all the night, were glaring right at him, onto him, into him. Him, Van Trump, caught petrified with horror there in the very exact bare middle of the road. Between Van Trump's legs, a spider that seemed to use the hairs of dandelion seeds for legs raced like mad, and you could see it. Round his head, a gnat danced gaily like a bit of golden fluff, and you could see it. In front of him, a surprised cockchafer marched in haste for the side, almost arm in arm with a venturesome slug, and you could see them. A glowworm hunted in the dust, and you could see it. And a midge, only a very small midge, settled for a second on the very tip of Van Trump's right hand, second from top whisker, and you could see that. And claws and eye-teeth. The thing was on him. It had taken no longer than that, no longer than you would take to see those things above noted lit up as plain as by a searchlight, and it was on him. It and its growing, purring hum was upon him in a flash. I suppose a lesser cat than Van Trump would have lost its head, would have bolted backwards or forwards, and been dashed, or smitten rather, to eternity in the half of a wink. Van Trump was not that sort. When in doubt, fall flat was Van Trump's motto, it seemed, and a very good motto, too, in the wild, in 8 cases out of 10. In the 9th and 10th, you don't get up again. Van Trump, therefore, flattened. In fact, he did more. If he must die, he would at least die fighting, as his father, Van Trumpeter, had done before him, and his grandfather, Vanguard, and his mother, Queen of Hearts, even in a trap, 'twas said, had done before him too. He fought, he rolled over on his back, and with all the power of his strong hind legs and long, cruel claws, raked at the belly of the monster. Such a trick he used, when pressed, against his ordinary foes, and such a rowelling would have ruined the innards of the heaviest tomcat for a month, or forever. What it did to this enormous foe, the wonderful gods of the night that sent it alone knew. But no matter. It was a motor car going at speed, the doctor's car going hell for leather, and it had run over without touching the cat, who, as by a special dispensation of Providence, was lying flat, and, quote, hung on the air like the heavy scent of hyacinths, unquote. But it was not hyacinths, only bluebells, and you could not see the beauty of their pale carpet covering the woodland floor because it was dark. There was some haziness and doubt as to how Van Trump managed to be there in that scene at all, seeing that he was expected to be lying in the middle of the road, dazed by the passage of the car. But he was a cat, and that will explain all sorts of uncanny happenings that look like either juggling or miracles, and it will explain why there appeared to be no interval between the passing of the car and the arrival, not quite without noise this time, of Van Trump, bristling like an income tax paper in the wood on the opposite side of the road. There was a moon that shone down through some break in the tree roof above, as through a skylight. There was the fairy ring made by rabbits playing in circles, and there, in the fairy ring, as it were a circus ring, full in the glare of the moonlight for limelight, were the actors. 2 young rabbits, scarcely more than babies they were, sat grinning at space. It was a horrible sight. It fetched Van Trump up all standing, as if he had come to the end of a tether. He stood there staring and looking for the terror because he knew, or at least we take it that he knew, or guessed, or felt, that a grin could not have been implanted upon those 2 fat and foolish young animal faces for nothing. It was not a grin of fun, you understand, or derision. It was the grin of fear, abject fear, mortal terror, and that, you know, is a ghastly smile. Because he had been in more of a hurry, frightened out of his wits, be it whispered, than he usually permitted himself to manifest, Van Trump had, as has been hinted, not arrived quite with his customary silence. Once stopped, however, with that amazing sight before him, the superb scientific stealth of all the cat tribe reasserted itself. Van Trump became a statue. Only his eyes lived, only his orbs gleamed dully, menacingly, as it were, a pair of faint lamps floating low down to the ground, motionless, unblinking, sinister. Nobody spoke. That was the worst part of it. You felt as if the silence were a taut wire in your head that must snap. God knows what Van Trump felt. Not nothing, I feel sure, for cats are the most highly strung of all the beasts except monkeys, and they're on the verge of dementia all the time, so don't count. It was awful, just that ring of green-white moonlight and the wall of darkness all around, and those two weak-hearted, fearful fools of rabbits sitting there motionless, grinning at a terror you couldn't see. They were paralyzed into immovability with fright, not because they were hypnotized and could not escape, but because they could not see any means of escape. This is different from being hypnotized with fright, for we know our own selves how a very sudden danger will sometimes find us helplessly immovable, not because we cannot think what to do, but because we try to think too quickly and get for the moment ahead of our thoughts and power to act, or, as we say, are nonplussed. For a moment, Van Trump was nonplussed too. But this must only have been for the reason that the air in the wood was still or drifting the wrong way, else he would have smelled the mystery out. As it was, he froze and became a thing so utterly still that, except for his eyes, he might not have been there at all, and yet full 2 long, aching, tense minutes passed before the alarm spread by the very slight noise of his coming had subsided. Now, animals have what I am almost beginning to believe is a 6th sense, or a 7th, if you admit orientation as a sense too. It is not quite explainable by the word instinct anyway. Some people have it a little. Van Trump had the feeling that he and the rabbits were not alone, that something else was there besides those 2 spiritless conies. What it was, 'twere hard to say. One had the impression that the silence on the air was such as follows when one has disturbed a rodent at its work, a tiger at its carcass tearing, a boar at its rooting, a waiting, listening silence. But 2 could play at that game, and few, if any, so well as Van Trump. In the stagnant, scented darkness, his eyes shone like glowworms, but moved far less. No hint came from him that he was there. And then, at last, it began again, a sound calculated to turn you sick with fright, a ceaseless, enveloping, stealthy patter. It filled the thick darkness all about, so that the cat's quick ears, twisting this way and that, always seemed to be facing it. It was amagnified, not unlike the tiny tumult of an ant city heard on a still day in a pine wood, or, and far more so, like that unspeakably ghastly rustle of maggots in a carcass. No wonder the rabbits were frozen where they stood. They could run to no point of the compass without running into it. Even Van Trump's fur began to sit up all over him, and his tail grew twice its normal size. But, save for his ears and the faint twitching of his whiskers, never a movement made he. The sounds crept gradually all round him, at his back, in front, on either hand, but Van Trump might have been the bole of one of the trees among which he crouched. Possibly, if seen at all, and this proves that there was no breath of wind, he was mistaken for one. It was as well, perhaps. There might have been trouble in his discovery at that moment. Then a strange thing happened. One of the rabbits moved and swung round facing him. The other followed suit. Neither spoke. Van Trump, who had never taken his malignant stare off them, standing there in the cynical, cruel moonlight, remained as a beast hewn of wood. Then one of the rabbits took a hop, which is the rabbit's and most rodents' equivalent to other beasts' stride, towards him. Its companion followed suit. Followed a pause, at the end of which all 3 could clearly hear that unspeakable pattering, which had ceased instantly at the first movement of the rabbits, start afresh. Then, Impossible happening. Before you could wink, the two rabbits came, the one following close upon the other, straight towards Van Trump, going quite slowly and in dead silence until they were almost on top of him, and then they stopped. Van Trump, after one quick start, had remained still, quite as before, except that there had come an odd momentary wave or flicker, as it were, across his gleaming eyes, and that his right paw had lifted ever so quietly, and, with all claws bared, had drawn up and back. His ears were already flat. The completion of the rabbit's movement, however, seemed to have caused him to change his mind at the last moment. Down came the paw again, anchored tense, and his eyes and ears shifted from the rabbit's to that which pattered in the darkness. His whole attention riveted and became concentrated upon the horrible unseen in the darkness. The rabbits pressed upon him. They touched him. Closer and closer they edged. They might have been stones, or nothing, or a human being he had no use for all the notice he took of them. Whether the rabbits had seen or smelt him before was, however, hard to say. Probably the air was dead still at that time and at that place. In that case, they can only have heard his approach, and, without knowing what he was, friend or foe, conquered the fear of going to him for protection because of the greater fear that beset them. So it seemed, but nature is very wise, far-seeing and secret, and we may be wrong. Anyway, there they were, and the fact that the cat, any cat, but especially Van Trump, did not relieve at least one of them of its life seems extraordinary. It might be explained by fear. But then, Van Trump was not given to fearing anything very much, though he was not foolishly cocksure. We have before known poaching cats to play with a rabbit amicably and to give no explanation. It is as though a tiger should gamble with a deer. In this case, however, there may have been a reason, and it is conceivable that, by some power of reasoning or instinct withheld from us, Van Trump knew of it. Be that as it may, to have moved, or, still more, to have offered battle or spilt blood, just at that moment would have been a very risky proceeding, almost suicide. The two rabbits had left the circle of moonlight and stood now close pressed against the cat, who did not seem glad of their company, in the dark. They were, therefore, nearly invisible, and when motionless, quite so. But one of them, in edging closer to the cat, trod upon and snapped a tiny twig. It was only a little sound, but its effect was like magic. Instantly, as if the snap had been a shouted command, the pattering ceased. Dead silence followed, that silence which, as has been said, comes when one disturbs a rodent gnawing. And Van Trump became instantly aware of eyes, hundreds of shining eyes, turned suddenly in his direction. Heaven knows how many eyes there were there in the darkness, gleaming cruel points of hazy light in pairs, always in pairs. Van Trump's fur bristled all over again. Van Trump's back arched more and more. Van Trump gathered himself together, ready for the fight. But Van Trump's larger, luminous orbs, staring steadily back, never wavered and never moved. And presently, as if the dead silence and the steadiness of his orbs reassured them that there was nothing there, the eyes switched off altogether, and the steady, terrifying pattering recommenced. Van Trump remained dead still, and the two rabbits pressed close beside him. Once the pattering came almost up to them, like the highest fingers of a rising tide, and Van Trump, for the second time, drew himself together as for strife. But for the most part it passed by on either side, a horrible steady sound, like the tramp of a multitude passing by and round a ring of police. Once there was a sudden, low, chattering gibber, almost monkey-like in a way, and Van Trump and the two rabbits moved together uneasily, but the voices ceased just as they began to grow. And then, all suddenly, the pattering was gone, passing away to the right of them as the noise of a summer shower passes away over the leaves of forest trees, and they were alone with the night and the scent of the bluebells once more. Whatever it was, whatever ghastly, ghostly, dread presence had made that pattering sound, it was gone. Gone on away to the right, and the danger and the dread were gone with it. Oddly enough, it was the rabbits that recovered themselves first. The largest one first, and then the other close after it, broke the spell by swinging about and thumping away between the buttressed boles at great speed. The movement seemed to arouse Van Trump. He started, turned, stared, and raced in hot pursuit of the white scuts bobbing like low-burning lamps borne by running fairies, but stopped after a dozen yards as if realizing that it was useless and, turning back, began sniffing the ground. Whatever had been the nature of his strange truce with the rabbits, it was evident that it held good only in the presence of the pattering horror and not after. Still, the rabbits had beaten him after all. We can count that as one feather in the cap of Brer Bunny, who is usually considered a fool because he acts like one. It is rather doubtful if, after man, the love of the chase is so strong in any beasts as it is in the cats. From fear, therefore, so soon as the extreme danger was past, Van Trump's feelings, if they had ever been really fearful at all, quickly changed to a desire for the hunt. He would follow up this grisly abomination that pattered him with so many feet, and he did. It was rather a wonderful thing to watch the cat running the trail, and an eye-opener. So act the tiger and the lion when running the trail of antelope, or man. But we do not usually give the cat credit for this power to run a trail quickly all the same. Many hold that it is deficient in the power of scent, though it is still up to them to give proof. The writer is not one of them. We usually associate the power with the canines. The cats, however, do the job more scientifically, if, possibly, not so fast or so long as the canines, for they are never heard and never seen. The trailed one knows not that anything is trailing him, and in this, it seems to me, lies the whole art of trailing. Silent as a ghost, with head down and shoulders humped, trotting that peculiar, swinging, loose stride which is perhaps best seen in the tiger, he passed like a floating mist away to the right adown the pillared aisles on the path that the pattering had swept away upon a few minutes before. Never once did he show, crossing one of the patches of dappled moonlight. Never once did twig snap, or leaf or pine needle stir beneath his privy paw. Never once did leaf spray or blade of grass rustle at his passage. And never once, by sign of sight or sense of sound, did he give himself away. He never made a mistake, was not once at fault, and never stopped. In woodcraft, as the otter in streamcraft, as the falcon in aircraft, this cat was faultless. Anon he came to the edge of the wood and paused, a floating shadow among the shades, a soundless, dim outline, crouched and sinister. Before him, a rough and dappled field sloped away down, lit vaguely by the ghostly moonlight, dimpled with inky blots that marked each tussock of rough grass, and broken with pools of blackness where the fastness of each furze clump lay. At first he was a little puzzled, and sniffed this way and that along the edge of the wood. He did not seem to think that which he followed would have faced the even dimly illuminated open. It was as if he knew that the patterings came from those, quote, cruel in the shadow, crafty in the sun, unquote. And then, all at once, the truth was revealed to him, and he cast about no more. A pewit rose suddenly somewhere out there in the moonlight, an unseen, restless, floating shape that beat to and fro, uttering lonely wailings of fear, and almost instantly after a snipe got up with a harsh and wild "Skippy, skippy," and fled complaining into the night. Van Trump checked in his restless stride among the shadows, and stood rigid, 1 foot up, looking out. Next moment, he was trotting out down the slope, a long gray gliding shadow in the open, nose to ground, long tail trailing out behind, with just the tip lifted and waving gently from side to side. Pewit and Snipe had given him the cue. Not for nothing had they taken wing and spoken in that fashion. He was still working fast ahead like that, and had got perhaps 150 yards into the open, when, with extraordinary suddenness, he stopped dead and dropped flat, as though he had been shot. He had not, but he had heard a sound, and its effect was like an electric shock. Startling the roosting birds in the dead silence, there had risen upon the enchanted night a thin, piteous scream. Once it sounded, twice it vibrated forth o'er furze patch and wood and open broken moonlit grass, thrice it rang out, and was dumb, and the silence which followed it seemed stifling in its strange intensity. It had come from somewhere out there in the open, in the center of the lone, rough ground, somewhere in the moonlight, and it was at once an appeal for help and a cry vibrant with unspeakable fear. An SOS message, one might almost say, of the wild. For just 18 aching seconds of silence, Van Trump remained motionless, tense, a thing like a drawn spring. Then he rose swiftly, made to launch forward at the gallop, started, snicked back his ears, and rolled over on the ground, where he lay still. At the last moment, after his brain had telegraphed to his limbs to start, a sound behind him had made him stop. So he rolled with a reversed impetus, rolled and lay motionless, looking back with burning eyes and ears set flat. Something was approaching from behind there, approaching at great and reckless speed, so that you could plainly hear the drumming of its feet in the stillness, and next moment it shot by, a large and long shape, going like the wind, had shot by and was gone straight towards the cry, almost before one had realized what was happening. It is not often that one sees a cat really move at its best speed, though few creatures are swifter for a short distance, few beasts more wonderful sprinters than most members of the cat tribe. There was a pause of exactly 34 seconds, and once more came that cry, followed by another, louder, not quite so high, but more awful in its fear. And then Van Trump got up and moved at his best speed, straight as an arrow towards the scream. He fairly seemed to flicker adown the open, and many people, his mistress especially, would have blinked had they beheld him in that instant. He came to a wall of golden firs, smelling like coconut, leapt the lower bushes, ducked into a well-worn rabbit run beneath the higher ones, and stopped short on the far side of the edge of a clearing. At first it seemed that there was nothing alive there in the thin, mocking light, but that impression was only momentary. Something moved. Something was moving not far away. A form was on its hind legs, striking out with its front ones. It was battling for its life, that thing, though what it might be 'twere hard to tell, and there were things, horrible, low, squat shapes, that moved around it. Nor was that all. Another form lay close to it. It was in extremis, that second and smaller form, and it only struggled feebly. Moreover, it was upon its back. You could tell that by the light underfur of the belly shining palely even so far off. If Van Trump had waited to listen, he could not have failed to hear that unspeakable, slight, unmistakable pattering all about him in the firs, but a rustling only in the grass of the open. He could not have failed to hear this, and perhaps, though, knowing him, I hardly think it is likely, he would have taken warning. He did not pause. He got there. He arrived, or, at least, those concerned were not aware of his lithe form gliding swift and low as a snake almost over the grass, till, with a rustle and a hiss, he was upon them. They were rats around a leveret who had screamed. They were rats, too, around the doe-hare who had rushed downhill to the rescue of her leveret, and she had screamed, too, later. There were many rats. I don't know how many. Too many. They were a flitting of rats, a migration of foul vermin from one abode, stack or barn belike, to some other abode afar off. They were traveling by night, hundreds upon hundreds of brutes, an army of rats, marching, for want of water perhaps, to a new home, and God help beast or bird that found itself in their path as they traveled. Van Trump's fangs met in the back of one rat's neck, and that rat's vertebrae ceased to meet in its back. Van Trump's right paw, all hooked claws extended, was flung out, and another rat was down and under it. Van Trump's left paw raked round and down, and a third rat squealed aloud in agony. It was that squeal that did it, the squeal of a rat. Have you ever heard it? A horrible sound, long drawn and beastly, half fear, half rage. If you deduct the rage part, it is in a way like the squeal of a pig, and is uttered mainly for the same purpose, to call for help. Very few creatures will deliberately go to the rescue of each other. The baboon is one, the pig another, the rat a third. And instantly, everywhere, in the gloom, under the firs, behind the grass tussocks, among the rushes, the night became full of eyes in pairs, little, fierce, burning points of light, all turned one way, towards Van Trump and the rat that had squealed. But that was not the worst of the horror. On the air everywhere arose a sound, a low, ceaseless, terrifying, gibbering chatter. It was as though many hobgoblins, who were very frightened and yet very angry, were trying to curse between chattering teeth, and the result was awful. Van Trump, who must have been acting by instinct, for there was nothing in his checkered experience to help him, bent down and with extraordinary viciousness bit the squealer clean through the head, snapping off the squeal and the brute's life as a man snaps off an electric light. But it was too late. In a flash, there came a concerted rush in the darkness, and a cloud of bodies swept upon him like a breaking wave from out of every shadow. Now, had Van Trump been completely surrounded by the vermin, as he and the rabbits had been in the wood, it may well be possible that no power on earth could have saved him from being pulled down. But he was not surrounded. Nor was he an ordinary cat, not an ordinary cat by any manner of means. He was a cat of immense size, and as hard as steel, a brute of high courage, deep cunning, and much bitter experience. He had only come up with a rear guard of the rat army, and those were mostly females and young beasts, not yet full grown. Nevertheless, the situation was sufficiently critical while it lasted, since even one good bite from a rat's foul chiseled teeth may, if it lands right, cause the death of a cat from poisoning. Van Trump fought like Van Trump, and that had to be seen to be fully understood. And as he fought, he shifted from place to place, each place mostly some feet from the last one, leaping up in the air continually and barely seeming to touch the ground at all. This was necessary to keep the vermin off his back. Each time he went up and each time he came down, he struck both paws in quick succession, and very seldom indeed did Van Trump miss when he struck. Then, almost before the watching hare could realize what had happened, Van Trump was clear and gone. But the rats had gone too, for it was only the rear guard of their migrating army, as has been said, that he had overtaken and fought. In a minute or two, Van Trump was back again, however, a pair of glassily luminous orbs moving low down among the black shadows beneath the twisted fir stems, taking stock. And then the eyes opened very wide, looked about sharply, and were still. Gone, as has been said, were the rats, for they had been punished enough as it was, and some must have crawled off crippled, or been eaten by their friends. Gone, too, was the old doe-hare, and gone the leveret. A very cursory sniff around, however, told Van Trump that they, at any rate, had not been eaten. No, sirs, your doe-hare is not quite such a fool as her starting eyes make her look. This one had profited by the digression to carry off her leveret just as a cat does a kitten, and goodness knows how far she was away by then, certainly past all Van Trump's finding. The big Tom snarled aloud. Rat he had no taste for, he, the cynical Epicurean, except to fight and kill on every possible occasion. But young and tender leveret now. He licked his cruel lips with a clean red tongue and snarled again, cursing that doe-hare and all her works. 40 minutes later, the card players in the brilliantly lighted room put down their cards and rose to go. The games were at an end, and the air filled with the sudden buzz of conversation. Van Diemen woke up, wagged his tail, and hopped down. On the opposite chair, sound asleep, and clean as a new pin from head to foot, lay curled up the beautiful, soft, sleek, giant, rich, sandy bulk of Van Trump. "The dear," said his mistress. "Look at him. He's never moved." And Van Trump opened one yellow eye. End of Section 18. Read by Mark Harrington. Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 19 of The Wild Unmasked by Frank Howard Atkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 19. 3 Nights. The trouble began when Mrs. Dark exclaimed to Mrs. Fair, "My dear, I know you won't mind having Van Trump to stop with you for the little time I shall be away. He's such a darling, and always behaves himself most perfectly. I'm sure he will be good." It was increased by Mrs. Fair not knowing what she did, weakly consenting to entertain Van Trump during her friend's absence, and it was crystallized next day by the placing, not without diplomatic jugglery, of Van Trump inside a basket big enough to hold a leopard, with food and blankets and all complete, and the dispatch of that same under a hail of last instructions, 15 miles by road carrier. That is, to Mrs. Fair's home. Van Trump, rising like a golden fairy from a trap, made his debut at Mrs. Fair's home in the drawing-room. There was no scene. Van Trump kept his feelings under estimable control. He did not race wildly round the room, claw at the window, fall back, and go finally up the chimney. He did not slide under the sofa and stop there, cornered and glaring dangerously. And he did not remain where he was, swearing and inviting some hero to remove him from his basket. None of these foolish things did Van Trump. Instead, he descended from his basket with the air of a king descending a throne. He honored Mrs. Fair with a gracefully purred greeting. He condescended to be bored by the presentation of various members of the household, and he finally fetched up in front of the little fire, where he sat bolt upright, consulting the flames. But, well, as Mrs. Fair rightly said, "Oh, my dear, isn't he simply huge?" And that was just it. Van Trump was huge. He was just about the biggest thing in the cat line that you ever clapped eyes on. People seeing him in the road, a rare occurrence, would turn round and stare after him. And dogs, meeting him in the street, might start a private investigation of the wonder once, never twice. Vulgar people could speak of him as a Sandy Tom if they liked, but he was in reality a beautiful gold, with darker spots on the chest and shadow markings on the face. His lower works and chin and the keel of his tail were white. Now, your ordinary English Sandy Tom is simply the male tortoiseshell, but rumor had it that Van Trump had golden cat blood in him, and that same is a big thing in the wildcat line in Burma. Certainly his master had once been an official in Burma, and the white-keeled tail and shadow face markings lent a decided touch of color to the rumor, if one may so put it. Moreover, there were other reasons that will transpire later. At dinner, Van Trump distinguished himself by his perfect manners. He worried nobody. He terrified no fair lady by offering to jump into her lap, and he dined frugally and daintily. Whereat Mrs. Fair, being mean, sighed relief, for he looked big enough to eat anything. They gave him the run of the house that night because he had always had it at home, and he slept all the evening till precisely the moment when the last bedroom door was shut. Then he didn't. Anyone who had forgotten something and returned to the dining room to fetch it would have been surprised to find a big, tigerish beast swiftly pacing the house. That represented Van Trump getting the hang of his surroundings, and in the dark his eyes shone like smoked green glass with a light behind. In less than 15 minutes he had every available corner of that residence at his claws' ends, and every mouse in the place suffering from violent palpitations at the uttermost ends of its hole. All but 2. They had no further need of any hole, being slain by Van Trump. Then he took the big plush curtain on the right-hand side of the second smoking-room window at a run, and arrived, by some fine trapeze work, in the little ventilating window at the top, which was open and gave out on to the conservatory. But the window atop the conservatory was not open, and he came down again, lightly as might be. After that, for half an hour, Van Trump seemed to have sauntered into Spookland and stayed there, till suddenly a shadowy big form just was— there is no other way to explain this habit of his being all at once in a place without seeming to have got there— motionless as a carving in sandstone in the full moonlight that bewitched the front lawn. Several times more the cynical moon beheld him in the garden. Once she showed him, still as a rock, close to and staring fixedly at the dog's kennel. He was on the leeward side of it, and the dog never knew. Once she revealed him, as she peeped in and out of the cloud curtains, sliding, belly flat, in the wake of an ambitious young rat, and I doubt if the rat ever knew. It died first. And once she presented him, erect and insolent in his quite evident strength, to the astonished gaze of the tomcat next door, and he knew more than he wished to before Van Trump let him scramble, tired and worried-looking, back over the garden wall again. Half an hour later, a hen pheasant in the wood nearby, sleeping the doubtful sleep of all nesting birds, lifted her head suddenly 1/4 of an inch and put it down again 1/3 of an inch. That was her way of showing that she had heard an almost indistinguishable soft pad, 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 pad. It stopped abruptly somewhere in the pool of blackness that lay under the rhododendron on her right, to leeward of her. Nothing more. There. Then presently the least little breath of a rustle among the bracken on her left, to windward. Nothing more there either. Then the ghost of a dry leaf crackled under the holly in front of her. Nothing more there either. Truly, those sounds may have been no more than the passing of a field mouse, the perambulations of a worm, even the activities of a mole, come up, seal-like, to take the air. They may, in short, have been just nothing at all, or any little thing, or— 2 soft thumps behind her, a swish of twigs, and lo, the pheasant was flapping her life out, with Van Trump on her back. But flapping wings sound a long way in an absolutely still wood. Van Trump knew that, but he did not know that he was on a preserve that was about as strictly guarded as the mint. He found that out next instant when he started to hurry his kill away to the nearest bramble patch so as not to be on the scene if anything had heard those flappings and started in to investigate. He had not taken 2 strides when, for no reason that one could see, he shot frenziedly straight up in the air, twisted, and landed again well to one side. As he sprang, he dropped the limp body of the pheasant, and as she touched the ground, there followed a clean metallic snap that no wild hunter in this country can mistake. With ears flat and fur stuck out straight all over his body, Van Trump found himself regarding a glint of moonlight upon the cruel, toothed steel jaws of a trap clenched tight into the feathers of the mangled pheasant. That was one of the guards of the place. He found others later. Van Trump did not so much quit that vicinity as cease to be in it, and a fox, who himself had had 3 close calls that night, came and calmly bit the poor, torn, prospective mother bird out. It is not known what the gamekeeper who examined that trap next day said, but he must have been tickled to death for an explanation. Drifting through the night in that wonderful silence that seems to be peculiar to fir woods, Van Trump stopped suddenly, so utterly dead, and remained so perfectly still that a nightjar, as it were some gigantic moth hawking in silence through the gloom, almost mistook him for a likely perch. For a moment or two after that he moved slowly round in a circle, sniffing, first on the ground, then in the air. Then he looked up and froze. A strange, uncanny sort of filmy light seemed to slide for a fraction across those inscrutable eyes of his, and his tail tip twitched spasmodically. Otherwise, he made no sign to show excitement at what he saw. Above him, in clear silhouette against the cold face of the traitorous moon, stood out what was to all intents and purposes a bunch of leaves. Van Trump knew better. His nose had told him, I guess, but it is not every cat that looks up when his nose tells him things all the same. The scratching of big claws upon bark sounds through the length of a big tree amazingly, and promptly the bunch of leaves developed a head. The head jerked about, peering fowl fashion, and the big claws ceased to scratch on bark. Anon the head vanished, a pause followed, and the stealthy scrape began again. 10 times was this game repeated, lasting a long time, more than 10 minutes, before Van Trump, who had climbed on the far side of the tree and certainly knew his job, arrived on that branch. Followed then a scratching, scraping rush, a strident squawk of hopeless terror. The bunch of leaves burst like a shell into life, and the two came down together in a clawing, flapping, scratching mix-up. Both bounced, but Van Trump bounced twice in catching the cock pheasant, for such it was, fairly on the rise, hooked him down, and dead in a single smashing sweep. It is said that never a death cry sounds through the wild, but it draws witnesses, and that is true. Moreover, the experience gained in a checkered career had taught Van Trump that fact also. Wherefore did he and the pheasant remove together quite quickly, but it was too late. The great cat had not taken 5 strides when he dropped his prey and flashed round upon himself, snarling, quick as he was, but not quick enough, for the next instant he was rolling over and over sideways, spitting like a motor bike out of tune and clawing at everything within reach or out of it. As a matter of fact, there had come simply a furious drumming of galloping feet on the pine needles, and that was a dog, plowing up the said needles in a whirl and sitting on his tail, sneezing and dizzy, because his nose had met Van Trump's shoulder blade while he was traveling too fast to pull up, and he was wondering what had happened. That dog was noted for his quickness. He dealt, illegally, in rabbits and hares for a living, and they don't grow moldy in the process of moving. He was what the fraternity called a long dog, and magistrates a lurcher. That is, a poacher past all hope of redemption. Son of a poacher, owned by a poacher. Yet he had no more than got the front part of his thin, spidery body round before Van Trump was upon him, literally. 3 gamekeepers, 2 poachers, 2 other long dogs, 1 mastiff, and all the furtive, wild night prowlers of that wood heard the lamentations of the long dog which followed, and the lurchers are a silent breed, too. And, though speed was his specialty, never in all his life had he eaten space as he did in leaving that accursed spot. Incidentally, he did Van Trump a good turn by taking him 100 yards, veritably riding like the son of Nimshi, with him, not because it gave him any pleasure to do so, but because Van Trump was on his back, what was left of it, and stuck closer than any burr. Thus, therefore, when the 3 keepers and the mastiff, not the 2 poachers and the 2 other long dogs, they looked at each other and dispersed, arrived upon the scene, there were only the silent, ranked tree bulls, the deceased cock pheasant, and the sigh of the wind in the pine tops to greet them. 100 yards away, there was also a sigh in the pine tops, but not of the wind or of greeting. With flattened ears, green-red eyes of flame, lips curled back, and white fangs glinting in the moonlight, Van Trump lay along a branch, glaring down at them with that fixed stare of unspeakable hate that lives in the eyes of all the cats when roused. They passed, after clumsily thrashing about for a bit, and Van Trump, giving them 10 minutes' law, passed also, soundless as a ghost, and as elusive. 2 more dead pheasants and a rabbit rewarded the scandalized keeper's search next morning. Mrs. Fair was dumbfounded to discover a defunct cock pheasant, all flashing green and bronze in the sun, on her lawn next morning. And her neighbor reported that her tomcat, her treasure, her darling, had died of wounds sustained in a debate with some other cat unknown. But, as the housemaid stoutly attested, every door and window in the place was shut and bolted, and besides, I found Van Trump curled up asleep in the dining-room armchair when I came down this morning, and that clinched it. Van Trump purred and rubbed his spotless golden coat against Mrs. Fair's silk dress, and was, quote, acquitted without a stain on his character, unquote. That night, it was the 3rd Van Trump had spent under the hospitable roof of Mrs. Fair, or rather ought to have spent, if it hadn't been for that taint of golden cat blood in his veins, was still and hot and moonlit and wonderful. Van Trump, asleep in the same armchair, it was wonderful how long Van Trump slept in that chair during the long days, heard the last bedroom door shut, and stretched himself in the cigar-scented darkness. One great paw went out with fish-hook claws unsheathed, then the other. Then he arched his broad back, sheathed his weapons, yawned, and for some minutes the harsh rasp of his rough tongue as he cleaned was the only noise that broke the inky stillness. At last, the soft thop as he jumped down ended the rasping, and, noiseless as a wraith, he passed out into the hall and slid up the stairs. There's no hesitation about that giant. He stopped not for an instant till he reached the very top of the house, till he had come to a set of steps leading to a trap door that gave on to an attic wherein apples and things were stored in season. The trap door was light, and something had misplaced it somewhat. Perhaps Van Trump on the first night. I don't know. There was a window in the attic, and above it one of those little windows that are used for ventilation. It was open, that little window, for ventilation. From the inside windowsill, Van Trump measured his distance with the wonderful eye of all the cats, and sprang. Followed a scratching of claws on glass and wood, a swing, a tail playing windmill against the moon, and he was up, was squeezed in the aperture. From that spot down to the outside window ledge, an almost vertical drop, was a matter of some nicety, but he did it with the ease of a boy slipping off a gate. Followed a pause of careful reconnaissance by nose and ears and eyes, and the rest was mainly rustling ivy leaves, disturbed sparrows, and soft swearing on the part of Van Trump. A minute later, like a shadow, he floated across the garden path, stopped, shook the dust of Mrs. Fair's house off his paws, and departed into the night. Now, that day, the gamekeepers, each with a list to report of pheasants, rabbits, partridges, etc., found whole or in part, had held a council of war, with the result that Van Trump, trotting along, tiger fashion, through the woods, realized suddenly that bushes had shut in upon him under pines where no bushes should be, and he was walking between a double row of them. Moreover, they were dead, or nearly dead, bushes, and that would have been enough to arouse his suspicion anyway, he being almost as cunning as a leopard. Wherefore, with the fur all down his spine a lift, and ears suddenly set back, he turned and crept out flat. Flatter still, as silent as, and even less tangible than, a smoke puff. He tested that vicinity in his own way and from a distance. Then, but you must take my word for it that he crept in, melted to earth, and was all but invisible. The moon dodged behind a cloud, and after a moment ran out again, and there was Van Trump staring along the barrel of a 12-bore gun. You think he didn't know a 12-bore gun when he saw one, or what gentle purposes it was for? What? My word, but Van Trump, look you, was no flypaper. Nor was he any kind of a back number. He was a live proposition, which is proved by the fact that he was standing at the butt or kicking end of that gun instead of following that innocent lane of bushes and taking the meat tied to the muzzle of the gun and stuck through the wall of bushes at the blind end of the lane, in which case he would have been a dead proposition and no further use to anyone, and flies would have settled upon him at last. To touch that meat, you understand, was to pull the trigger of that gun, and in case the visitor should not stand with his head directly in front of the muzzle, the narrowing lane of bushes stuck into the ground was there to see that he did. Very tricky little outfit, wasn't it? Very gingerly, mostly backwards, treading apparently upon broken glass, and bristling like a hedgehog, did Van Trump, the giant, transform himself from that unhallowed vicinity and continue his trot. Now, the road past Mrs. Fair's house made a big bend round that particularly holy game preserve, and had you been able to cross that preserve and live, you would have cut off a full 2 miles from the road route. Van Trump was doing that, just that, for reason he had, and he held his way wrapped apparently in thoughts or dreams of home, I think. This was, the unobservant might think, the reason why, about 500 yards further on, he apparently walked into a brick wall or a wire fence or something. It is true that the next condescending moonlit interval showed that there was nothing there, but, well, Van Trump held that moon a liar. His nose said otherwise. For that reason, he did not put down the off forepaw that he had suspended twixt rise and fall, in his stride. In his stride, mark you, and it was as well. If he had, oh, Van Trump, they found a rabbit in that trap next day. The big cat trotted on down the pillared aisles with long, steady strides. His gait was quite different from that he had used on his previous 2 nights' peregrinations, and he looked as though he was going somewhere. So does a tiger walk when, for lack of game, it changes its hunting grounds from one watershed to another. Therefore, when, without any kind of warning at all, Sandy Van Trump considered it necessary to spring 2 feet to one side, one may feel surprised. But Van Trump showed none on his mask-like face. He crept back to the line of his path instead, and tested with his whiskers. Fresh earth and grass were strewn there, and both carried the taint of man. Neither came there for fun, he guessed. Moreover, here too was a double row of bushes, leading on to a mixed entree of inner rabbit, may we put it? Van Trump, however, refused utterly that delicate invitation, and going round outside the bush wall, poked his paw through. Nothing happened. Then he added his weight, only a little of his weight, to the paw, and he moved about 2 yards in less than 2/25 of a second. The whole of the ground in that place, bait and all, had turned over bodily under his touch, revealing a black cavity below. Fact. And one of the keepers stated that it was only a box trap. Only. Van Tromp was 200 yards away before the little peering red bank voles that had magicked themselves into their holes at his approach realized that he was gone. Van Tromp held his way still onwards. One other matter of a suspiciously enticing free meal in the shape of an inside-out partridge delayed him slightly, but so delicate was his touch that he managed, a patch of rust on the spring helping him, to remove that dainty without springing the steel-jawed trap concealed beneath it. Also, there was the small item of another, a rabbit and a cock-pheasant taken in passing, so to speak, because they happened to be there, I suppose. The keeper found them next day, and a careless rabbit, and another still more careless pheasant. She was a hen, with young, of course, in 2 of the other traps, set especially to entertain Van Tromp. Half an hour later, Van Tromp just was standing in the moonlight in the road on the far side of its loop round the game preserve, after passing Mrs. Fair's house. Wonderful and still and uncanny was the night, and the cat hesitated for a moment. Then he turned resolutely away from the direction of Mrs. Fair's house and headed off steadily along the grass at the side of the road. Anon he came to a by-lane, stopped, looked up, stared round, and passed on, still keeping to the main turnpike. Again, a road crossed the main one, and Van Tromp stayed 5 minutes examining the one and the other, but in the end came back to his own line down the main road and held right on. What followed for the rest of that night can be best pieced together by the accounts of those people who met Sandy Van Tromp on the road. And, by the way, it may surprise some people what strange pedestrians that cat did meet on the road in the dead of night, not at all the sort of folks one usually figures as users of the King's Highway. There was, for instance, the dog-fox whom he encountered a mile farther on, rolling in the dust, and who, for some strange reason of his own, that shows that the feline-canine blood feud is of very long-standing indeed, chose to call upon Van Tromp to stand and deliver. Van Tromp did not stand. He crouched. But by the marks which that fox carries to this day, he delivered a good deal. All that the mystic moon gave way of that prize fight was the fox eternally going straight up in the air, almost in one place, as if he was skipping for a wager, and the ceaseless, low, horrible growling of Van Tromp backed into a bush. Then there was the Stoat family on the tramp in single file like a great snake. That was about 2.5 miles from the start, and men found one of the young Stoats murdered in a rut next day, close to the tree where the rash murderer, Van Tromp to boot, had withstood the siege of those little devil hounds of the night. Never you kill one of a family of Stoats by night, my son, for 40 hectic minutes. Again, there was the wolf-nosed, slouching collie dog of the farmyard, who denied Van Tromp a drink of water out of the cattle trough, and was finally glad enough to take to the water in the horse pond himself. Presumably he took Sandy Van Tromp into the water with him, not, however, because he could help it, for you could see the footprints where the disgusted cat had clawed out again. There was, too, the otter, using the road as a shortcut from one river to the next, but who found it a shortcut to the biggest thing in fights he had ever happened on. This was because Van Tromp, having never met an otter up to date, thought he might be good to eat, and landed accordingly, as per custom, on that otter's back, out of nowhere. By the time he had discovered that otters and snakes are pretty much the same thing in the twisting, doubling back line, except for the small matter of legs, and that his teeth made as much impression upon that lithe, loose, squirming body as upon pigskin, or rather less, he had also discovered that otters have jaws that were the inspiration of the inventor of steel traps, and are not much more easy to open. He was glad when they did. The enforced reaction had begun to get on his nerves, and the exercise he took after that, the other pacing him for a few yards only, was quite record-breaking. Then, also, there was the green plover drinking out of a puddle, who died, per Van Trump, before it could yell "Pewit," and the hare, practicing apparently on its racing track, who, to Van Trump's stupefaction, didn't see him in its path, as they usually don't when they are coming at you, and committed suicide via Van Trump accordingly, and the rabbits holding a council meeting on a flint heap, and the owl on a signpost, who yelled, "Who are you?" just when Van Trump was passing directly underneath, and sent him across the road and into the hedge in about 4 bounds. And that was just before the first pale gray, the lean, quick man hugging the hedge, with a lean, quick, long dog hugging the hedge behind him, who would not let the dog reply to Van Trump's spitting imprecations, because, as he muttered under his breath, "We be all 3 wanted by the law." That was at dawn, or just before it, a few seconds after the big cat had met the badger going home, and the two had walked round one another, snarling and seeking for an opening, till the scent of the man coming evaporated them. By that time Van Trump had traveled a long way. Once he had gone 1/2 mile up a wrong road, but discovered the mistake and returned. Once he had gone down a lane, only to turn back after a few 100 yards. And several times he had left the road and cut straight across fields at places where the road looped, thus saving himself a good deal of useless tramping during the course of the night. But remember this, never before in his life had he traveled that road except inside a basket upon a carrier's cart. At 9:37 a.m., Mrs. Dark received a telegram from Mrs. Fair, saying, "Van Trump disappeared. Believe lost or stolen. Shall we offer reward?" At 9:50 a.m., Mrs. Dark received a telegram from her gardener, which ran, "Van Trump arrived home safe. New stable cat dead. New yard dog sent to vet. Please instruct." And at 11:20 a.m., the gardener received a telegram from Mrs. Dark, which said, "Give little milk and leave alone. He will do work of other cat and dog in one." "And," growled the gardener, scratching one of the big cat's ears thoughtfully above the message, "I pity the poor devil of a burglar as burgles while old Sandy Van Trump's a-doing house-dog duty, and I pity that poor devil of a Mrs. Fair when she finds out what she will find out." Mrs. Fair and Mrs. Dark don't speak now. "Might as well have sent us a leopard and have done with it," says Mrs. Fair, which, if you come to think of it, is not so far from the truth. End of Section 19. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts.